It's going to be interesting because this is completely out of nowhere. I don't think anybody's actually been told this is even happening.
This is EFAP 4 in dog years.
That's your opinion.
Yes, it is.
Pulled into. But yeah, I was really annoyed because I was actually coming along with the Captain Marvel video. I was like, yeah, I'm trucking. I can get this done in a couple days now. And then I talked to Fringy for like a couple of hours, and the entire thing needs to be reworked to fit in a whole bunch of new fucking criticisms. Though I will say, watching a lot of reviews of it, a lot of people are getting shit wrong that it, like just isn't a thing. Like the Tesseract is in the movie. I'm not going to specify how and why, but people are like, that ruins the continuity. The Tesseract is supposed to be with Howard Stark, and it's like, go back to him by the end. There's no, it doesn't. I mean, there's how many years between Captain America 1 and Avengers? It's like that's how long the Tesseract has to get back to Shield, and they show it happen in the movie. So, fine, calm down.
Yeah.
But there are continuity. Like if someone complained about the eye thing, I'm like, yeah, you complain about that. Go. Everyone should complain about that.
Complain about the eye. The eye.
Rags knows what's up. He knows.
The eye.
What?
Hey MooLer, loved your Aquaman video. I didn't even get bored my third time. Almost as good as your Fallout 76 video.
Yeah, it's pretty great.
Fucking...
By the way,
yeah.
Sorry, I forgot. Rags, I remember that when Wolf mentioned that I had seen Fallout 6 times in the theater, you yelled out, "Was he ever bored?" And the answer is no. I was double never bored, actually.
Double never bored.
Yeah. Just do the math, you know?
Bored.
Well,
6 times.
Never
bored.
Like, if you were to write a review of something, saying that you'd seen it 3 times and you were never bored, is there anything more glowing than that?
I honestly can't think.
Like,
that
could be better.
phrase is Oscar bait.
Maybe I never fell asleep. But that's kind of the same thing, I guess.
Just like, if a movie is still not boring for that one guy on the 3rd watch, like, Jesus, everybody should be seeing it.
It was a movie, 4 out of 5.
That actually reminds me of like the atmosphere surrounding The Last Jedi when it first came out. There was this thing of like, shouldn't really be reviewing it if you haven't seen it at least twice. Because it was like, you need to understand that the movie does change on your second watch through. And I'd be like, yeah, I guess they're right, because, you know, Luke throwing the lightsaber, stuff like that, doesn't make any sense until you've seen the entire film. So that scene's broken until you watch it for a second time. It's like, okay, cool.
I think
now it all makes sense.
And therefore is good. How that works. Someone in chat said, why is Chris Stuckman here?
Oh, we're
Why is
live?
Chris Stuckman here?
Wait, are they referring to me?
I think so.
Ah, shit. Okay.
I doubt they're referring to the dog, the plated wolf picture, the gas mask, or
And
Colonel
baby
Sanders.
KFC. Yeah.
Oh, someone apparently watched your video as well recently.
Yes, a couple of them are either watching it now or just watched it, and I didn't want to give away the surprise that I was coming on here.
Well, there you go. Suppose
It does kind of look like Chris Stuckman.
it does kinda, yeah. Which isn't
Less
a bad
chubby,
thing,
though.
by the way, you know?
Yeah, just as long as you're more interesting than Chris Stuckman, which
long
isn't
as
a very
you-
difficult thing to achieve.
As long as you
Yeah,
don't
he's
create a
alright.
review of Hill House that's 4 fucking minutes long, I will respect you.
Oh,
Like, just
Jesus, no way.
Tell that to Zod Snapneck.
Oh my God, no fucking way. That's just, it's so low fucking effort. I want to talk about this series for 4 minutes. Jesus Christ. It's so low effort.
it
know,
doesn't
like
even
in
signal boost the show, because he doesn't argue why you should really see it other than it's really good. Just trust it's really good. Just watch it. Like, yeah, and he called it a review. I was just like, come on, Chris. You make it
A
hard
review?
to like you. I may as well ask this as well before we get started. We've got a running thing of who will be the most inconsistent character of episode 9. I don't know. Well, actually, yeah. Ren, how do you feel about episode 8?
I don't care. I just-
Okay.
Like Star Wars is fine. The Last Jedi was not good. I mean, you
That's an
know,
understatement.
I didn't grow. Well, I grew up with Star Wars, but Star Wars isn't a big part of my life like I think it is for you guys. You know, I've been a passive watcher of it, and that's basically it. So,
Well,
you
you seem
know.
to, you seem to have some care for plot and stuff. Like, how did you find the movies? Could you call it plot? I think you could.
It was a bit wonky,
Mhm,
I think.
mhm. Well,
I mean, you've covered Last Jedi to death. I don't know if I'll be retreading old ground here.
oh well, it's always interesting to see what someone else thinks in different words here and there. But yeah, we probably have.
I mean, I only saw it the one time in the theater, and I've only seen reviews of it after.
Mhm.
And I have no emotional attachment to any of the characters or anything like that. So
Well, the characters
mostly
didn't have
forgettable.
any emotional attachment to the film, so
Yeah, I
That works.
remember the little Asian girl kissing what's his name, Finn.
Finn.
Yeah,
Black Manila.
that was a good time.
Still harassment.
That was
She
weird.
didn't even ask his consent.
Hashtag R2 me too.
Me too, please.
I thought she was a lesbian the whole time. I thought her sister in the beginning was her girlfriend.
Oh
Definitely
wow.
lesbian.
Because there's that whole push that people talk about where Kathleen Kennedy wants more. What's the word?
Lesbians?
Lesbian.
Sure, lesbians. So I thought they were
Queers?
gonna make her lesbian because they hadn't had any Asians yet in
yeah.
Star Wars, and there's that clip of J.J. Abrams saying "We love Asians" or something at a convention. Yeah, like some Asian kid said, "Is there going to be more Asian representation going forward in Star Wars?" And JJ said something like, "All I know is we love the Asian community" or something.
Because Asians
Oh,
are
right,
a
yeah,
community.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, and what represents them better than lesbians? Like, I feel like that would be top tier
China loves
representation.
La-la.
Well, either way, you guessed, and whenever I remember to do this, I actually do it. So, wait, didn't Fringy choose? Did we ask him? I forget.
I think he did mention it.
I don't remember what his
forgot
choice
what
was.
Oh, it was
he-
Finn, I think. I remember. So I guess whether or not you care, it'll just be interesting to sort of throw on a bet. We're guessing who's going to be the character that gets fucked over the most in terms of inconsistent writing. So Kylo is out because he's the obvious choice, and so is Lando because they can't seem to actually take an original trilogy character without destroying them in every way, shape, and form. So your choices are basically everyone else. Who do you think is probably going to get the worst right? Basically the question.
well, the joke answer is Princess Leia, but I don't know.
She'll be alive when dead. Like they'll be pretty
Yes.
inconsistent.
Like her death happens off camera.
I don't think they're gonna kill her. I think that she'll probably survive the movie, and then we never see her.
Oh, she'll just drive off in a spaceship like in Fast and Furious.
Drive off, dude.
Paul
She'll
Walker.
fly off.
No, you remember Paul Walker driving away?
Oh right.
That beautiful scene. It'll be just like that.
But
in outer
she don't need
space.
a car though. She'll float away.
Well,
Space car.
CGI Leia
Yeah.
flying away into the sunset.
Does that mean you're voting for Leia? We haven't actually had anyone vote for Leia.
No, I'm gonna go for a little twist and say Luke Skywalker. I think they're
that's
gonna
a
bring him back
twist.
to.
We got 2 other people
What?
voting for that. You're not special.
No,
Yeah.
But no, that's fair enough.
I
And
think JJ's gonna try and salvage what old Ryan did to him.
yeah,
which will make
I
him
think that-
inconsistent.
it will. But I think people would like to see Luke not done the way he was done.
Yeah.
That's a bad way to send him off.
Yeah.
And oh yeah, I may as well. So you are RennsReviews. You're gonna go by Ren, I assume. And Southpaw, do you want to go by something specifically, or?
You can call me Southpaw. You can call me South. I don't really care. It's
All right,
fine.
then.
I prefer Southpaw, I guess.
In that case,
It's only 2 syllables, so we'll probably manage.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's one whole extra syllable than. Oh wait, MooLer. Fuck. It's still more than MooLer. So, yeah. What would you like to throw your vote in on?
Honestly, BB-8 is actually a pretty viable choice. He goes from being like a MacGuffin / like little sidekick character in The Force Awakens to insanely overpowered warrior in The Last Jedi who can like hijack an AT-ST and kill people.
Shoot them with
and
coins.
Shoot coins out of his. Yeah.
He's spec for tech in combat, yeah.
Yeah. So, and then if he goes back to being just a regular sidekick and gets nerfed in episode 9, then I would say that that's an inconsistency right there. But I guess that's more of a joke answer. I think that the my answer would probably go to Poe.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Poe and Finn are locked right now for 4 votes each.
Yeah. He doesn't have much of a character in The Force Awakens, but like what little character he has is kind of inconsistent with The Last Jedi as it is already.
Mhm.
So it's just I just don't think there's really anything that they can do with the character.
Enough.
Uh,
Go ahead.
I mean, I don't know how long people want to hear Star Wars be talked about, but I just always thought it was so odd, right from the get-go, years ago when they announced they were doing the trilogy, that they were going to have each movie be done by a different director. And is there any case of another trilogy that was done by 3 different people and also written by 3 different people?
I mean, the OT is probably what they were working with for 3 different directors, but George Lucas was involved with all 3 of them, which people would argue is
Yeah, okay. But I mean,
consistent element.
the reason they said they did that is so that they could get the movies out faster, if I remember correctly.
Oh.
Well,
And
that's
to
what
me,
it's
that
for.
was the first red flag. And I just think it's interesting where we are now.
Oh yeah, I mean, pretty much everybody now just looks back, it's like, why the fuck did you decide to do this? And then they're like, it made sense at the time, shut up. Like, I don't know why they wanted to rush a franchise that basically just, you know, leaks money wherever it goes. Well, in a good way, I mean. May as well make them good, but no, that was a window for, you know, preferences. Anyway, yeah, so I should probably say, like, the previous EFAP was all about Mission Impossible Fallout, and today's guests are both related to that. First being RennsReviews, who is the guy we actually covered, for anybody in chat who doesn't realize. He's happily come on, and we're probably just going to talk about the bit of the coverage and just the movie itself. So hello there, how do you do?
Hello.
And Southpaw, who was very helpful in chat in the previous stream with basically just fact-checking the movie where we were stumbling. And so it'll make for plenty of conversation between the two of them. But yeah, it's a nice little, I'd say, precedent now, or at least pattern, that we actually managed to get the people on who we're covering, so that there's, I don't know, not an element of, wow, you guys are bullies sort of thing, which does happen every once in a while, but I mean, not intended. We're supposed to just trying to have fun and have discussions, and obviously when you're riffing with friends, it can come across.
We just prioritize our fun.
Yeah, we don't care about anyone else's. Is that so wrong? I'm glad everyone's silent. So the sort of angle I'm gonna start with will probably be related to that, but I'm just gonna get a few things out of the way. I figure Wolf's going to want to address this because he recently saw the movie again, but there was a few top comments in the previous video. One of them was, Wolf didn't like Alita because he wasn't paying attention. Wolf, do you have anything to say about this?
Yeah, well, I responded to that because after I saw it, it kind of irritated me. So I went and watched it again because I was going to watch it again anyway. I may as well, since it's probably not going to be in theaters too much longer. Oh yeah, I really love that fucking terrible movie. Yeah. Okay, so since apparently I need to make this clear because I guess I didn't beforehand, I don't despise Alita like people seem to think I do, even though I've outright said that I don't. I find it disappointing, and I said that it could have benefited from like an extra hour or so because there is definitely something there that they could have worked with. But I watched the movie, and of all the criticisms that I got one thing wrong because I hadn't seen it a month. Well, I had seen it a month prior, and I just forgot the one line in the 2-hour movie that explained it. And I was like, okay, so that explains it. But all the other things I didn't get explained. And so I asked the person who commented that, like, all the questions I had that still were not answered by the movie. And the answers I got were either admissions that the answers are not in the film. One answer was, well, why do you care about the bad guy's motivations? And it's like, I don't know. I just kind of want to know why the bad guy's the bad guy is all. And then I got like a Patrick Willems style refutation. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Terrible one.
What it was.
Oh,
yeah.
no.
Well, we'll just summarize it as I didn't get a single good response with anything of substance. but I want to. I would still want to make a video on it, but I really want to read the Alita manga before I do that. So I don't despise the movie. I think it could have been good. There's definitely a lot of potential for it to be good, but for the most part, it's just the world building is the biggest downfall of that film, and I want to make a video about how the world building could have been done better. It's not going to be like an Aquaman style shitting on the whole movie because I don't hate it that much.
It's only
I'm
mild hatred.
axing you, Wolf. Are you
Okay.
willing to
Axing you.
give
Oh my God,
leeway
I
to
watched that
Alita
today.
for being
You did?
a fanatical?
I did. I
20th
went back and
Century
I
Fox
watched the
anime
Pacific
movie.
Debate.
Oh god. Okay, factually, the best Hollywood anime adaptation, well, it's not really an anime. We'll go with manga because that's what it was. Is Edge of Tomorrow. Still has some issues, but it's objectively the best.
That's true.
Also, I have actually talked to Jack Saint. We are possibly going to have a debate. Jack wants to talk with me first, which I think is perfectly reasonable. So we might be doing that Sunday in private. It's not going to be like a thing, but yeah. So, but there is a good chance that we will be having a debate together.
Fucking beautiful.
About what?
Objectivity and
About
subjectivity, right?
objectivity, yeah. Yeah, he asked me to watch his video on objectivity, and I did, and I thought it would just be best after watching it to just cover that video instead. Just go point by point what problems I have with it and all that. But yeah, he said he wants to talk with me first, so I guess we're going to do that, and then hopefully we can get a debate going between us.
Yeah, just obviously word of advice, record everything in case anything's used against you, sort of thing. I don't expect a lot from Jack Saint.
I don't think it's going to, because he just made it seem like he just wants to get like a kind of feel for like who I am, kind of like, you know how when we first talked MooLer,
Yeah,
we didn't stream that, so I don't have a problem with it. I don't think there's going to be much, if anything, of like super substance that comes out of it. I don't have a problem with talking to him beforehand.
fair enough then.
So. But yeah, in regards to the Alita shit, I don't hate the movie. I don't think it's good, but I don't despise it like it's some horrible piece of shit. It's more just
I'm gonna read out one more comment in relation to this.
Okay.
This is on the video as well. Wolf's argument about Alita feels very shallow. They had already announced that there was going to be another movie, so they obviously saved some stuff. It's like, if I ever watched The Fellowship of the Ring and they started complaining about things they didn't explain, there's more content, plus they explain quite a few things they mentioned, so that's just ignorance on his part.
No.
No,
that is fucking horrible. He's not the only one I saw say that it's shallow, that I apparently care about the world building. I don't think people understand what surface level means if they think that me saying, I want to know what the main character's motivations are, or I want to know what the villain's motivations are. That's not surface level. And if you think it is, then you need to read up on what surface level actually means.
Well, you don't like it when characters just do things?
I don't like it when I don't know why the bad guy is bad and why he seems to be a pretty stand-up guy otherwise, and everyone else seems to be bad. But then the main character who says, you are a bad person, I want to kill you. And I don't, there's literally nothing that he does in the movie that's even remotely villainous, aside from like possessing people to talk to other people, which he doesn't do anything with. I mean, it's fucking
doesn't even
weird.
ask their consent?
Jesus.
Yeah, we can argue about how weird it is that he does that, but that's because the fucking movie doesn't explain why he would do that rather than using like a hologram or something.
Well, I believe.
But I don't honestly have that big of a problem with it. If he wants to possess people, fine. I just want like some justification for it. More so just a justification of why the dude is evil, because the movie gives no examples for it.
Yeah, but if people acted logically, there could be no movie.
God.
Oh, I hate that criticism.
Oh God, I remember it now. It was something to the effect of, it would be 3 hours long if they explained everything, and I was like, that is literally a Patrick Willems argument.
Yeah, I'm getting flashbacks of that one.
He got mad at me that I said that I compared him to Patrick Willems, and it's like, well, don't make a Patrick Willems argument.
Don't say things that he says.
I mean, first off, it's retarded that anyone actually thinks that. No, it clearly does not take 3 hours to explain what can be covered in like 3 sentences. I'm actually going to, once I read the manga, because I'm sure it's going to have an explanation for a lot of the things that I didn't understand. I want to be able to show how the manga does it, and if it can't be done in the bounds of film, then I want to explain how it could be, because it absolutely could have explained these things, but the movie didn't put any effort to do so. And that's what my problem is. It's not that it's some horrible piece of shit movie. It's that it could have been really, really good, but instead they put zero effort into the world building.
If I could chime in, I went and saw it. And I think I was like maybe 5 or 10 minutes late, so I gave it a lot of leeway for that. I'm assuming that you've seen the entire thing though.
Yeah, I think I saw it like 2, maybe 3 days ago.
I'm supposed to see it again with my oldest brother. He's visiting at the end of the month, and he really wants to see it, and so I'll try to keep that in mind.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll
like,
watch it when it comes out at some point
there's
with Wolf.
so much there that you could have done so much with. That's the thing, is like when I came out of it, I had more of a hateful reaction to it, but as I thought about it more, I was like, no, there's a lot of cool stuff in there. And my second time going through, there was the doctor character, I think his name's Dr. Ito. My second time through, I actually liked him a lot, whereas the first time I didn't care for him. So there were some things my second time through that I appreciated a little bit more, but it's just the world building was not good, and I want to explain how it could have been done really well and what should have done but didn't. But there we go.
Talk for 4 minutes about why it's something.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I still got to wait for the manga to come in because I want to read that before I make the video.
I will say this for the movie: it made me interested in checking out the manga. Like, and I'm not even an anime or manga person in general, but the world that it takes place in seems cool enough. It just, they didn't really build on it very well.
I know my friend that I went to see it with, and he also really didn't like the movie. He's read some of the manga so far, and he says that the manga is really good. So I'm going under the assumption that it's really good because I respect his opinion. So
sure.
And that should probably do it for Alita, because like it's just, yeah, people getting flustered about it, and I think it's because Alita is commonly looked at as relatively good from what I'm getting from most people outside of Wolf, who takes a very different stance on it. And people will be like, why do you go see it? And I'm like, because I'm not talking about Alita. I don't know anything about Alita. I'm busy with Captain Marvel. What does Nero go see?
Yeah,
Don't
a
go see
real
that.
woman, a real hero.
Apparently, if I say like 2 things that I had an issue with, that must mean everything I have an issue with is a problem. Even though I haven't made a video on it, so people don't know most of my criticisms in the first place.
That's
kind of
true.
like also, I guess I should say this, the Halo video I posted where I said that the only reason people liked ODST was because Nathan Fillion was in it. That was a joke, guys. I know it's hard to decipher this, but I didn't literally mean that Nathan Fillion is the only reason people liked ODST.
I remember liking ODST.
I like ODST.
I like it too. I mean, I have criticisms
yeah,
of
but
it.
It's just because Nathan Fillion was
yeah,
in
it's only
it.
because of Nathan Fillion.
Yeah.
Well, he was in Halo 5, and Halo 5 is a piece of garbage, so...
Nah, it's just your...
I thought that should have been self-explanatory since I...
Oh, wait,
shit on
Nathan
Halo
Fillion
5
was in
that
Destiny
video.
2 as well, and that was garbage.
Yeah, they killed him off. They killed him off.
It's fine. They killed him. It's good.
Oh, that's a bold
Yeah,
move.
that was a joke, guys. Fringy told me there were some people that were pissed off about it on Twitter. So, and it's a joke. It wasn't serious. There we go.
Jay just said ODST is good, so is Reach.
I like
Reach is overrated, I think.
There
I
we
like
go.
Reach.
Reach was
good.
I'm such
was
a
bad in
casual
a lot
Halo
of ways.
fan. I can't like say anything other than I enjoyed him.
I'm a really big Halo fan, so
Yeah.
I really didn't like Reach because it really messed up the story. The mechanics with Bloom and the armor, well, the armor abilities in general were really shit. The map design was the only things I liked about it was the customization, theater mode, Forge, and the campaign's level design and enemies were pretty good, and the music. It's not like the game is shit.
What about the story?
Well, the story is not very good. It makes a lot of retcons to the original Halo canon, which really pissed me off playing
What
it.
about was it like diverse and representative and inclusive?
You know
Well,
what's
there was a
funny?
Hungarian dude and some other chick with an accent that was really hard to understand, so I guess so.
They did that on
She was
purpose.
disabled, wasn't she? Very progressive.
Was she?
Yeah. It doesn't make
she
any
had a robot
fucking
arm.
sense either, since they're kidnapped at birth and they should all not have fucking different accents and well, not birth from 6 years old, but still, it's like 2 decades later. They shouldn't have all those accents and
Well,
speak all
maybe
those
their
different
accents
languages.
are
It's fucking
in
stupid.
the future. Accents are genetic. You're
Yeah.
programmed with your
Wolf, you don't
accent.
know.
That's
Yeah,
not
you get
how
it from your parents.
works.
In the
They
womb.
talked about that actually in a Vidoc where they intentionally had the actors speak in an accent that sounded familiar, but that you couldn't quite place because of how far in the future it was. People would probably have different accents. That was
But
like
why
an
did
intentional
Carter
thing.
not have an accent?
Was that the big guy?
He did have an accent.
No, that was the
He
that was
just
the
had an
commander.
accent that we use.
I was gonna say
So it was
they
our
probably
accent.
all have accents.
Same with
Yeah,
Noble
MooLer thinks
6.
that he had an accent. You bigot.
And Emil was just a black guy.
That's racialist.
Well, that's his character.
What I will say though is I still remember. I kind of want to replay the game now once the collection comes out, just to know if it's just because I played it when it came out. But I still remember the is it the girl like getting shot at one point when you're just running away and she
Oh
just gets
yeah, the
sniped?
terrible driver. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I was just highlighting that it's like I remember being like, shit, she's dead. Wow, like a shocking campaign moment. But then I realized that like all the characters were invented to be killed, so
Yeah.
it's not exactly like they killed someone we know. Even though I don't fucking know the characters of Halo anyway, outside of Master Chef, sorry.
He's got a
Good
Michelin
cooking.
star.
Oh yeah, several. But yeah, so that's enough about Halo, Star Wars, Alita, and well, I haven't really talked about Captain Marvel. Am I the only one here who's seen Captain Marvel, by the way?
I saw it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just gonna say for everyone who's curious, yes, the video's on the way, but it's gonna take me a while. I still need like another 4 or 5 days before I'd have a first draft of the actual.
I still haven't really like processed
just
it.
sit in front of your
very
webcam
much.
for
Yeah,
4 minutes.
I basically walked out of it and I was like, yeah, that was a movie, I guess. I mean, there were some parts that I enjoyed, but I don't know. I just felt kind of
Honestly,
What if it wasn't a
about
movie
it.
and it's just tricked you?
the greatest trick that movie's pulled is convincing people it was mediocre. it's not. It's really bad. But loads of people are coming out with reviews that are like, yeah, it's just okay. It was fine. And maybe it's going to be one of those things where it's like you're thinking about it way too much to have pulled all these problems, and I'm just like, I don't know, man. I care about the MCU. Fuck me, right? So
I heard
anyway.
all sorts of crazy stuff, though. I keep hearing this from a lot of different places about how there are tons and tons of ticket sales, like pre-sales of people that never showed up on an unprecedented level that people have never seen before. Like entire theaters that are empty, hundreds and hundreds of tickets in theaters of pre-ordered tickets that people didn't ever show up for.
I can't really attest to that. The theater that I went to see it in at like on opening night was full, but then again, it's opening night.
Well, were they showing any other movie at the theater?
I mean, yeah, it was the AMC that I go to all the time. They had Alita. They had
Our theater only had Captain Marvel. That's the only movie that it has.
Oh yeah, no, this theater
And a
plays
lot of theaters
like
are apparently the same.
well, the theater that I go to has like consistently about like 12 or so movies playing at any given time.
Yeah, like being completely honest, the best turnout I've seen for every movie I've seen up since Infinity War it's just been really bad turnout. Infinity War had a good turnout, but everything else, like Jurassic Park, Fallen Kingdom, and Solo, and all the rest I've seen, there was not many people there. But Captain Marvel, yeah, my cinema was mostly stacked with people, and I was kind of surprised. I was like, why did people care? But okay.
Yeah.
But I would still believe that they've been selling tickets to empty seats or whatever. I don't know. That just sounds funny anyway.
Well, when you look at all the other stuff surrounding this movie with all the reviews and the algorithm changes on YouTube and all the shit that they pull to make to build this thing up, it wouldn't surprise me at all that they bought some tickets in order to push ticket sales numbers, and then maybe swept that into the marketing budget. Disney's pretty scummy.
how dare you? They made Star Wars.
Yeah, they made it something.
They did something with it. So anyway, yeah, I'm pretty much happy to move on to. There's no memes today because we're sort of it's almost like a part 2 to the other one, and we did like 2 hours of memes in the last one. You know what I mean? So we're probably going to kick into the point of today, which is going to be talking about, in a sort of post review from both sides way of Mission Impossible Fallout. So hopefully you guys in chat still remember and care about the movie, because we still want to talk about it.
If you haven't seen it yet, go see it. It's really good.
Yeah, we totally took care of that, but I feel like people still probably did, even though we told them to. Almost like a part 2, and the title is literally part 2. Yeah, so it's still almost like a part 2, because it's not really a part 2, because we're talking about other things too, Jason. What Jay's full name is. Either way, the first thing you should probably ask then is Ren, did you check out our coverage, and what was your reaction?
Well, I mean, 5 hours of coverage is an awful lot to ask. But I think I saw about 2 hours total.
How did it go?
It's fine. It's really, really tough to not be there. I just wish I was there to defend myself in the moment, rather than come on later. But I get that that's the format of the show.
It was also I don't know, it'd just be awkward, right? Kind of like trying to, you watch video, make point, counterpoint, point, counterpoint. Like, we'd probably be there for much, much longer, when I would assume the idea for any video that's made is that it's supposed to stand without commentary.
Yeah, it shouldn't need a hand holding to go along with it.
Sure. But, just
I
as
do agree. Moving on.
Somebody who cares about my content and
Yeah.
things like that, it's not easy. I mean, I wasn't insulted or upset, but it was, because anytime something goes wrong, I try to use it as an opportunity to improve and learn from your mistakes and get better. So that's I guess.
Did you sort of feel there was anything you'd missed, or you
there was something that you said that I thought I'd missed, but I don't think I did. Like, how are we just gonna dive right in?
Well, we'll probably let Southpaw direct out how they want to do this. So I'll just say, like, we're gonna jump into a Mission Impossible Fallout discussion now, I guess. What I've got in the background is Ren's video. The idea is to just, if everybody leaves it on mute, and I'll let it run in the background so there's a relevant visual, and from there you guys can pretty much discuss it however you want. With me, Wolf, and Rags will probably just chime in where and when we can, or if we're referenced for some comment that was made or whatever. And I mean, yeah, I don't know how you guys want to structure it. Maybe chronologically for the movie or the video, or big things.
I think
first.
Chronologically from the video would be best, but I mean, Southpaw's he came prepared.
Well,
yeah, I have some general questions to ask. We can go over the video chronologically later on, I guess. But I mean, I think that there's just a few general points that I have, like points of contention that I have with your video, that I kind of want to get straight to the point with.
Okay.
So for starters, I'm not sure if you're aware. So these guys over at EFAP, Wolf, MooLer, Rags, I was blowing up their chat at several points in their stream because I'd been looking forward to them covering your video, and I had a script for my own video prepared, and I had tweeted MooLer like about a week before, asking him if he wanted to read my notes that I had taken, and he said that they were going to go in blind. So once they were streaming, and I noticed that they were missing a few things, I wanted to go ahead and share some of my observations with them, and eventually I mentioned that I had seen the film in theaters 6 times.
Oh my god!
So the reason for that is I have something called an AMC A-list subscription. Do you guys know what that is?
Say that again.
It's like a better movie pass, I assume.
Yes, a much better movie pass. AMC A-list. Only works at AMC theaters, but you pay $20 a month and you get 3 movie tickets every Friday.
That's
and
a
that
good
can
deal.
cover IMAX, 3D, everything. And it's just $20 a month. And so I got A-list right around the time that Fallout came out, and I went and saw it like just a regular showing, and the story was a little complicated. Like I can give you leeway on that. Ren is it is a more complicated movie than average, but I still had a general gist of what was going on, and I wasn't like confused or anything. But the action was just so mind blowing to me that I wanted to see it again, and that time in IMAX. And after I saw it in IMAX for the first time, the next 4 showings that I saw it in were in IMAX.
Okay. Well, let me just make something clear real quick.
Sure.
This video, I could have made it twice the length because I cut so much out because I like to try to keep my videos as short as possible. And I realize, you know, who the other people in here don't tend to do that. But that's just not my style. The idea of having a video that hits the 1 hour mark just gives me panic. You know, I don't want to do that. So I trimmed out so much. And I think one of the bigger mistakes I made with this video was simply not explaining myself well enough, not like going back to a point I made and doubling down on it. I would, as we'll see, bring something up and just leave it there, kind of thinking people would know where I'm coming from.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I'll probably wind up repeating myself a couple times here, but yeah.
Well, that was one of my biggest problems with your video. Actually, was like bringing up what felt like not even nitpicks. Like you were just kind of recapping the film in kind of a sarcastic tone, as if it's a like this thing that I'm talking about here is inherently ridiculous. Like, you know, something like the Leia Poppins scene in The Last Jedi. That's something that, you know, is just ridiculous on the surface, right? Like you don't really have to elaborate as to why. But something like it's like the final fight in Fallout is something where you literally all you were doing was kind of recapping it in a kind of sarcastic tone, and then leaving it at that without actually elaborating. And so I think that if your video had been twice as long, and that extra length would have been to actually elaborate on your points,
Yeah,
then it probably would have actually been better. And if you want, I mean, if you want to like kind of re-edit things together and try to release a longer version of the video, I would check it out, because if it okay, yeah, because
it's done. You know, it's over.
That's fine. That's fine.
Better to be too verbose than to be unclear.
I
Yes.
suppose.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
But-
I mean, obviously, you're talking to people who make 2-hour plus analysis of media.
Yeah, we're just like, fuck it, keep it going.
I mean,
Like-
my Captain Marvel one was under an hour before I made edits to it. Now it's going to be over, so I'm just like, whatever.
Oh, good.
Funnily enough, I did actually, like, I was happy that all my rage and praises were under an hour. I was like, it's a neat little packagey thing, but this one can't be. So I was like, oh well, you know, I have to make myself clear about all of it.
Yeah, I you know, the thing about MooLer is that he gets a lot of shit for being too long. But the thing is that I like that he is willing to really like dig in to the details and elaborate on his points, and he will draw examples from other films to compare and contrast with what he is talking about. So even when he's like talking about you know, Buffy the Vampire Slayer in the middle of a Force Awakens review, I like it because he has a point that he is trying to get across to us in a way that like if he hadn't elaborated, if he hadn't went on this little tangent, then his point wouldn't have been as thorough. And so it's not the length that matters, it's the thoroughness. And if you're generally, if you're longer, that gives you more time to be more thorough. So yeah, that's all.
Yeah, I know. It's just different styles, right? There's nothing wrong with the way MooLer does it. I just like to keep my videos as short as they can be, because I like to try to keep them as entertaining as they can be. So I put in fast music, a lot of edits and things like that. And when I am like rereading my script and I feel like this is, you know, it's a decent point or whatever, but people might lose interest, I just get rid of it because I want to keep it fun.
I'd say that's a mistake.
I would say that's a mistake too. I don't care
In
about
this
length.
case, it was. But
I don't care
a
about-
lot of people do care about length.
I care about thoroughness. That's
I mean,
that's all that
If you
matters.
have to cut out something like that's credible for over the fear that someone might not like it because it adds to runtime, I think you're definitely taking the worst of the two options.
Because, you know, obviously this applies to movies. Like, if your movie was 5 hours long, you have to shorten it. You have no choice. But with a YouTube video, like, do you take the comments that say, like, I'm not watching this, it's too long? Do you take them very seriously?
No. But
Because
also-
it's just an idea. Like, if your video is, let's just say, 40 minutes on Mission Impossible Fallout, and then you make another one on Mission Impossible Fallout 2 that's 40 minutes, like, what if someone watches them back to back and says, oh, they were great? Like, maybe they would have watched an hour and 20 minutes of just about Fallout 1.
You know what? My friend Aaron Roberts, he actually he did like sort of a private EFAP session with me going over your video. We went for like 7 hours on just the first half. He's asking what you cut out.
Oh God. Okay. It was, when did I write this? December, early January. So if I were to tell you what I cut out, what I remember cutting out, it's going to be such a disjointed conversation.
All right,
All right.
All right.
go for
I mean,
it.
I'm going to assume you wouldn't have cut out the better points, right? You would have cut out points that
They
were
would have been-
as...
Yeah, I wanted to keep it as, I suppose, truncated as possible.
Okay.
For example, like, let's just say you picked up that Tom Cruise was wearing a watch in one scene that's black, and then the next scene it was white, and then the next scene it was black, and you cut that. That's something you would cut because it's just, who cares?
Yeah, continuity is
actually-
a big deal.
There's actually a little continuity error I noticed in the bathroom scene. Those four guys that walk in, and I think that Ethan and Walker and the Lark decoy are having some sort of orgy in the bathroom stall.
Yeah.
As they're walking away, if you look closely, there's like a cut during their walking away, and they completely switch positions. Like there isn't a single person in the same position.
Well, that's just a good orgy.
Yeah, but I mean, like, no, they're seriously totally changed marks mid cut,
gotcha.
and they missed it.
There was a part. Oh, go on.
Oh no, it's like See, that's an objective error in the film, but
Yeah.
at the same time, that's not that isn't substantive. It doesn't like ruin the plot.
No, I don't count continuity against a movie unless it's rampant, constantly happening, then it can become distracting. But
I think
Yeah, that's fair.
continuity should be an issue depending on the
gonna say,
results of that continuity.
Like,
Yeah.
Ray's disappearing knife is serious.
Four guys walking away though, singing some song. No, not
Yeah.
a big deal.
there is a part in that bathroom scene where the four guys are pounding on the door. They
Mhm.
think they're having gay sex in the stall, and one of the guys jumps up. Oh,
Yeah, I
and
saw
looks
that.
over the stall. You can tell, he can clearly see that they're scanning this unconscious man's face, but he doesn't seem to care.
I thought that at that point they were actually like Walker and Ethan were like kind of trying to keep the door shut, like they're kind of barricading the door with their hands, so it doesn't quite look like they're scanning the guy's face.
And even if they were, I mean, it was a pretty quick jump. You know, you would have seen something very vaguely. Probably wouldn't have caught that there's just guys in there, if you saw
Yeah.
anything. And even if he did,
Okay.
how would you react to that? You're like, there's two guys with a laptop and another guy who looks like he's knocked out.
Yeah. I don't know, but you'd be
Facts.
alarmed, right?
Sure, I just don't know what they would even do with that information. They'd just be like, that's fucking weird.
I mean, it's already three guys in one bathroom stall, so
That's pretty weird to begin with, yeah.
yeah.
At your people's boring parties, maybe.
But yeah, no, I seriously think that if the points that you were making, like that you cut out, were a lot more pedantic, then sure. But if you had cut out like parts where you were actually elaborating on what you had left in the video, that shit's important, man. It's very important.
Okay, like I think you guys took issue with the string scenes, which what I call them, which is essentially a almost 2-minute long establishing shot in the movie.
It's 1 minute.
Some of them are longer than others. There's a few.
Okay.
Yeah. And
well, that you only mentioned two of them though in your video.
I only mentioned two, but I think there's three. There's the one when he's going with White Widow from the club to her crew, and then the one on the boat, and then what's the third one? When Ilsa's following Tom Cruise. That's it.
Yeah. So go
okay.
ahead.
Well,
No. You go ahead.
The string scenes, I didn't double down on why I thought they were bad. I kind of thought they spoke for themselves. So it's just odd to me that a movie that won't go into detail about a lot of things, like how Tom Cruise knew this black market dealer had plutonium, how they came in contact, like who this guy is. They clearly have a little bit of history together. The movie won't go into any detail on that, but they'll show us this scene of them riding on a boat with no dialogue, nothing going on. And it's like the only reason that boat scene is in the movie is to bridge these, and it's like this transparent attempt at bridging the previous scene to the next scene, because the movie is just built around this action.
So the movie wants to tell us why they've arrived in the locations and how
Yeah,
they
can I-
reached the places.
There are
Can
better
I-
ways of doing it. So
No,
I'll let you go. But
okay.
For example, like when they're in the car, Solomon Lane has the bag over his head. That could have been a string scene, but Simon Pegg, or no, somebody makes a joke. They said, "Was it you that picks the small car?" Something like that. Just
Yeah,
give
he
us.
says that to Walker.
Yeah, let's at least, instead of just you're sitting there and then you're looking at your watch, like what?
You hear our counter argument for that?
I don't.
Where
know.
the idea that they do all of this without a word tells us a lot about their team.
Also, can I just like quickly mention just a few things? So, so the one where they're traveling to the White Widow's mansion, which you in your video, by the way, you mention as they go somewhere, which is odd because she mentions that she would like to go home in the very previous scene before they go there. But that's beside the point, I guess. That's not a very long transition scene.
No.
That goes on for about maybe 30 seconds or so.
Yeah.
However, the two string scenes that you actually did mention in your video, so I actually watched the film again today, and there's something I would like to point out about the two that you brought up. Okay.
Okay.
So Ilsa following Ethan goes on for basically an entire minute. Okay. And there isn't any action that comes before it or after it. It's two conversations. It was odd to hear you define a string scene as trying to string two action scenes together and then use it again in the context of stringing two pretty important conversations together. But then I actually checked out the timestamps of the action scenes that these scenes were taking, that the first string scene that you mentioned was taking place in between. And so the truck and motorcycle chase, it begins at the 53-minute, 50-second mark. That's immediately when Ethan rams the prisoner transport, and then he jumps into the boat at the 1 hour mark. So that's 6 hours. Not 6 hours. Fuck, 6 minutes and 10 seconds of action. Okay. Because that's a truck chase that immediately leads to a motorcycle chase. I count that as basically one action scene. You oddly counted it as two. I mean, I guess that you could try to break it up into two, but literally the transition between the truck and the motorcycle is they walk out of the truck through its windshield, and then
because it gets stuck in the alley.
Yeah, it's literally a 10-second transition, but it's basically the same scene. But so then after that, you have 65 seconds of them in the boat, and then they arrive at the garage. And then there's a cop out there,
Cop
and then
lady.
Cop lady. That whole sequence goes from 1 hour 1 minute and 5 seconds to 1 hour 3 minutes 10 seconds. So it's 2 minutes and 5 seconds of I wouldn't call it an action scene per se, but it's just an intense moment.
I counted that as tension building, and then a little bit character building as well when he tells her she'll be fine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's definitely not like a string scene, but it is.
No.
It's
I was purely talking about from the time he gets on the boat to
Yeah.
as soon as that garage door opens and we see Cop Lady.
well,
That's
then Cop Lady, that's followed by 42 seconds, and then after that we get from hour 3 minute 52 seconds to hour 6 minute 45 seconds a motorcycle chase. So to keep that in perspective here, you have a total of just under 2 minutes of string scenes, or transition scenes, building up tension, and then in that 13-minute window of time between the beginning of the truck chase to the end of the Ilsa chase, that's 13 minutes. You have 11 minutes of action or tension, and then you have just 2 minutes, just under 2 minutes of
Yes.
taking a break.
when the movie comes to a screeching halt to show you almost nothing.
No,
You could do more with that.
So when
So
you're in the
much more.
theater and you're watching an action movie and there is a ton of action, you need an occasional break. You need to process stuff.
Yeah, and you could still use that as a break, but let's have some levity with the characters. Let's, just this was a perfect opportunity to have some banter, to do anything but just show us them going from A to B.
Isn't that what they usually do?
Yeah.
No, in what? In other Mission Impossibles?
Yeah, in scenes between the action, there'll be banter and character growth. I thought it was quite an interesting change that they have silence. The characters know exactly what's going on, they move, and then we get the floor pulled out from us where everything is going normally, everybody's acting normally, and then there's a cop. It's just like, oh shit, this fucks everything up.
I see there's a formula to Mission Impossible, which is that they make the plan and the plan always goes wrong. So I'm never surprised when it goes wrong. It's just par for the course. So when he sees Cop Lady, I'm like, okay.
Well, it's like they
There's a different kind of going wrong. She's a good guy.
Yeah, it's like, here's the thing. Ethan gets into the boat and you have like a minute to go. Okay, thank God they escaped from the cops, right? And it's like building up, and then, oh shit, there's a cop that just busted them. And then in that scene, you've got Walker. The camera cuts to Walker. He's grabbing his pistol. It's very obvious that he is going to shoot this lady before like until the White Widow's men get there. Very great scene. And so it's just having that little minute of like feeling relief with the characters because they just got away from the cops and they think that everything is going well, and then they see the cop lady. You're experiencing that with them. Whereas if you just smash cut from Ethan jumping into the boat to the garage door opening, the lady cop is there, you don't get that feeling.
I think, yeah, it'd be more critical of that because it'd be like, wow, they just jumped right next to when something happens.
Yeah.
I'm not saying
it's
that
strange.
I'm not asking for a smash cut. I'm just asking for depth, for some fun, some levity, or just for anything to happen during that scene apart from A to B.
So can I ask you something?
Sure.
Okay, so until Ilsa shoots
Fake Lark?
No, Lane. When Ilsa shoots Lane in the car, they still have a bag over Lane's head.
Yeah.
And Ethan isn't really like talking that much, okay? Ethan is pretending to be John Lark, and he's supposed to be handing Lane off to the apostles. And they mention Walker even mentions this before Ethan rams the prisoner transfer.
Shit, I didn't think about that. Yeah,
holy
they need
shit,
to be quiet.
you're the guy that. Yeah. So why would Ethan be blabbing off and giving away that he's the guy that
Lane knows all of them as well, doesn't he?
Well,
I know he knows
yeah.
Simon Pegg.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he should be blabbing off. I'm just something with.
They shouldn't be talking
Simon
at
Pegg
all.
to talk to
They
Bing Rames.
shouldn't be talking. There's a
That
reason
makes
why they're being
for-
quiet.
It makes for a boring scene, and it brings the pacing to a
I wasn't
screeching
bored.
halt.
I was not bored at
wait.
all.
That's two claims. One of them subjective, as you are probably aware, right? Whether or not the scene bores you is not
Boring,
something you can work
okay.
with. But what are you suggesting it's doing to the pacing? Because if anything, I'd say it's a boon to the pacing.
A boon? Okay.
So we have
the action's
fast, then slow, then fast again.
Yeah.
But it's just awkward. It's
So-
awkwardly slow because it's like I've said, nothing happens. We're going from a motorcycle chase, all of a sudden, nothing. Like literally nothing.
So is it inherently
literally
bad? is it inherently bad when a scene is quiet and doesn't have like any action or dialogue or character development, like even if it's short?
No, and every movie's
Okay.
different. It's a case by case basis.
So is the string scene too long?
Yes, because there's not much going on in it.
It's 65 seconds in between 11 minutes of action.
Okay.
So is that disproportionately long? Because that's not disproportionately long to me. I feel like that's fair. It gives me like time to like breathe, and like I'm feeling a sigh of relief because Ethan just escaped the cops successfully, and I'm getting to experience that with him in the IMF.
Okay, but sure.
Like I look, it's okay to not like it, but you can't say that it's an objective flaw, because you're the like one of the only people that I think you're the first person actually I've ever heard make this complaint, and so we need a larger consensus than one guy.
I'm curious as
Well-
well. How do you feel about like Lord of the Rings doing it regularly?
Well, I haven't seen Lord of the Rings since I was, gosh, 13 or
Hey
something
Wolf,
like
what's
that.
an estimation of the amount of string scenes in Lord of the Rings?
They're called transition scenes, by the way. String scenes.
Well,
is not a word.
First off, you're a heretic for not watching it every
Day.
couple days. Second,
Should be the
hold
cinematic
on.
equivalent
How
of
many
praying to
how many
Mecca.
transition scenes?
How many
are in-
scenes are there of instrumental music playing across a landscape being shown, or characters moving from one place to another?
Oh fuck! I haven't kept track of this.
I mean, all I need to say is this is
I-
Lord
I
of the
guess-
Rings we're talking about. So.
I guess the first one that comes to mind is when the Fellowship leaves Rivendell and they're going across the mountains. Yeah. There's a couple others, like when Sam and Frodo are leaving the Shire just before they get to the cornfields, or I don't know if they're cornfields, but when they
Yeah, all I'm bringing up
But-
here is the how do you quantify whether or not they bad too?
Well, it's a
well, I
different
mean,
movie.
it shows a progression of where they're going, because they're going from one end of Middle Earth to the other, so they got to show how they're going from one place
Yeah, most
without.
most movies have some type of a transition scene. So, like, do most movies bother you when they do that, or is there just something special about Fallout?
No, okay. So while watching Fallout in the theater, I knew the whole time. I could practically see the script because I knew this whole movie was centered around its action scenes. And I could, essentially, I guess, see the matrix of it, right? I knew it's like this guy, they're just in the boat because he couldn't think of another reason to start the car chase. That's
I mean,
it.
the boat was a pretty effective way at getting him away from the
Yeah,
cops.
I don't really see. Even if
Yeah,
that
no,
was the
sorry.
origin of it, there's nothing in the actual movie that wouldn't suggest that was a great getaway.
I mean, it's a fine getaway, sure, but I'm just asking for more. That's all.
What do you want
guys-
more?
Just any banter, any sort of development.
But we just said they can't talk.
They can't talk.
Well,
I mean,
they could
'cause the
punch-
idea is
knock him out, whatever.
When were
anything.
they going to have the opportunity to do that in the situation?
When they were in the boat for a minute?
Lane is
do
with
they
them.
have like a needle or anything?
Sure, Tom Cruise has got that needle.
No, but do
Somewhere.
they have it there?
I don't know. Look, we're getting into like we're going too deep here. I'm asking for
too
in
deep.
that specific
No.
scene. Yeah, we're like talking
Not
about
going
stuff
deep
that's not in the movie. And
Well,
it-
you're trying to say that the movie's bad for what it does, but you're not giving us a substantive reason to think that it is bad. You got to give us
This
an
is-
example of what it
this-
should have done if
th-
you're going to criticize it. Because you
I
don't.
did.
Yeah,
I said
this-
give it banter, and you guys
this-
said
But
Don't
we're
hear
providing
They
answers for why
can't
they
talk.
can't do that, or
This-
not
this-
even just why they can't do it, but why I don't even think it would be
They
good to
didn't.
do it.
okay,
Yeah,
but then
it's like-
that doesn't make
And,
the
and I
scene
mean, is there
interesting.
not banter throughout the film anyway?
There's a lot of banter.
There's a little.
There's a
And-
lot.
You just
A
said
little-
it doesn't make the scene interesting. Like that's not. I could just
Yeah,
say the
but
reverse
that's-
back to you. It does make it interesting.
Even if
Like-
it did make it interesting,
Yeah,
he
they're
still can't do that next to
They're-
next to Lane.
their plan A is to hand Lane off to the apostles without blowing their cover, and then Ilsa shooting Lane in the ear fucks that up royally because Ethan has to take the bag off and see that Lane is not dead.
See, to me, I thought he took the bag off. Well, I know that's why in the story, but he took the bag off to show the audience that that actor is in the car with Tom Cruise as he drives.
But we already know that.
Well, that's.
He also has to be sure that the bullet didn't end up in his.
I was gonna
Yeah.
say he needs to check he's not dead. That's a perfectly
Yeah,
reasonable.
If they kept the bag on his head all the way up until that point, there was probably a reason why they didn't want him to know who had him at that point of time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, again, Walker mentions, "Holy shit, you're the guy that brought him down, huh?" In the truck, and Ethan says, and he's like, "No, sorry." Walker is like, "I wonder how that'll play out." You know,
Yeah. How long will he keep that to himself?
And Ethan says, "We'll burn that bridge when we get there." So obviously, they are trying to prolong that for as long as possible.
okay.
Like, there is stuff in the film that establishes that, and I'll say this. How many times have you seen Fallout? Just out of curiosity.
Beginning to end, I think 3.
Okay.
While editing it and scrubbing through it, a lot.
This is a recurring point that I'm probably going to be making tonight. So a movie being complicated and having a lot of like details is not inherently a bad thing. Because as long as it's providing the information that you need to understand the story and to justify what is happening in it, as long as it exists in there and it's clear, it's not like there's stuff happening in the very, very like far background that only like the nerds over at our movie details are going to catch. As long as it's there, then like it's really not the movie's fault if you aren't paying attention to it.
No, I'm paying attention. There's just
No,
far
you're not.
too much.
I don't think there's
Oh,
too
I
much at
guess
all.
I'm-
Well, I mean,
You were-
so we can probably move on from string scenes now to. Do you want to talk about plot then, or?
Yeah, there's a well, for one thing is you mentioned that there are several faces and names that you have to memorize. So just before we begin on that, given that most movies expect you to remember multiple faces and names, do most movies bother you, or is there something
No,
about Fallout?
no. Please.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
I said that because it's like, they'll just show a photograph of White Widow and it's like 1 or 2 seconds and you're like, okay, this is the mission. We're getting the deets. And then they go through this skydive and a bathroom fight and all that. And then by the time the White Widow rolls around, I'm like, wait, who's that? It's easy to forget.
They
because-
mentioned her
I
several
was gonna
times.
say, don't they reestablish
No,
it?
to forget her face. Like I knew she was the White Widow, but I had completely forgotten that she was on the what
Yeah,
is
but,
it?
like,
In the folder.
When they're in the
It's pretty
bathroom,
obvious
isn't
that
it
it's
like
her.
he's like, I'm gonna go meet
Yeah.
the White Widow as John Locke, so we know that's where they're going. And when she's,
Oh yeah,
he walks right up to her, so it's safe to assume she's the White Widow, whether or not you remembered the screenshot from Alec Baldwin's file.
yeah. You don't
Sure.
you don't have to memorize that.
In fact, her
So
face could have not been in the file, and the film still works.
I'm just saying,
Here's
the-
the other. Go ahead, Ren.
I interrupted you. You go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, here's the other thing. Is there a particularly excessive number of faces and names to remember? Like you have Lane Walker, who's also John Lark. So he's like kind of a twofer, I guess. You have Alan Hunley, that's Alec Baldwin. You have Luther, Benji. You have Erica Sloan, who you refer to as Black Lady throughout the whole video, and that's kind of confusing. Ilsa, you have the White Widow, and then you have the White Widow's brother, Zola. He's like probably the least important of the bunch here. And then there's Julia. So
A lot of them
this
are
is
from
11.
previous movies as well.
Yeah, only 4 of these people were introduced in this film. So 11 characters. Is that excessive? Like an excessive number of characters to keep track of?
No, but what I meant by what I said in the video is like the who's the guy in the hospital? What's his name? Niels Delbruck.
Mhm.
Yes.
I had no idea who that guy was the first time I saw it. His picture comes up for a second or two in the opening briefing for Ethan Hunt, and that opening briefing is like a massive dump of it's like you are getting fed the whole movie, just all this stuff, like what happened in between MI5 and MI6 and this guy's face. And I'm like, wait, so when they're in the hospital, I'm like, who's that again?
I might have agreed with you there if he showed up like an hour or an hour and a half or 2 hours after he first shows up, but he's like literally in the film 5 minutes after
There's
his
like
picture shows
setup
up
and
on
payoff
screen.
between 10 minutes at most. I think it's even less than that, actually.
Yeah, there's a world of difference between like his face shows up on screen, he's named, and then like 10 minutes or so later, we see him. Now, if he was a pivotal person to the climax, and then he isn't in the film, like you have a mention at the same part of the movie, and then he doesn't show up until the very end, I would wholeheartedly agree with you. That's a little unreasonable for a film to expect from the audience. But the thing is, it's like I said earlier, if the film is giving you the information that you need to understand what is going on, if the information exists and it is presented clearly, and then within a reasonable amount of time, there is a payoff to that setup, it is not the film's fault if you didn't pay attention or if you can't remember that character.
It's not that I wasn't paying attention. Like, I was still able to understand like you said, the general gist of the movie.
Mm-hmm.
It's just I didn't know the smaller details that I started to get fixated on as the movie went along, like who that guy was.
Well, I will say this, like, I mean, when I saw the film a second time, I mean, each time I saw the film, I picked up on more and more details that I had missed the first time around, because there is a lot. There is a lot. However, that doesn't mean that that's objectively bad. If a film has, if it's constructed in a way that you keep on picking up on more and more details the more that you watch it, that's actually a sign of its quality, not that it's bad.
But important plot details, like, it's one thing for Easter eggs and maybe like in a movie like Hereditary, if you watch it again, you pick up like, oh, that's the pamphlet that slid through the mailbox in the door.
Again, he appears five
let's
or
be specific.
Like 5 and 10 minutes. Yeah.
They say Niels Delbruck is a scientist of whatever degree.
Nuclear scientist.
He made comments, and again, I've not even seen the movie enough times to say that I should be remembering this well, but I guess I have.
Virulently anti-religious.
Anti-religious, yes. He got booted from his job, and he was hired by the apostles, and that's it. All we need to know. He knows how to do nuclear stuff, and he's hired by the apostles.
And I remember the second time viewing the movie, I realized, so when he sees that the Vatican and Mecca and Jerusalem have supposedly been nuked, he's happy about it. So it's like they established that very early on in the film, and there's a payoff, and it's not very long after it's mentioned. The information is there, man. And here's the thing. The reason why I'm saying that you didn't pay attention to the film, I know that sounds harsh, but honestly, the stuff that you get wrong in your video, the fact that the interpretation that you didn't pay attention to it is the most charitable one I can give you, because some of the details that you get are so wrong that it's either that or that you like lied by omission, and I don't want to go there. Like, it's morally okay if you just simply like miss something, or you weren't like maybe saying that you didn't pay attention to it sounds like I'm framing it as in you were just like on your phone the whole time. Maybe it's not that. Maybe it's just like you just simply didn't catch something, and it's okay to not catch something, or even to like if the film's just not grabbing your attention, that's fine. But it's better than saying that you lied by omission. Okay. And
yeah, no, I'll agree with that. The first time through, there were things I didn't catch, but there was a point about halfway through where I was just, not having a good time.
Right.
Wouldn't you enjoy it more and more the more you watch it, because you pick up on more and more details?
Yeah.
No.
Well,
No,
not
that's
everybody,
how
I
it works for me.
suppose. It does work that way for me, though.
Yeah, honestly, if I see a film multiple times and there's more and more that I get out of it, like each time that I watch it, then I love it. I mean, that's how I felt with like Infinity War, Civil War, Fallout, of course. I mean, Fallout. I wasn't a huge Mission Impossible fan before Fallout came out. Like, I loved Rogue Nation, and I liked Ghost Protocol and MI 1 and 3, but I wasn't like a diehard fan, right?
Nobody likes 2.
I mean, wait, there's a 2? There's a second Mission Impossible
Actually,
film?
scratch that. People still like it, but nobody defends it as a strong movie, I don't think.
It's a so bad it's good film. But honestly, it's the bad one, and it's good that the other films haven't really like acknowledged it. But the point is, I was so excited for Infinity War last year. Like, I had to see that on opening night. I didn't feel that way with Fallout, but man, Fallout was the top of my list of films I saw last year. And so, go ahead.
It's interesting that you say that you didn't like Mission Impossible, but you like 6. because I'm reverse. I used to love.
I didn't say that
You
I
weren't a
didn't
big
like
fan.
Mission
You weren't a
Impossible.
big fan.
I wasn't a huge fan. Yes.
Right. But you like the sixth one. And I
And the
love
fifth.
Mission Impossible except 2, of course. I love 1 and 3 growing up, and the previous 3 Mission Impossibles have really just been losing me more and more because they're action set pieces rather than they're action set pieces first and everything else later.
Do you understand?
Can you argue all of them with that?
Yeah, here's the thing. Here's the thing about writing. Sometimes you have a scene in your head that you really want to do, and you will construct a story around it. And depending on how good of a writer you are, the story will still end up good or it will end up bad. So if you've got Zack Snyder saying, I want Batman and Superman to fight each other, and then he creates the piece of shit known as Batman v Superman Dawn of Justice, that's a pretty bad example of that, honestly. Same with Uncharted 3. I think that Uncharted 3 is a contrived mess of a story, but it's a fun game to play. Wolf, I think that you mentioned Uncharted 3 at one point, like a while back.
For him, probably.
Wolf.
Yeah.
That's awkward.
What?
Oh, I mentioned Uncharted 3. It's a contrived mess of a story with neat action sequences that don't really have much connection to each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like. I mean, Uncharted 1 it's kind of eh. Uncharted 2 is definitely the best. Uncharted 4 is my second favorite. 3, this is coming from someone who has only played through the 4 games once. So I'm probably forgetting a lot of what happened in them. I'm just going off of my first time playing through them.
Sure.
But I remember 3 being really disappointing to me, especially the ending, which seemed really, really rushed. And I didn't like the whole fake Sully death, which, I mean, first off, they already did that in the first game, and I thought it was kind of lame there, but third game, it was really annoying in the third game, but I liked Uncharted 2 and 4 a lot.
Yeah. So my point here is, yes, with this, like the whole idea of you've got a scene that you really want in your story, and then you like work the plot around it, that can result in messes like BVS or Uncharted 3, but that's not a universal case. Because if there is stuff in your story that justifies why the action scenes are happening, then it's fine. And I don't think that you ever really argued why it was contrived for them to do a Halo jump, followed by a bathroom fight, followed by a lounge fight, and yeah.
If I could just inject as well, that this could totally explain why you're having a negative experience if you're almost expecting this before even watching the movie, so you're not even taking the scenes that connect the action that seriously, because you're just like, oh, they're just connecting the action.
Dude, I'm a writer myself. I've got scenes in my stories that I know I want to do, and I'm having to like figure out what I'm going to do in the middle to connect everything together in a non-contrived way, and that's something that I worry about in a non-contrived way. Not just doing anything that I want. I'm not Ryan Johnson. I'm not going to write my entire stupid Holdo subplot to build up to the hyperspace kamikaze. You know, I'm trying to come up with a sensible solution for why this scene is happening after this scene.
So then can you give examples of how it could have been done better?
Yes, Ren.
Yeah, I just think they should have cut some of the action scenes out because some of them weren't that great, and it was clear.
Here we go.
Like, okay, you said so much stuff that then you went on a tangent about Uncharted and all that. When you're writing a movie, things change. Like every script starts with an idea. Like everybody knows that. But
unless the ideas are against what you like.
But they started filming Mission Impossible without a script. They had a 33-page outline.
But
they did that with Iron Man and Casablanca and Busters as well.
You just said every script starts with an idea, and then when they start with the ideas of let's look at these action scenes that we could fit into a story, that's apparently bad.
They didn't even have a story, really. Of
course they didn't have a story because they were still working on it. That's how it starts.
They started filming with a 33-page outline.
All right, but then they made a story and put it in a film.
He had to make massive, massive changes to. Originally, the story was going to be much darker. Ethan Hunt was
necessarily better.
Yeah, that's true. But Ethan Hunt was going to go way deeper as John Lark, and he was going to actually commit some crimes and have to deal with a lot of stuff like that. And he
All
couldn't find a way to
So
make
is
that
this
work.
just because you were
But-
disappointed that it wasn't that?
No,
trying-
I didn't know that till after the fact. I'm just saying.
So what? How does that change anything?
Yeah,
then?
just to
Yeah,
clarify
I'm
here,
curious what
right?
the
So, like,
point would
let's
be.
say Mission Impossible Fallout was a horrible mess, and all the connecting scenes really don't work. They're just really bad. Then it would be a great part of the video to be like, by the way, this happened because this is how they made the script. I'd be like, oh wow, cool. But if we end up with something that is coherent, does make sense, and does follow, then saying this is how they made it. They made it with one arm tied behind their back, blind, while spinning around in circles. I'd be like, that's only impressive now. They managed to do that. Instead of, it's because like it would explain the problem, but now it only acts as a sort of like it's the same with Ryan Johnson. He didn't do more than a single draft outside of 10% of the script, I think they said. So to me, I'm just like, well, that explains the story. But
I mean,
if someone made an incredible script from a first draft that was barely changed, I'd be like, wow, you're a good writer. Like, you must be a good writer.
to link it back to Uncharted again, there was an original script for Uncharted 4 that I think it was Amy Hennig. Is that who it was? Who
Amy
wrote the
Hennig.
original ones?
Yeah.
So she had a little bit of a different idea of where to take it. It could have been better, but it also could have been Uncharted 3, which she also worked on and wasn't particularly great from my memory either. So it could have been one or the other. We don't know for certain if these ideas would have worked better, so it's not really pertinent to even bring them up.
Yeah, like what? Because you frame it as an explanation for how the movie's not working, so I'd rather just address whether or not it's working, because bringing up that they did what they did is irrelevant. If
I
the
don't
movie's
think we're
great.
gonna get anywhere really, because you guys feel like it
Well, I
worked.
don't know what
I
your
feel like
point
it
is
didn't.
here. When you say that stuff, I don't know what your point is that you're making.
Well, it would explain it if it was flawed, right? But we need to talk about whether or not it is
Then-
even flawed.
Yeah, if anything, this just makes me think of how talented the writers are.
Yeah, the fact that they had to improvise like this and it ended up as well constructed as it is, like the origin of how they made this film doesn't matter to me. It's the execution, and like you're pointing out like how they made the plot, as if that automatically makes it bad. That's a bad argument. I'm
Hang on,
not trying to be mean.
wait,
It's a bad argument.
No, you're fine. Can we circle back to that? I really got to pee.
Sure,
I gotta
go for
go.
it.
Yeah, sure,
Yeah,
absolutely.
hold on to that thought. I'll be right back.
All right.
I'm trying to think of like, because there are. I'm assuming how far into your list have you gotten there, Southpaw?
We've only and
I'm assuming, are you opening with the easier, lighter stuff? Is that because
Well, I had plenty of stuff about the string scenes, and I guess that we've moved on past that. But we kind of went through like most of those points. I mean, the thing is that string scenes are actually just transition scenes, and
Oh, sure. I'm only calling them
they're-
that, so it's speaking his language sort of thing, so he knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I just had to be blunt earlier when I said string scenes is a thing that he made up.
Well, he had,
It's
yeah.
Well, all words are made up.
I'm fine. I'm fine. We know what he's referring to, like scenes that connect to scenes.
But he's using it, and he's making up a whole derogatory term.
Yeah, it's
for something
derogatory,
that's been
though.
previously established, and it's a non-argument. But I mean, like we're not very far into my list. I think I'm only on page 205.
I was gonna say, I'll be interested to hear his response to like just
Yeah.
things that he's gotten wrong, like facts about the script, maybe, just to hear it. And I'm assuming you've got a couple of them. I don't know.
Oh, believe me, his massive plot hole thing. I actually have a whole segment in my video. I outright play clips from the film that explain away his problem with the scene. He's talking about how things would have gone much more smoothly if they sent the strike team in to the Grand Palais. The problem with that is that's a fake John Lark that they would be apprehending. The real John Lark would still be at large. The White Widow doesn't have the plutonium, which he actually says in his video that she does, but the film states that she doesn't. She's just a broker. So she's not poised to capture the Apostles and John Lark and then give the plutonium back to the CIA. But he alleges that, essentially. And then he... sorry, I lost my train
Well,
of
I
thought
was
there.
about to say, like, may as well save it anyway. 'Cause-
Yeah. We'll go over it. Keep that in mind. We're not done with it yet.
Mhm.
Okay.
All right.
And yes, I did make up string scenes. I mean, that was
Yeah.
It's supposed to be a bad transition scene is the idea, right?
Yeah.
But you would basically say that a string scene is indistinguishable from a transition scene. It's just a transition scene that you think is done poorly.
Yeah.
All right. Good to have that clarified. So let's see. You criticize Fallout for having a complicated plot, and there's a lot of really good films with complicated plots. I can name some off the top of my head, like Usual
Okay.
Suspects, The Departed. Do you have a
Prestige.
problem with those films too? Or yeah, Prestige, Inception, Memento. I mean, there's a lot of Christopher
A lot of
Nolan
Nolan
films.
films.
I've only seen
Dark
half those, I
Knight.
think. Usual Suspects. I haven't seen it.
Okay.
Any other ones?
What were the other ones you said? I've
Prestige?
seen Prestige,
The
Inception.
Departed.
Yeah, I saw The Departed.
Like
Okay,
these are all plots that people have cited have some trouble following.
Okay, but I just felt like there was so much more story to be delved into with certain things, certain aspects of Fallout. Like, yeah, sometimes, like I imagine sometimes Fallout as a 10-episode season or miniseries, and you could have a whole episode dedicated to how John Lark got to the CIA, recruited these corrupt agents that help him out.
A TV show and a movie are two completely different
Yeah,
mediums
they're
of
different,
storytelling.
To me, this genuinely felt like a season of television crammed into a movie, where Inception and the other movies that I saw that you listed didn't feel that way. Yes, they're complicated, but they're not overly complicated. There's not so many elements.
Prestige literally has to
Okay.
be watched twice to be able to understand it, and nobody
was his
watches that
twin
once
the
while
whole
getting
time.
everything.
Well, hold on. Can you give examples of what specific parts of the story you think could have been like a whole episode of a TV show?
Yeah, it just did. The John Lark coming into prominence. John Lark meeting up with Solomon Lane.
I don't necessarily disagree with that. You can pad out everything and everything. You can like the Grand Palais, that could be a whole 2-episode parter for all we know.
Yeah,
You'd have to
And
add a
every-
shit ton of things.
every episode would have its own
But
big action scene.
I'm more interested in the idea is like what did you have trouble catching, or do you think what is poorly translated to the audience in the film?
I take issue mostly with how pretty big plot points are just kind of relegated to one line of dialogue. Like
Such as?
So Southpaw was saying earlier about how I said in my video that I said White Widow has the plutonium, and that was a genuine mistake I made, because when I wrote that, I believed that, and going through the video, I just didn't catch it, and I hate that stuff like that happens. But everybody gets stuff wrong. It was a miss. But
that's a major issue with your script, though, because if you're saying that this character has plutonium and could easily just give it away to the CIA if she was working with the CIA the whole time, and then you use that to say it's a plot hole, but it's not actually a plot hole.
This is sort of what I'm getting at. I want to finish Mahler's question before because I'm going to get lost.
Sorry, go ahead.
There's one line of dialogue from the White Widow where she says, "Oh, you must be mistaken. This is I'm just a broker." One line in a 2-hour, 20-minute long movie. And
It's a
that
very
line
deliberate
comes,
line, though.
Yeah, that's
Sure, but that-
It's almost designed for people who are having trouble with understanding who she is and what she does.
And
the
hold
line
on.
comes in a moment in the movie that is filled with dumps of exposition. We learn that he's going after Solomon Lane. And what else happens? Oh, they explain who Solomon Lane is in that scene. Henry Cavill looks into the camera and says all the sins he's done or whatever. Tom Cruise. They also explain the upcoming plan, and Tom Cruise has the daydream about the plan. So it's one line. It's even Wolf said earlier he missed one line in Alita.
But
It happens.
here's the thing I want to know, because with Alita and with a couple things with other movies I've seen in the past, I didn't have the movie with me on my screen.
Yeah, and Wolf,
I was going off.
He doesn't have a Blu-ray copy of it, man.
Yeah, I mean, I made a whole video explaining a mistake I made and explaining that it's still an issue. But anyway, the thing is that I watch a lot of movies and I make a video on them as they're still in the theater, so I can't really reference them unless I go back to the theater I'm going based off of memory, but it looked like you actually had the full movie in HD quality on your computer. So it would
Yeah,
be
no,
one thing if you
And-
were just misremembering something and you can't be fucked to go spend $20 to watch the movie again. But if you have the thing on your computer, I'm inclined to ask, like, did you make this script before you started editing, like when it was still in theaters, or
no. I wrote pieces of it before it came out, but then when I watched it the second time, I wrote some pinpoints, and it's like it was a mistake. I
Sure,
lost it.
Oh, that's
we're not
cool.
going to like give you shit for making a mistake. It's just
And
when you
I
have
want to
the movie
clarify.
with you, it seems a little less. You got less of an excuse when you have the movie with you.
And
Sure,
your
yeah,
computer.
I agree.
And saying
I
it's
mean,
one line, like I want to clarify that because I just pulled up the thing, so I was curious if it is. It's like, well, there must be some kind of misunderstanding. I'm just a broker. I connect a buyer and a seller. My seller isn't interested in cash, so if you want the plutonium, extract lane and make the trade. That's
I bring that up. That's the very clip that I use in my video.
that's quite a
discussing this.
chunk. That's not like it's not like he went, huh? And she goes, I'm just a broker, and then they carry on with the scene.
Yeah, whereas with Alita, it was I'm paraphrasing because I don't remember the exact line. They're just one of the characters says, he's got a chip in his head. And obviously that's not the exact quote. I don't remember the exact quote. But it was only like one sentence out of the whole 2-hour movie. And I'd seen it a month prior, and that's why I forgot that one line. But if you have the thing on your computer and you're watching it as you're making the video, and it's far more significant than what you're putting out, you don't have much of an excuse on this.
No, you're right, and I
Well,
mean, it's
I mean,
just
there
one of those
was-
things that you don't necessarily know that you're wrong. You know, it's in your head, and you're like, okay, it's on the page, and you just kind of, it was a miss.
Yeah,
and I'm not gonna.
That's fair. I just think that it's not something that's easily missable compared to what would be one line, as far as I can understand.
Well,
it.
okay.
Mhm.
I mean, if it's worth anything, which is probably not, but as I'm writing all this stuff out, I'm also trying to figure out how to make the video flow well and how to make it fun. And I think you guys can probably relate to that in some way. So you're not fixating on certain details of the movie maybe as much as I should have.
I
But
was just referring to you saying that it's something people will miss.
I actually just want to quickly say something nice. I mean, the structure of your script and everything, it was solid. I think the arguments were terrible, but it felt like everything flowed pretty well.
okay, I'll take that.
I think
Take
that your video editing skills are also pretty good. Not gonna lie.
Thanks.
There was a lot of instances where you use very appropriate clips to like accompany what you were saying. Even in
Yeah, you can
jokes
tell
that
it took
felt
time for you to make it.
Yeah,
we watch
I
a lot of
admire
videos that are just nightmares to keep
Yeah.
track of.
I admire the effort that you went with making your video look good. Like the production quality is great, but the
Good.
the
We can end
script-
right here then.
No,
It's like the
no,
right opinion
not
video.
done.
It was like we
Not
had
done
no
with
idea
you.
where the hell he was or what he was referring to
Oh,
or
God,
what was
yeah.
happening. It was just a mess for editing.
Oh yeah, just now on the screen, screen rant. We're gonna talk about that screen rant article, man. That was a really
Okay, good,
bad
good.
idea.
Because I was actually searching on the internet for that because clearly I missed something.
Mhm.
I was searching on the internet for what the hell, like what did I miss? And the things that the fans were coming up with and like Reddit posts and stuff was nuts. And that was the
Uh,
one of
dude,
the more tamer things
I was
I
gonna
could
say
find.
when I first started writing my TLJ stuff, like people were saying, I can't believe how stupid the audience are. They can't tell that Holdo thinks that Poe is a mole. It's like that's not in the movie. It's never said, and she actually likes him. That's just you've just invented that from nothing.
Can I quickly address the screen rant thing?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I
Alright.
would really actually like. I clearly missed something here, and I'd like
Yeah.
clarification on the actual movie itself.
Okay, so first of all, I'm going to copy and paste the link into chat first. Give
It's
me
a good
one sec.
read.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Screen rant's garbage. Literally the only the pitch meeting series that what's Ryan George does. But that's like for YouTube, and he's not really making clickbait stuff for them. But so I just want to like highlight a certain sentence here in this paragraph.
Okay.
So Lane's vengeance against Ethan doesn't end here, though. He also wants to set him up to take the fall for John Lark's crimes. In order to make this happen, Walker hands the CIA boss, Erica Sloan, a phone filled with fake evidence connecting Ethan to John Lark. That's all well and good so far, but then it goes on and says, and arranges things so that Ethan will end up posing as Lark for the meeting with the White Widow. We need to stop right there.
Wait, what
So-
did you say? You cut out for me.
What I'm saying is, Screen Rant said that Walker arranged things so that Ethan will end up posing as Lark for the meeting with the White Widow. So we're going to stop right there because that is a critical detail that the article gets wrong. Because there are 3 instances where Walker is actually obstructing Ethan in the mission in Paris.
May I just say, looks like I wasn't the only one that got thrown off by the plot, huh? Pretty cool, right?
I mean, it's not the.
I don't think
film's
everybody
fault.
is going to get the plot. I don't think anybody's
It's
making
not-
that claim.
It is. It
I
is.
mean, yeah.
Once
law
again,
of
it is
averages.
not. It is not the film's plot if you aren't paying attention to it or you get some details wrong. As long as it's providing the information that's necessary for you. I mean, this is something that's critical because Walker rips the hose connecting Ethan's oxygen tank to his helmet.
Oh
So
yeah.
he's
What,
trying. Yeah.
Why did he do that? I'm unsure. But was it just so that they could get on with the mission? He's like,
He's
okay,
a-
shut
John
up.
Lark
Let's go.
needs that mission to go forward.
Okay, that's what I thought.
He's obstructing Ethan from jumping out of the plane in time.
And it's actually a pretty neat little thing because we're just told that he's not going to be letting Ethan get in his way.
Yeah, he's the hammer to Ethan's scalpel. That's
we've
a
got-
recurring.
That's
Yeah.
the kind of writing where I'm like, that's great because we got one reason for it to happen that he's a good guy and one reason to happen for it that he's a bad guy.
And it's like Walker is being told by Ethan, we need to rethink this. There's a storm out there. Walker is more like overeager to get to the Grand Palais in spite of the storm. He's going to jump out and he's going to rip the hose out of Ethan's oxygen tank or helmet or whatever, and he's going to jump out. And then if things go well for Walker, optimally, Ethan can't connect the hose back to his helmet in time, and he can't make it to the Grand Palais. And then there's no bathroom fight, and Ethan fails the mission. Do you understand?
Yeah. Why are we
Okay.
going back to the plane jump again?
Because this contradicts what Screen Rant said about him arranging things. Now, secondly, what does he use to knock out the Lark decoy in the bathroom? The mask thing. He destroys the little mask making machine. So that's another way that he obstructs Ethan.
Yeah,
And then
there's a thing too. It's not a big detail, but I had it written down. Every single Mission Impossible movie goes to the effort of showing how the mask is created, right? This is the only movie that doesn't show you the device of how the mask is created. It's a little bit different in each movie, but all we're shown is a laptop. So are we expected to believe that this laptop prints the face out?
they have a laser pen
It's
that
being
scans
printed.
the person's face. And
Yeah,
then
but
it's
so-
a 3D printer,
So
basically.
the rubber is in the laptop,
Yes.
and you know this.
I'm sorry,
What
what?
was your question?
Well, like so we're just meant to assume that the rubber comes out of the laptop.
It's a
It is
print.
a
So it's like a
3D
thick base with it's actually printing it out. So yeah, the rubber is probably in there. Assuming
It's
it's
not,
rubber,
it's not actually a laptop.
it just looks like one.
Yeah, it is a face mask making machine. I mean, it looks like a laptop, sure, but laptop. You can't go.
You can't what? Is he
You
breaking
can't-
up for anyone else, or is it
Yeah,
just
a little
me?
bit.
Okay.
It's not a laptop. It's just a face mask making machine that looks like a laptop. It's not like you can just go on YouTube and watch EFAP.
Yeah, and obviously, like I'd probably hand you some form of a point, if not for the fact that it's been established since the first one, right? So
What's been
Mhm.
established?
the technology.
Yeah, but they always show how the face is created. They always show the device that they carry around with them that makes the face, whether it's like a little thing with like steel metal balls in it, or just like a mannequin head with a laser cutter doing it. And this one, it's a nitpick, really. It doesn't show how the face is made, and I thought that was interesting because it's kind of like a staple of the
What do you
franchise.
mean?
like.
They literally do.
No, when?
What is it you want to see? Because we see the face being constructed inside the base of the laptop.
You see this face being scanned as he scans it, but you don't see how the rubber mask.
The screen is the scan. The base of it is the actual face making part.
But we're never shown where the.
I mean, I can get you a screenshot if you want.
No, I know what you're talking about, but we never see a mask get created. We just see a face get scanned.
We actually see it being created in the bathroom stall when they've got the lark.
Yeah, like the idea would be that once it's created, you'd probably open some kind of flap on the base and then take the mask out.
Did you notice the part where they're actually like the mask is like only partially made? Like the guy doesn't have a nose
Yeah, kind of creepy.
yet.
It wasn't a mask yet. It was just they were still scanning his face
because it was being made.
It was being made,
but it wasn't. It was an image on the screen. It wasn't the mask.
No,
Yeah.
it was the mask.
It was on the screen.
MooLer, would you like to queue up the bathroom fight
I'm gonna
watch together?
I don't know about that. I'm just gonna screenshot it myself.
Yeah, okay, that works.
Like, was it a piece of silicon rubber material in physically in existence, or was it a screenshot? Because I am pretty sure it was a screenshot.
It was not a screenshot
on the laptop.
There was a screenshot on in the plane scene when Ethan is demonstrating it to Walker, but in the bathroom scene itself, you're seeing the mask being made
on a screen.
It's only partial.
So there's two parts to the laptop: the screen and the base.
Let's see. Yeah, I actually have it open in Premiere, the movie.
Yeah, nearly got it.
Just scrubbing.
Okay. So from that, you see the mask is actually being created at the bottom.
Oh.
All right.
Let's see.
I was.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe.
Yep. So they are showing you. Yeah.
I mean, it's a little more than maybe.
I was gonna say that what I just showed you is like a different view.
Definite.
We got a couple of views.
Objective fact.
Let's see it. Let's see it in motion.
Yeah.
Because they do begin the scan, the camera pans to the screen being all damaged, then it pans down a little, if I remember, to the actual construction part of it.
Hang on, I'm still trying to find it in mine. I want to see it in motion.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, they're scanning. The Frenchies are banging on the door. Okay, yeah, no, I'm at the shot you're at here.
Mm-hmm.
I guess so. I think that's only shot in the movie.
Well, what do you need? I'm
But
confused.
don't move the goalposts on us.
No,
you said that they didn't show it.
They do show it, sure, but
Yeah.
that's a minor detail.
So again,
I'm confused with the point.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so hold on.
My
They
ringtone.
show it, but because it's not long enough, that's bad. I mean,
No.
show it, though.
It's literally on screen for a second when there's
But it's there, so
And
it's not a flaw.
It's there.
All right.
Hang
You
on, though.
said it's not there.
Hang on.
It is
Do we-
there. You don't get to change
Wait.
the goalpost.
Do we even know that isn't just another screen? Do we know that that's a physical face?
There's a mask coming out of it.
It's clear what they're doing with
See
it.
the
We don't even need
laser?
to.
Okay.
Okay, look, we don't need to see the physical creation of the mask to know that they are making a mask when they're scanning his face, because they've shown it in the movie already.
And yet we get it anyway.
Yeah.
It's not. You can't just say that it's not there when it literally is, and then move post to
Well,
it's not long enough, so it's
Actually,
bad.
Wolf, you can if you're just not paying attention to the film.
Oh, I'm sorry that I missed the 2 seconds.
It's not. Well,
But
I
you-
knew about it. Apparently,
Well, I
Rags
mean,
and
it's,
Wolf
you
and
know,
Southpaw
it's
knew
easy
about
to
it.
make an assumption
How
that
how
they
many
can create
times
the
have you
mask.
watched this again?
3.
Okay,
10 for me.
and you had numerous. I mean,
How long is the scene up? Can we
Well, that's the
I
thing.
can
Let's
give
see if I
you-
can actually pull it from YouTube. What is it? A bathroom Fight. Fallout should probably do it. Oh, give me 1 second.
Look, man, it's okay
that-
to be wrong on this point.
Oh
We can
no,
just
I
move
mean
on.
it's clearly there,
Oh,
but
sweet. Please let me play this in Watch Together. Please, 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 please.
it's there
Please,
for
please,
2
please, yeah.
seconds as also other things are occurring.
0, 1,
But
2.
Mhm. Yep.
And you watched
actually,
it 3 times, so that's like 6 seconds.
sure, it's a long time.
I
Yeah.
mean,
It is.
like,
6 seconds is a long time.
it needs-
That's a lot of screen time.
We need to show it just so that people can actually. So yeah,
Yeah.
this is the moment. They're putting him up, and also I'm just gonna pause a lot just because
But
of.
that's still
copyright. So that's the screen, and then he's like, "Man, you idiot! You smashed it." And then give it a sec.
Yeah, he's like gesturing to Walker, like, look at this shit, dude. Come on, not even fucking working.
And they're still doing it.
Waiting to get.
Mhm.
So he's scanning, and then the camera pans down. We got the screen, which is clearly still fucked up. And then all the way down to the bottom, which is clearly printing.
Mm-hmm.
There's
then
no
how-
question.
Yeah.
This
What?
is not just some small thing.
This is the
Yeah, it
camera
is.
focusing.
It's 3-dimensional.
It's the entire screen.
It's the center of the shot. They legitimately are focusing.
It's not like this
in
is
on
just
it.
a
showing
I'm
you
not
how
looking
it
at what you
works.
guys are looking at. Hang on.
What? You said you just saw it, didn't you?
I was looking in Premiere at it. Hang on. So okay, go back.
What? Okay.
All right.
That's the screen what we see now, right? Just a
So they're
laptop.
scanning his face. Then you see the
Yeah.
screen with the smash on it.
Mhm.
Then they pan down to the bottom half of this laptop thing, and they're clearly printing.
That looks like a concept.
It literally
Rather
looks
than-
like a
Well, it wouldn't be
map.
complete.
Okay.
That's the point.
Well, look how thin the laptop is on that guy's legs, and how that goes deeper
Okay.
than where it is on his legs.
That
it?
doesn't change. Why do you keep moving the goalpost?
Look, it's-
How is that
whenever we
moving
back
the
you into a-
goalpost?
You said
Yes, you are.
Where is
Because
this
the
physical?
original-
Okay, this originally
started
began with you
and
saying
it
that this
wasn't
wasn't
the
here,
film.
and then we showed that it was here, and you were like, well, it was brief, and then we show
No,
it's not brief,
It doesn't
and
make
you're like,
enough
well, what
sense
if
for
this
me,
is...
is what we're at
I mean,
now?
so-
That's where we're at. We've gone from
the-
it doesn't
hold on.
exist to it
There's
exists
just a
because-
point where you have to own up to it and admit you're wrong. It's okay if you're
It's right
wrong. Just
there, man.
admit to
I'm
it.
trying to
It's-
explain my thought process.
Your
like,
thought
hey-
process keeps moving the goalpost
No, no, no,
every
I'm not
time
afraid
we
of
back
being
you away.
wrong, but every
Hold on,
time
Ren, hold on,
I
Ren.
speak, we go
Yeah,
another
you're-
level deeper.
Okay,
Totally
let-
being wrong.
Okay, go ahead. Let's be quiet and let Ren talk. It's all,
Okay.
It's all good.
So when I said it's on screen for 1 second, I was referring to the screenshot that MooLer sent us in the Discord. It's on screen for 2 seconds, sorry. And
Mhm.
this one here that I'm looking at now, I assumed while watching it that that was just a screen. And, that's on me. But,
Yep.
look at the depth of the face. It's deeper and thicker than the, thickness of the laptop. Like you
So,
can see like a
we're
brick
agreed
wall in the
now.
background of the screen.
just to clarify,
It's-
we're agreed that they show it, and they show it long enough. Now you'd like to discuss whether or not this is realistic.
I don't
No, it's
have
not. I mean, it's never been realistic.
I don't
How are
have
they
the
going to
prop
pull-
and a ruler with me, okay?
I was gonna
can't-
say this is tough to make a call on for how depth.
I'm
it-
just saying it's easy to mistake this as just a screen when the dimensions
Sure.
are just off.
So you notice. So
No.
you notice the
So-
dimensions on the screen.
It's
but
something
you
you
didn't
You
catch.
didn't
notice
notice
the
this
thing
thing
existed?
existed.
you
That's perfect.
okay.
You know,
So,
it is.
I
And
just want-
this is ignoring the fact that you just said it's never been realistic. So at
No.
that point,
This sounds
okay.
really
So if it's never been
post-hockey to me.
realistic, what does it really matter then?
Well, I was just saying it's a staple of the franchise. They usually show it, and here they
Yeah.
do. But the face also looks, CG.
Come on, dude.
Which
Oh,
it-
they
it-
didn't
Of course
actually
it's
get the real
CG'd.
thing.
Oh my god, they didn't
It's
make
not
an
always
actual
CG.
They did get a
mask making
real-
laptop?
A real basket.
No.
Well, they fucking cheaped out. Those pieces of shit.
God damn. And they also
I
cheaped out
reckon-
on The Rock and the cars in Paris.
Well, they couldn't have. After they hired Tom Cruise, they didn't have anything left in the budget for a real mask making laptop. So.
Yeah, especially after
Oh.
he broke his ankle.
The next
I
thing,
mean-
maybe should we move on? 'Cause I think
Yeah,
that's-
yeah.
All right. But whatever's next, go for it.
I mean, I just want to recap and say we established that Ren said that they don't show it. They do show it, and I'm just going to chalk this up to you didn't pay attention. You missed it.
Yeah, I missed it.
Oh.
But I haven't seen the movie since I made the video. I tried to, after I make a video, I try to wipe it out of my head so I can just move on to the next one and try not to repeat things I've done. And
Okay.
Well, just to bring you back a little bit, you did say the film is objectively bad, and so these points would actually contribute to that.
Yep.
And so getting rid of them, as we're wondering how long it'll take before the objectively bad statement will be destroyed.
No,
if all the points
I've
are getting...
done thinking about it, and I think that was incorrect to say. I think objectively poorly written might have been more accurate, or you could make a case that the movie is just objectively average. I think, I wrote that down. It sounded good at the time, and
your thesis was it's objectively a bad movie.
And I would go as far as saying it's one of the better written movies of 2018 by far.
It was really well written.
Wholeheartedly agree. I'm glad, honestly, that if anything good has come out of this video, it's that Rags, Wolf, and MooLer decided that's like one of their favorite films of 2018.
We're gonna go and see the other ones we haven't seen.
And I'm gonna be watching the new ones in the cinema thanks to Fallout.
Oh, Rogue Nation was my favorite before Fallout came out.
That's the one I haven't seen.
I was so excited that Chris McQuarrie and Rebecca Ferguson were coming back for Fallout, and fuck, they delivered, man.
Anyway,
yeah. Okay, so would you like to talk about what you called a massive plot hole around 11 minutes into your video?
What did I call a massive plot hole? Just for clarification.
So, in the catacombs, Hanley says the meeting is a trap. The White Widow has been working with the CIA this whole time. Do you remember that part?
Yeah.
Okay. So, first of all, is there anything in the film that confirms that the White Widow has been working with the CIA this whole time? Or is it just that line
the fact that the what's her name? Sloane? Is that it? She says something to the effect that
it's at the end, right?
No, I think I don't remember where it is. But there was an implication there to me where I picked up that she knew more than we knew she knew.
That's too vague.
I don't have an exact. Well, the fact that Alec Baldwin knew that the White Widow was working with the CIA, and that Sloane knew it before Tom Cruise took off on the plane, means that she had some kind of contact with them.
No.
Throughout. Why no?
I'm pretty sure that she doesn't mention the White Widow in any such way like that. The White Widow is mentioned by Hunley during his briefing to Ethan, and there's nothing coming from Sloane about the White Widow there.
Hunley is Alec Baldwin? Okay.
Alec Baldwin, yeah. Sorry, I like to use the characters' names. I don't say Tom Cruise, Alec Baldwin, Black Lady. I refer to them by their names.
It's easier for me to go by their names.
Race? Okay.
Huh?
Keep going. Like is your issue that something should have happened between the CIA and the White Widow instead of what we got in the film?
I don't know. I actually don't know where Southpaw's going yet. I don't know what.
Well, so here's the thing. There's nothing in the film that actually verifies that the White Widow was working with the CIA the whole time. All we have is Hunley's
wait. Isn't the exact line from Alec Baldwin? She's been working with the CIA the whole time. It's a trap.
Okay. What's the context for that line? What scene is that line spoken in? It's in the catacombs, right?
Catacombs, yeah.
What's happening there? You remember?
Exposition.
Okay. What's happening there is Alec Baldwin and Luther and Benji and Ethan are all putting on a show to convince
Walker, yeah,
that his plan to frame Hunt is successful. Okay. So every line of dialogue that's coming out of those characters' mouths is a lie because they're tricking
Alec Baldwin
him.
Still knows that she's working with the CIA. Are you telling me it was a convenient guess?
What?
That he knew that she was working with the CIA?
No. What I'm saying is that it's a lie. Part of the lie.
So he didn't know himself that White Widow was working for the CIA.
I'm saying he fabricated it.
So-
I'm saying that
But-
that line is there to segue into this conversation about how the CIA got this dossier on Ethan Hunt that proves he's John Lark.
But what did Sloane mean then when she said before Tom Cruise took off in the plane that she already had people on it? Was she not assuming to the Black
A
Widow?
strike team, an extraction team. She says,
Yeah.
I have an extraction team with a G-27 prepared to take him to Gitmo, where there's a waterboard waiting for him.
Okay.
And then Hunley says, you want to waste 24 hours that we don't have to get information that won't be reliable because it'd be obtained through torture, and then out of a suspect that we haven't identified yet because no one knows what John
And
Lark looks
Tom
like.
Cruise
So
references them as well. He says you can take the knocked out John Lark to your people, and then he's like, you're not getting rid of me that easily.
Yep. So then you have Hunley say comes the CIA this whole time, and that's literally the only line that would supposedly verify that. But
well,
the problem
the fact
is
that
everything
Sloane
that they're
and-
saying everything that they're saying in the catacombs there is a trick on Walker.
Okay, but then at the end of the movie, White Widow, Sloane, and Tom Cruise are all putting Solomon Lane in the trunk, transferring him to MI6, which
That doesn't verify that she was working with them from the beginning.
well, why would Sloane be there?
It's fine that they can use her as a broker. I'm just saying that the fact that she was working with, the idea that she was working with the CIA from the beginning is verified still. If there was, so there's a scene in Paris where Walker hands Sloane the phone, and that kind of like reveals he's a bad guy now.
Mhm.
So if there was a scene like that where Sloane is meeting with the White Widow in private, then that would be something. But there isn't anything like that. There is a scene at the very end after the fact, not before or during.
Okay, so he made it up, and she was never working with the CIA then.
It's never confirmed that she was working with the CIA, and it would make no sense.
Okay.
So when that is a pivotal part of your point to prove that it's a massive plot hole, because you also mentioned that the White Widow had the plutonium in that video, and I'm glad that you acknowledged that you were wrong on that, but it's in your video, and that would leave the viewer with the impression, like if someone is watching just your video, right, but haven't watched Mission Impossible Fallout themselves, then their impression is, okay, so this White Widow person has the plutonium and she's also working with the CIA. Why doesn't she just give the plutonium to the CIA? The problem is that's not what the film says. That contradicts what the film says.
Okay, so she was never working with the CIA,
Correct.
but she was at the end of the movie when they are transferring Solomon Lane from to MI6.
Yes, after the fact, but not
After the fact. Okay, but it's
Yes.
easy to. I'm sure I'm wrong, right? I'll admit
Mhm.
that. But it's easy to assume that
No.
Alec Baldwin says she's working with the CIA. It's a trap. You go, okay, and
In
at
a
the end of the
scene
movie,
where
you
they're
see
lying.
the head of the CIA with her, working with her. It's easy to make the connection that they
Yeah,
were in
if you ignore the
cahoots.
context, if you ignore the context of those scenes, yes.
But there's always, a kernel of the truth in a lie, in a good gotcha.
Come on, man.
Okay.
You're a
the
real Jack
prosecution
Reacher there,
rests.
Ren.
Yeah,
Look,
I'm just trying to defend my line of thinking. Like I'm not
Well,
trying to say I was right because clearly that's
Yeah.
a goof. That's a
Yeah.
big old goof. But
It is.
but I'm just telling you my line of thinking, and that's all I'm doing.
yeah, I think we're supposed to assume that White Widow deals with all agencies and all criminals. She's wildly connected. Don't they say something like that at the beginning? She's got connections.
Yeah.
She has spies at every
Philanthropist.
level of government in Paris. That's why they have to Halo jump in.
Didn't I don't remember was it Alec Baldwin? He said or no, I think he might have been talking about Superman's character. Never mind.
What was the
I don't-
line?
I was thinking of that part where they were talking about how she was with them the whole time, but I think that might have actually been about Superman. I can't remember the quote exactly. It was when they were like underground.
That's what they've been talking about. It's
Oh.
just that's part of the lie.
He's an assassin. He's Erica Sloane's number.
Plumber,
He's
yeah.
here because if you defect or like go rogue or whatever, he is here to hunt you down and kill you.
Extensive political connections. It's something they say about White Widow as well. Random thought, and this is probably something you're going to cover, but I'm just so darn curious. You bring it back a couple of times, and you make a certain set of points to start with it, and then later on through it. But you keep saying Tom Cruise should have chased the guys who stole the plutonium at the beginning.
Absolutely, yeah.
Where was he supposed to go?
Anywhere, just anywhere. Just try.
So he just sprints in a direction and hopes.
Effort.
And hope
Yeah,
he didn't get shot.
Yeah.
40-second head start is not a small head start, man.
That is a huge.
Yeah, but they're on foot, and he
You
has
don't know
a car.
that.
You don't know if they're on foot,
dude.
Well,
Okay,
he would have
listen.
heard
If
a
I was
vehicle if they had a vehicle.
if I was at a track race and then this guy had to go like he starts running before me and I have to wait 40 seconds to catch up to him, I'm fucked.
How long? Tell me
hundreds of
exactly. How
meters.
long does it take from Tom Cruise getting booted off of his motorcycle into an escape vehicle? It's like 10 seconds in the film, if you remember. And these are the apostles. Their entire thing is staying secret.
They're like ex-spies.
And they planned this. I think they're probably going to have an escape vehicle of some kind. But even if, right, let's just assume Tom Cruise sees a car driving off in the distance. Like, oh shit, gets in his car.
He's got his own car.
Yeah, and he can go after them. It's like, that's one thing. It's like, or he sees a guy running. It's like, yep, that's something. He's got nothing. Nothing to work with.
I actually have a question. You commented that the London foot chase was all for nothing because he failed to catch up to Walker at the end. You still feel that way, right?
I just, sure.
making him doubt it now.
I'm moving that. So moving the foot chase or the car chase or whatever to the scene where they lose the plutonium, but there's nothing new achieved. They still lose the plutonium. You just are 10 minutes further into the movie and nothing new has been done. Do you think that's better? You think it's better for them to fail a foot chase at the beginning as opposed to later in the film?
The movie lost me kind of in that moment when they didn't even attempt to get the nukes back, because we're not talking small time danger. It's 1/3 of the world's population at stake, and he doesn't even bother trying to get them.
40 seconds head start, and they have no idea where they are. They can't see them anymore.
Try. I mean,
Better
you
to
could
regroup.
literally
But what about the idea that
scene, just tweak it a little?
What about the idea that they could easily just get shot if they start running in a random direction hoping to find them?
If they split up, then they're fucked.
Yeah, like, I don't...
But
if I was a part of their team, I'd be like, well, now we got to regroup because we got nothing. No leads.
everyone gets in the car, go somewhere, try to
Well,
get
somewhere.
They might
Where
have
are they
done that.
supposed to go? Go to the local Starbucks
Well,
and hope
you
that the
just-
nuke is there?
Just tweak the scene so that
Tweak it how? Give
we
us
get
an
a sound effect. Oh no, we hear footsteps or tires.
So now we're
Let's
talking
go
about
get
a
'em.
different movie.
Yep.
Well, it's just a
The
tweak.
apostles
And
Yeah,
don't
but
want to
it's a
make
different
any
movie.
sound. Why would they do that?
if they're only on foot and Tom Cruise has a car,
You don't know that.
then there's a chance he could.
You understand that
do
they
know
go through
otherwise
one
you
Yeah,
more
wouldn't
if the
see
exit
it.
tires-
away and they're gone, right?
They could have a
If they heard-
bicycle.
Yeah, if in the actual movie the tires screeched and they still like stood around doing nothing, your criticism would have been valid.
Yeah.
But that's not what happened. That's not
They
the
had
film
no
we got.
leads. That's the point.
You were literally having to change the setup of the scene in order for your criticism to sound more valid.
Because as it is now, they did nothing.
As
They
opposed
didn't
to
even
doing
try.
nothing.
There's
Yeah,
no
doing
clue.
nothing in
There's
response
no
to nothing.
clue. Yeah.
I mean, what are they
They had a
gonna
choice
do
of running
realistically?
down the place they were just getting shot by, the opposite direction, out onto the road. I think there was like a river
Yeah, they
near where
just
they were.
barely survived.
There
the
was a river.
shootout.
So
It would have been a much more organic place to put any other action scene in the movie.
They
Car,
were also
motorcycle, or foot
outnumbered.
chase.
They were also outnumbered by the apostles.
Okay,
They don't
I
know
mean,
how many there
Ethan
are.
is
They don't know
always
where they are.
outnumbered. Well, that's what happened in Mission
And
Impossible
to-
3. when
No,
was
he
back-
wasn't outnumbered.
I'd
in
like to
Mafia.
clarify
Yes,
that
he
Mission
was.
Impossible 3.
No, he wasn't.
Why do you keep comparing this to a different movie?
doesn't
Stay
matter.
on
Because
the
it's
two
in the
movie.
same franchise of the movie.
that's not.
Okay,
You're comparing it to Lord of the
that's
Rings.
not an argument. Wait, what
Okay,
about
then
Lord of the Rings?
you're
if you
comparing
want to talk
this
about Lord
to
of the
Lord of the
Rings,
Rings.
talk about.
To clarify as well, that some people bring up the fact that the apostles don't shoot Tom Cruise in that scene when they could easily have done it, and I'd like to be like, the writing's even better than some people realize, that the apostles are specifically tasked to not kill Tom Cruise.
It's
For
the
Solomon.
exact same reason why
They don't kill him when
the
they're chasing him in the thing.
or why the TIE fighters don't blow up the Millennium Falcon. There's a reason, or why the stormtroopers miss.
Right, well, you're talking about A New Hope, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I wasn't being clear.
You're not talking about Force Awakens, are you?
And definitely not the last fucking Jedi.
Right, yeah, so this is the problem. It's like everything's running really functionally. And then you're like, they should have ran in a random direction, then the scene would be good. Like,
I'm not saying random direction. I'm saying
It would be random.
it would be a random direction. They've got no
It would be
leads.
a random
it
direction.
would
have
be in the
no
way it is
idea.
now, but with a tweak.
In a different
okay.
movie, it would be different,
So
correct?
you-
If the film showed a shot where they've got a guy that's clearly holding the briefcase and he's sprinting off, sure, go ahead and start running after him. But they disappeared. They vanished into thin air after they grabbed it while they were distracted.
Okay.
So why would
So it's all good.
Yeah,
We're all good.
No, it's not.
Yes,
then.
it
Is
is.
that an argument?
What a fascinating criticism that holds no water at all. This is so
It's a 4v1. It's really tough, I gotta say.
No, the argument stands on its own weight, of which it has none.
Yeah, like if you four were arguing that it makes no sense that he doesn't run in a random direction, I would be stalwart in defending it.
Me too.
And if it's 4v1 is too much, you can leave whenever you'd like.
It was clearly written or made so that the bad guys get away, and now Tom Cruise has to get the nukes.
Which makes sense because that's the
Yeah,
whole
that makes
job.
sense.
That is
right,
the plot.
but it couldn't be more transparent. Tom, this is Ethan Hunt, super spy.
Transparent.
Just give us, show
He's-
us
he's
him
super spy. He's
chasing
not
the guy.
omnipotent.
Okay.
I
He
mean,
gets
what?
beat up by an Asian dude in a bathroom.
Yeah,
Yes,
he fails
Kung
3
Fu
times.
master.
Yeah, sorry. Hold on. You said that he's practically perfect in the film. Screws up with the plutonium in the beginning. He gets defeated by the Asian guy in the bathroom, and then he also fails to catch up to Walker. If this character were Rey, he would win at every single one of those tasks. Not practically perfect. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean the whole movie's
Okay,
based
but-
on him failing, so
But at the end of the day, he wins.
It's almost as
and
if it's a
gets
theme.
at the
all
end
that.
of the day he wins. Come on, dude. Come
Sure.
on.
No, I mean, I'll give you that.
Okay.
I mean, come on.
All right, next thing.
Well, it's like we're not going to get anywhere with the.
Well, we made loads of progress because this is all.
Yeah, there's at least 3 points where we've gotten you to admit that you were wrong, and that's getting somewhere, because you're making objective statements about the film. You're trying to objectively assess its quality, and not only are you mixing in bizarre subjective complaints like this transition scene is going on for too long, when that's a totally subjective thing, and then you've got more objective statements that are actually factually inaccurate. And so that's a lot of the stuff that we're trying to deal with here. But I mean, the weird thing is that when you're complaining about moving a failed chase to earlier in the film, like you mentioned that it would have been all for nothing in London, and it still would have been all for nothing in Berlin. So that feels like a contradiction there.
Well, the point being that he would have at least just tried in the beginning of the movie. He would have gone and tried to save the world.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
So
I
And
think
he
was
has to
there.
fail because it's the beginning of the movie.
Oh come on.
But it's a great place to put the foot chase, car chase, or motorcycle chase.
No, because here's the thing. So the London foot chase that we got, when Ethan catches up to Walker, sure, he can't do anything to Walker, and Walker still can't kill him. But that's how Walker informs him, "Hey, I'm Julia's guardian angel, Hunt. Don't come near me. Know when you're beat." Okay, so that's a way for Ethan to find out that the apostles might kill his wife. So there's something achieved there, even though he can't capture Walker at that point. But there is nothing new that that a Berlin chase would achieve. The plutonium is still lost at the end of the day.
Okay.
I just don't think that
there's
you
other
should.
ways to present information.
You
too.
just shouldn't devote too much extra time to it if the result's the same. It's padding.
Yeah.
It's a
Okay.
string sequence,
Yeah.
Well said. Well put.
which are bad.
Also, like, do you think that Ethan should have just let Walker go in
No,
London?
I mean in that scenario, it's like, well, he kind of has to.
But your video said that he should have, because they had a tracker in Walker, and that's what they.
Oh, you mean not chase him? Yes.
Yeah. You
They
think
have a
just-
tracker. They could
Uh-huh.
have gotten to him without him knowing they're coming. Like,
Okay, so in spite of the fact that Hunley's last words to Ethan was
Wait,
go.
gotta pause you. You just made an argument for how lives are on the line and Tom Cruise didn't do anything in the opening scene. Now you're saying he should have chosen
Yeah,
not
that's
to
true.
chase.
they could have
Yeah.
regrouped right after they killed the
Oh,
second.
Oh,
regrouping is
no,
bad.
no,
no, no, no,
Regrouping.
Full
No,
circle.
you can't regroup. Lives are on the line. Regrouping, planning, getting intel. It is no.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, lives are on the line in both scenes, man. If he catches
And-
Walker,
And we're still
that's
consistent
a-
because we're arguing that there was no lead and now there is a lead.
there's a lead.
Strong lead.
He
Yeah,
has a tracker. He knows exactly where to go, where he's going, how fast.
Benji's shouting in his earpiece, telling him, "You're almost there. You're gaining on him. You need to go this way."
Like, that to me is a huge flag for you're looking for issues rather than having issues.
I'm never looking for issues.
I mean,
Well,
you've
you
made
seem
up
to
a
have
whole
found
lot
one.
of shit.
Oh,
So
well, I'm talking about the fact that you've pulled two
It's not consistent.
conflicting criticisms of the two same moments. What I'm saying is that if we flipped both scenes, you would now be complaining about both of them in both scenes as well.
Yeah,
I mean,
not to mention, wasn't the tracker a backup plan?
in the tracker in Solomon, a
In
backup
Solomon,
plan?
yes. I think you're talking about the one in Walker, right?
Yes. Yeah,
To me,
because
the
they're supposed
reason
to sorry, go ahead.
That wasn't even planned really so much as a.
Well, they're supposed to hand him off to the apostle, so of course they're going to put a tracker in him because they don't want to lose him.
Well,
Yeah.
This is.
And they did it without, hopefully, Solomon picking up that they did it.
Yeah, they've actually got him distracted as they're doing it because he's talking. He's giving his little spiel to Ethan.
Yeah, and they put it underneath the idea of taking a tracker out. It was pretty smart.
to me that seemed like a quick rewrite. Like they're looking at the script and they're like, okay, this doesn't quite add up. Let's
I
go
thought
back
they were
and just.
supposed to be super competent spies. That sounds like something.
I'm talking about the.
This seems very in line with the characters and their ability to be clever.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, 45
Also,
minutes later, we learn after the fact that, oh, hey, by the way, audience, we put a tracker on the old boy.
Wait, you
So-
think
Yeah.
that's bad?
So how is that an argument against anything?
It just
we've
felt
said?
like an afterthought more so than a.
All right, so you don't have an argument.
But the point
Well,
of it
that-
is that we get it from Solomon Lane's perspective in the scene, and then we get the reveal just like Lane would have gotten.
Yeah, if we saw the whole thing play out from Simon Pegg's perspective, well,
Like, I'm
that
just
would've
picturing,
been-
Tom Cruise looks at Luther, and Luther winks at him after he's put the thing in, so we could be like,
That'd
oh,
be great.
something's going on there. You don't think that would be overt?
It would be overt, yeah. But I'm just saying it felt like a rewrite, like an addendum. Like, oh, we
But
got
it-
some.
That might be
We
the
gotta
case.
figure out a
That
way to
might
make
be the
this work.
case.
maybe,
but
but it
works.
works either way.
Yeah.
It's like
was
the idea
just
of throwaway
so
lines.
transparent.
That's not. You can't keep saying that. It doesn't
But it
matter
just
if
felt
it's
like I could see
transparent or
the
not. If it
script,
works,
you know.
I mean, if
Yeah.
it's apparent, then can you give us actual unfalsifiable evidence that it was a rewrite?
No,
So then it's not apparent.
So if it feels like a rewrite is the
It's-
argument,
it's
the argument
seriously
has
a bad
feebles
faith.
in the
It's
stage.
such a bad faith assumption, as well as your assumption that the cast and crew never set out to make a good movie with this.
Yeah, that's a pretty.
That was
big
a rough
dip
line,
in the
yeah.
face.
they just
Yeah,
set out to make action scenes. That
No,
was
they
their
didn't.
goal.
I didn't say that.
Oh my god.
That's
Okay, hold on, Ren.
he does follow up with
Yeah.
that, but he does state straight up.
Literally,
they didn't
if it
intend
was-
to make a good movie.
If it was their intent, then they wouldn't have taken care that they did with the actual story, which you are having a very tough time grasping at straws to poke holes or to even discover any plot holes at all. The story is so tightly constructed, it's insane.
And I would
It's-
encourage
It's
rewrites.
insane to
By the way,
It's insane. It is insane to believe that they started without a finished script and they ended up with a story as good as this.
Do we have a script? No. Well, we're going to Paris.
and yeah, just the idea that on set they're like, "Fuck, this doesn't make sense because of this," and the director goes, "No one will notice." I hate that shit. So if they rewrite and they go, "No, let's make it make sense by adding this," and it's like, does that work? Does that make sense? Would it follow that they would do this? I'm like, yes, great.
Hey-
I would
hey,
encourage
stay
that
with-
process.
Hey, say what you want about Star Wars: The Last Jedi, but at least they had a finished script when they started filming
Yeah,
it.
at least they stuck with their first draft.
Oh yeah, that's funny,
Yep.
isn't it? Maybe starting with a script isn't a guarantee of anything.
I mean, here's the thing: I wouldn't recommend starting
of course,
filming
of course.
without a finished script because there's so many risks involved. But man, Iron Man 1 didn't have a finished script. Ghostbusters didn't have a finished script when they started filming. Casablanca is the same thing. Are those films bad now too because they started filming without a finished script?
Well,
Their script
it's
was Blanca.
when you can't tell.
We doing this, baby.
Nice one, Rags. Nailed it.
Fucking nailed it.
Ren,
I showed up.
So you keep saying that they wanted to film action scenes and not tell a story. Do you not know how stories get started? Like
I
at
thought
all?
we went through this already. Did we not?
I kind of did.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't know because it seems like you haven't really fucking grasped it yet.
I said every story starts with an idea, and
Okay, so
you
then
try
why
to
is it
pursue
that when
that
they
idea.
start? So why is it then when they started with ideas for action scenes, that's bad? That's an idea, is it not?
Yes, but they were implemented messily.
No, they weren't.
You have not proved that at all.
Argue that.
Yeah,
Argue that
because
right
when we
now.
were watching your video as you were explaining the plot as it progresses, it made us like the movie even more.
Look, man.
Because it showed
So
how everything
Well,
was
I'm
connected.
not trying to take anybody's enjoyment of the movie away. That's
You're
You're
not
not going
going
to.
pretty hard
Well,
with this.
you failed to do that, even
Um,
if that was your.
And we're not
case.
saying that's what you're doing.
Yeah.
look, man.
okay.
This isn't a 45-minute long video. This is a however many hours long stream. You have the time to elaborate on your points. We need you to do more than it's just implemented messily. We need you to elaborate on that, please.
Well, I said earlier, like I knew going into this movie that the way they do them is okay. We want to do these action scenes, and then we'll kind of cobble a story around those scenes. So it just felt like I keep saying transparent, but MooLer doesn't like that. It
Well,
was
hang
just
on.
so obvious.
I like it. I
transparent.
like it fine. But if you keep arguing that it is transparent rather than you felt like you could see right through it, I'd be like, good for you, man. Don't change anything because I felt like I didn't see right through it, which means now it's a null and void criticism.
Mhm.
Well, okay. How
But
is
other
it null
than-
and void if I saw
Well,
it but you didn't?
we're filtering it
I'm
through
just-
objective, right? Like, if you want to tell me you didn't like the movie, that's fine. But if you want to tell me the movie is bad because it's transparent, I'd be like, prove it. Because I can just say the reverse. But what I can't say, if you say something like, John Locke shouldn't have done X because of Y, and it's true, I can't go, well, maybe I'll be stuck. Because we want to deal with, like, provable, tangible, factual things, not, like, it's too transparent. Like, how do you even prove this? And we've asked you, like, you know, have you got a clip of someone saying it? Have you got something to work with? It's like, no, you just feel that way. It's like, okay.
The director said himself that they knew they were going to have set scenes going in. Like
what
Tom
does
Cruise.
that change?
Did Christopher McQuarrie admit that there was a part in the process where they realized that something didn't make sense and they're like, fuck it, no one.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
they were like, it's going to be overly
But-
transparent, and that's a shame.
We'll leave it in. It's
the-
okay.
No, he didn't say, whatever.
Okay.
It's like I said in the video, he didn't know, like Tom Cruise breaking his ankle was like it actually a good thing for the movie because it gave him 2 weeks time to
But
write
was
that
a
catacomb
rewrite.
scene.
Yeah, but that
To
but
try
isn't that
and
bad?
sort of maybe help you understand, like, just if you give me one of your favorite movies, just something that you've watched, I can just...
Okay, well, every time I start like trying to get going too, I also get interrupted.
I mean, come on, man. We're all
Okay.
interrupting when we think that anyone's was starting with a false premise. That's how conversations go.
Okay,
Like if I
yeah,
said,
true.
okay, so
I'm
you
just-
hate all movies, right? Well, and then you go, no, 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 no. Like, stop me if I start with a false premise, and I'll do the same.
Okay,
Saves us time in the
so
long run.
my favorite movies? Is that what you asked?
Yeah,
me?
yeah, go for it. Just give me a random favorite movie of yours.
Let's go Cabin in the Woods. I like that.
So that film is way too transparent because the characters are all so stereotypical that even though they're trying to go for a parody, the entire idea is kind of ruined by the fact you can tell that from the get-go. It's not a surprise when anything happens that's trying to insult the genre itself. It's not very clever because it's so transparent that all of these characters are made for this.
I'd say you are so smart and perceptive for picking up on that through your first time. I applaud
Oh,
you.
Come on.
And-
Oh wait, you didn't know that Cabin in the Woods was a parody?
What? Why? Where did that come from?
I thought that's what you just said.
No, he's saying he knew it was a parody, but still saw
Yeah.
it was going to happen because of the transparency of it.
You get
And
my
I'm
point,
applauding-
right? There's no film
Yeah,
I
I
wouldn't
get
be able
your
to argue
point.
this for. So we would prefer if we stick to like things that are actually there that we can, you know, prove or disprove. And you can end your sentence. You can, like, if we're having a ones and zeros talk, and then you end with saying, "Okay, fine. I just don't like the way they did it." I'd be like, "That's fine.
Yeah, that's I think how most of this is going.
That's fine."
And like I said
It's
earlier,
not objectively
well,
bad though.
No, that's what I said earlier. I think I was off.
Earlier, you said that it's not objectively bad movie; it's objectively badly written.
And
Or
objectively
objectively
average.
okay.
And I'm also open to having my mind changed. I'm not,
Yeah, sure.
completely rigid.
But this is what
I
I
don't
mean.
know if I believe that though.
The only thing that prevents the conversation moving forward is if you just go, okay, fine, that logically is sound. Let's move on to another point because I still don't. And then you can at the end tell us like if we've made you feel differently on a subjective level. Because we're trying to keep our feelings out as well. Like, if you say to us, the White Widow was clearly working with the CIA the whole time, and I respond, yeah, well, I like that. Like, I would be doing a disservice to you.
I see. Yeah.
But, you know, and you're welcome to call me out if I do something like that at some point.
Okay. Well, this is a little pause point. My dog really has to go outside. Is it okay if I let her out?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. I'll be right back.
French vanilla situation.
I'm not.
Good reference.
I'm not talking too much, am I?
I think you're supposed to be, so it's okay. Like,
You're the star of the show,
you have all the references. Me, Rags, and Wolf only. I mean,
Hold on. What's your channel?
It's just well, it says Blessed Southpaw.
Bless it.
I changed it as a result of 27 of EFAP
course.
27.
Okay, I'm subscribing because I like your argumentation here. I want to see what other. Oh, you've only made 3 videos. I'll have to watch them.
I made more, but I privated them because they're like really old and
Tom Hanks laughs at you for 30 seconds.
Yeah, just a reaction video.
I actually watched that. It was funny.
That one.
It's a great laugh.
Yeah, you would be Southpaw who was on EFAP now, along with Theo.
Southpaw who was along with Theo, yeah.
MooLer has a master of bladders. Yeah, I mean, it was a 7-hour one. Did any of you guys go to toilet during that?
I did.
No,
I didn't either.
No, I
drink a lot of water.
I've been drinking 2 bottles of water.
Water's good for you. I drink lots of water.
Yeah, you know what's also good for you is rhino milk, spider milk. Yeah, I hear that Tom Cruise had to drink spider milk to tell the future and know that he wasn't going to catch up to Walker in London.
It's all high in nutrients.
Yeah.
And,
I have pizza and I'm happy about it.
Can't go wrong with pizza. As long as you're not putting pineapple on it, all right?
No, fuck no. That's why I've been quiet for so much of this, because I've been eating my pizza.
Yeah, like, you can tell there are certain points where something is said that me, Rags, and Wolf all want to go, wait. Like, we're all complaining.
Yeah. Oh, believe me, we're going to get to the straight Lane should have been fucking kicking Ethan in the face point. Because, I mean, in my video, I inserted Spider-Man 2 scene where J. Jonah Jameson, like, screech laughs at that. Because it's just... That's probably the meanest point in my video, because that is just such a patently stupid argument to make. It's not as bad as like peddling misinformation about the film. That's what gets me, is like that's to make up a plot hole from whole cloth is pretty fucking bad. But I think that the worst suggestion that he made was Lane, who is in a straitjacket, should just kick Ethan in the face and make him crash his car.
I remember that.
And then lecture him about saving what he loves or some shit.
Well, out of curiosity, are you going to bring up some of the jokes from the video?
Not in my video, no, but in...
But here?
Do you want to talk about it in the chat? We can talk about it.
I mean, probably wait for him to come back, right?
'Cause
the thing is, I'm not sure how far we'll get with that, other than it's they're harsh.
I mean,
there's a couple...
I kind of want to ask him what he thinks the problem is with a 56-year-old man and a 35-year-old woman.
I think it was just set up for a joke.
You know what?
Yeah, that was set up for a joke.
I know, yeah, and you know what that joke was? It was dumps Michelle Monaghan.
Yeah.
Turned 40. But here's the thing. They broke up in Ghost Protocol. Ghost Protocol came out in 2011. How old was Michelle Monaghan when that came out? 35.
What you say his joke isn't consistent.
It's not accurate, is what I'm saying. It's consistent, but I mean that's the thing, is his jokes are consistently not accurate. He jokes about Anton Yelchin getting like run over when he actually got pinned and crushed and asphyxiated, which makes it all so much better. Yeah, no. You know what? It's a great joke. It's you know, it's also a great joke. This person died in a plane crash, just like John Lennon. See, you can just make references to celebrity deaths that are totally factually inaccurate.
There
and it's
are
funny.
times where people can do it and it can be funny. Though I'm not going to say it can't be funny. Like, well, that's subjective anyway. Like, whether or not you fucking laugh is just your deal. But the idea of just referencing a tragic death. I mean, 9/11 gets made into a joke regularly.
It
but
was
obviously,
shoehorned in, though.
it'll be interesting to see what he has to say, I guess.
I'm back, by the way. I got some of that.
Yeah. So your Anton Yelchin reference. So Anton Yelchin, I'm not sure if you know how he died. You know that it involves a car, but he got pinned between his Jeep Cherokee and a brick pillar, and he was crushed and asphyxiated, and it wasn't instant. Okay.
Very
so you
sad.
mentioned, it is, and so you mentioned that Ilsa gets run over like Anton Yelchin when she rolls over the roof of Ethan's car.
Yeah,
that's,
I mean, well,
that's
here's the deal with
reference,
that.
man.
It's just an undercooked joke. That's all it is.
Yeah,
I mean, because this is totally like I could counter this argument myself, but I'll still ask it. You think it was a bit harsh?
Sure, but the tragedy, the bigger the tragedy, the bigger the laugh, right?
The greater the suffering, the greater.
Yes.
That's a strong reference. I'm surprised you just pulled that out, Rags. Nice.
I mean, I'm sure you keep me around for a reason.
I mean, wait, did you
I'm just trying to
manage
pull
to
my weight
actually
around here.
remember Mission Impossible 4?
No, that is too complicated.
Well, anyway, yeah, you made the Philip Seymour Hoffman joke as well, and my take on it is literally just that they're really easy jokes, and it's just kind of like, all right. Yep.
That was more so like it just sounded disrespectful.
I just don't think it was funny.
Sure, that's fine,
is
but I
fine.
mean, we could probably go around Rags and Wolf, and you've
All my
made
jokes are
some
hilarious.
jokes.
Well, this is
See,
the thing. We've
you know,
totally made harsh jokes.
absolutely, and the Anton Yelchin was undercooked. I even Googled celebrities that got ran over, and I was like,
Wow.
Really?
you so then you could have. I've got an alternative
Came up
idea.
with Paul Walker. He didn't get ran over. The closest was Anton. I was like, whatever. I'll just put it in.
I mean, the alternative would have been just she gets run over. Like, you didn't have to shoehorn. You didn't have to put in an inaccurate reference there. It could have just been he runs her over.
So
Sure.
You just really wanted to have a someone got run over joke, right? That was probably it.
I mean, dude, my sister, so she's 8 years older than me, but when she was 4, she actually got run over by a car. Now, I'm not doing this to guilt trip you, but like maybe I could say something like, and then this person, like my sister did when she was 4 or something, and it'd be a little fucked up, yes, but there'd actually be some sort of accuracy there, and it'd be like an inside joke, I guess. But the Anton Yelchin reference was just weird.
My girlfriend got hit by a car.
No, is she okay?
Nobody heard that. Everybody's surprised to have a girlfriend. But yeah, she's fine. Her knee's a little messed up.
How recent was it?
Oh boy, like 2011.
Okay.
Oh, fucking cow. That's old news.
Nearly a hit and run. The guy would have drove away if there weren't a cop there.
Okay.
So anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? I just saw it on screen, so I have to bring this up. You compared Mission Impossible Fallout to Jack and Jill.
That's
No, I just put up a clip. Did I? Yeah.
Jack and Jill was in there, dude. And I have to say, like, oh, that's a low blow. Jack and Jill is just garbage.
Jack and Jill is like one of the worst movies ever made.
I'm sure it is. I haven't seen it, and I never will. Hopefully.
You've never seen it?
God, no.
I feel like you should now.
Yeah, like as punishment, I guess.
Like for the crime of making this video, you have to watch Jack and Jill.
No.
Yeah, this is your penance, man.
I think I've already gotten enough penance, to be fair.
No, not enough.
Not
really enough. No.
Well, anyway, do you want to move on to the car one you mentioned?
The car one?
You know, with Lane doing the old kickaroo.
Oh, yeah. So, to spice up the car chase, when Ilsa is chasing after Ethan on a motorcycle, and Lane's in the car with Ethan. So, You mentioned that, despite of that scene, Lane, who I should mention is shackled up and in a straitjacket,
Yeah.
should have tried kicking Ethan in the face, and would have likely made him crash his car. And then Ilsa would have easily caught up to them and then gone over and killed Lane. Do you understand?
Yeah, I mean, it was
'Cause
just a
Lane-
suggestion. It wasn't. It was more of an example of like, let's just maybe think of something to shake up the scene, not do exactly as I say.
Have
Wait,
a character act like
before
a
you continue,
moron?
do you have anything to say? Like, do you think that was just that all pans out? Like,
Not necessarily. I'm just trying to, because I was comparing. Well, in the context of the video, I'm comparing that action scene to the car chase from Rogue Nation, which I think is a much better chase scene. So, I mean, because it had a little bit more going on with it. And I'm just saying, maybe we throw in another element to spice it up a bit.
like
it doesn't
Solomon
have
Lane kicking, that's all good.
No, it doesn't have to be what I said. That's
Then
just
why even
an offhand
bring-
example.
Well, I don't even know
like,
why bother making a suggestion if you agree that it's bad.
Well, what if Solomon goes into a rage, seeing it's Tom Cruise, and he's like, "Oh, Tom, he's gonna like go
But
across
he's
this
been
whole
making
plan."
this plan.
His character is very. He bides his time. He
gotta-
definitely plays the long game. He's cunning. He keeps his emotion in
We
check.
gotta rewind.
mention-
We gotta
just got-
rewind. Remember, he wants him to be John Locke. He's trying to frame him. So if anything, you should be
Yes.
relieved that Tom Cruise is driving that car.
And this is all setting aside the fact that he just got shot, and Tom Cruise is the one trying to keep that from happening again. So he has a
Yeah.
vested interest in not pissing off Tom Cruise.
Yep.
Okay, sure, but
It's a terrible, terrible suggestion,
It
man.
would be an awful thing for him.
It-
to
it-
do.
like-
Yeah.
looking at semantics from my video, where
No, it's
my
not
point
semantics.
was-
You
It's
said
not
it.
semantics.
Literally suggested it. You
My
literally
point
suggested it.
was that the action scene from Rogue Nation was better.
Okay,
That's all
can
I-
It's not an argument, though. You
How
gotta
about-
stop taking up other
Yep.
pieces from a
Well,
previous
they-
movie.
Evolve
give-
into more than just what they initially start out as.
give me a minute to explain why that chase scene is so great, okay? So, Rogue Nation, sure, it's got flashier choreography. You've got the car like driving through these tight alleyways and very precise driving, and there's that cool spinning trick that Ethan does there.
Six-spin move.
The six spinning move, and then they're driving on these. Okay, that's all well and good. However, because the geography of the scene in Fallout is different, they can't have that. So what they have instead is interesting, like an interesting conflict that the scene represents. Are you following? Because what's happening here is Ethan needs Lane alive so he can give him over to the Apostles and get the plutonium back. The entire point is to get the plutonium back. Okay. Now Ilsa is allies with Ethan. She's not just like an assassin that he would be like having no qualms of killing. He knows her personally, and that's why he hesitates when he's like, should I run her over? And then he decides to do it. But basically, you've got an ally of Ethan's who now has a different goal that's mutually exclusive to his, and she needs to kill Lane so that she can return home. Because the idea was she was working undercover for 2 years with Lane. She outright states this in that courtyard scene where they meet afterwards. So she has a great reason to try to kill Lane, and Ethan has a great reason to keep Lane alive. And the whole point of the scene is that they are on opposite sides here, and they have mutually exclusive goals. You don't think that that's a good conflict? You don't think that the scene's intense?
When I was in the theater, I wasn't feeling anything, and that's me. That's
That
not
is you.
objective or anything. That's me.
But the thesis of your video was that Mission Impossible Fallout, you sincerely believe that Mission Impossible Fallout is an objectively bad movie.
Well, he said that that's
that-
changed now, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I've given it a good thought, and I don't think it was correct.
But would you still hold that it's poorly written objectively?
I think the dialogue is bad, and yes.
Okay.
You
Let's-
think the dialogue is bad?
He's the hammer. I'm the. What is it? He's the hammer.
No,
Ethan's a
no,
scalpel.
no.
It goes something to the effect of, you use a scalpel, I prefer a hammer.
Right. that's
Wolf, you're actually 100% accurate. I saw
Yeah,
it
nice.
today.
I've got the script
an
as well.
old line.
Okay.
They use that line in like a Medal of Honor trailer in like 2011. It's just something you hear a lot, and it's a pretty generic line of dialogue.
Is that an inaccurate line to describe the two characters?
Ethan's
Just because it's
precise.
accurate doesn't mean it's good.
Ethan,
Just because it's
Well,
accurate doesn't mean
what's
it's bad.
about it?
Ethan's very precise. Walker is very blunt. He's a blunt instrument, and
And their histories as well represent that. I really like the line where he says, like, you're known for killing all of the people you sent after, when we know that that doubles up as a way to protect his own identity.
But before we move on from that, MooLer, you know what I caught a couple viewings ago was, you know how there's that mission briefing in Belfast at the beginning?
Right.
They show a picture of these CIA guys standing over the dead bodies of some apostles. All of their faces have like black bars over them, but you can clearly make out that one is Walker with the mustache and the haircut and the build and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
This is a nice little detail.
It's mostly the mustache, though. Mustache.
Yeah.
The mustache that destroyed a movie.
He's bringing mustaches back.
The
dude.
most expensive mustache in the world.
Yeah, I don't know. You use a scalpel, I prefer a hammer. I always like that line. I don't see any problem with it.
I mean, I'm going to use that in my story. It's about, police officers, and one says, the law is a scalpel. It's a simple line that, just.
Is there anything else that made you feel the dialogue was bad?
I mean, I can't remember offhand. I haven't looked at the movie since I made the video.
Mm-hmm.
But I initially had a thing planned where I was going to have a montage of the dumb lines, and then I was even going to cut to the line from the Medal of Honor trailer. And
if it's in another thing, does that make it bad?
It makes it generic. Not necessarily bad, but a little.
So hold on. How do you know that they even knew what Medal of Honor was, much less seen it?
It's a common term used. It's not like, an out of the ordinary genius line. It's just.
I don't think anybody said it was such a. I don't think that ever came up in conversation.
I don't think I've ever heard anyone say that was a genius line. I can't even think.
I like it.
Particular one-liners. I'm just trying to figure out why you think it's bad.
Yeah, I like it because it's reincorporated.
Because here's the thing: generic does not mean mad or bad. Sorry, just because something is unoriginal doesn't therefore make it a negative.
I never said, "Wow, so profound." It's like the Last Jedi saying, "Failure is the best teacher." I never said that. No one ever said that. It's just it's a neat little line that sums up the dynamic between those two characters. And that's it.
It's reincorporated several times. That's why it's what I would call strong.
Yeah, it establishes very early on what these two characters are like, how different they are from each other, and also, like you mentioned that you felt like Rogue Nations is better. So, like, is it really a valid criticism to compare an action scene that's good to a scene from a different movie that you think is better?
Yeah, because these movies are about one-upping themselves and having a better action scene than the previous.
What happens if someone hasn't seen action sequences? I think that
because it was better in one movie doesn't make
bigger doesn't mean better. Just because even if they try to one-up themselves, it doesn't mean that one-upping it will necessarily make it a better film.
Yeah, you need context. You need like an in-universe justification for the scene to be taking place.
Maybe sort of help him get there. Like, you make the statement that the airplane drop is the best action scene in the whole movie. Would you stand by that?
Me or Southpaw?
Yeah, you.
Yeah, I like that one quite a lot.
Yeah, so do I. But my favorite is the bathroom one.
That's a great one too. Yeah, I like that one.
Point being that if the logic is that wherever the best scene is, as well as I'm talking specifically in the movie. Remember you say something like you don't open with the best one because then it makes the other ones, like, they'll suffer for being worse as action scenes. Like, first of all, establishing which is better is pretty hard if they're all extremely well choreographed and filmed. But
I'm a motorcycle man.
The least favorite in terms of stunt and craziness for me is probably just, if you can count it as a full-on action scene, just the car with Lane, because I'm thinking more about the characters than I am about the action compared to the other scenes. That scene isn't ruined by the fact that I've seen better action scenes before it, if you understand.
Yeah, I'm not going to say that action scene has like it's just this amazing car chase, but like what's going on substance wise is so much better than most car chases that I see.
Yeah, and it's something that the aeroplane drop and the bathroom thing don't have. We don't have character conflicts going on. It's just these characters are just trying to, make the best of the situation that they're currently in, compared to the lane car chase where there's lots going on, because Ilsa's the one who's orchestrating this, and he's having to defend the villain from the previous film that hates him. It's like there's lots of like, oh shit. All these crossovers.
The final fist fight between Ethan and Walker at the end isn't like as impressive as the bathroom fight. But it's still good. These guys are tired. They just survived a helicopter crash.
Yeah, the hand-to-hand bit's great.
It's like they're fighting like real people would fight in those circumstances, and it's on the side of a cliff.
Oh, and
it's fucking awesome.
You know what? You're still in good company around, because YMS thinks this movie's bad anyway.
Oh, my savior!
you got that. So.
Yeah. No, look, I'm gonna be honest with you. Okay, I'll admit I misused objective. It's fine. I'm not afraid to be wrong. Everybody's wrong. It just sucks to be wrong on this scale. Okay. I didn't like the movie. That's not going to change. And I mean, it's been 3 hours. I only have so much. I don't even care. I just don't care. I'll admit to whatever. It's too much. It's a lot. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, you saying you'd like to sort of stop, is it?
Well, we can keep going if the chat wants to, hear more. If that's what the people want, then we'll keep going. But I made this video a long time ago. I'm over it. I don't like the movie. Everybody else loves the movie. I'm wrong. Fine. It's fine.
Well, you're not wrong for not liking it. It's fine.
Well, I got some things wrong, and things to that effect. It's clearly upset a lot of people. That was never the intent. That's never my intent. Yeah,
I think
it happens.
It disseminated misinformation. It was inaccurate, and it was
but not intentionally. So I messed up.
Yeah, that's why I said. Yeah, I said that there was 2 explanations. You either didn't pay attention to the film, or
I missed it.
There were 2 explanations that you either that you either missed it, or you just were lying by omission. And I'm saying I think that you just weren't paying attention to the film.
I've never lied in a video. Anything I get wrong is intentional. But I was going to say something, but I forgot. Damn it. That's fine.
All right, then.
I got Daddy YMS on my side. Like, we can keep
he had
going.
to invent a scene that didn't exist to justify what he thought. So,
yeah. Using a Screen Rant article. Screen Rant's garbage, by the way.
Yeah, that was actually, I do kind of want to ask, why would you even bring that in? Like,
I doubled over when I saw that, man.
I don't know.
Holy shit! No way.
Anything about Screen Rant, so
No, I don't mean. I mean just the process. You're like, I'm going to counter an argument from an article that's not even accurate to the film. Like, it's weird.
I just wanted to get to the bottom of what was happening in the movie.
It was a plot hole that didn't exist.
Did what exist?
The plot hole. You said this is a massive plot hole, but we literally just went over why it wasn't a plot hole, and you conceded.
No, apparently it didn't, but it's like, I think I said in my video, this movie and my brain simply just don't commingle. I've watched complicated movies, I keep up with complicated TV shows, and I don't have a problem, but for whatever reason, this movie and myself just don't synergize at all.
So you probably shouldn't have made a video on it then.
That's unfortunate. Well, I mean, my brain doesn't synchronize with a lot of stuff, but I'm not going to make videos about it. If I like something and I know that there's a reason why, I will. If I don't like something and there are great reasons why, I will. But man, if I have a difficult time with coming up with reasons as to why, and because my brain just doesn't commingle with it, I don't care about it, and so I'm not going to waste the time and effort on elaborating why.
Yeah, it's the same situation I have with Nier Automata. Like, I recognize the game as pretty good for what it does, but I don't personally like it. I can't get into it. But I wouldn't make a video on it because it would have no real objective truth to any of my opinions on it.
Yeah, like, you know, you're allowed to not like good movies, but it's still a good movie.
Okay. I mean, sure. Yeah. But I really just want to put it behind me. I'm, you
I
know,
mean, yeah, it's all good. I think we've pretty much gone across what we were trying to go for.
if
Yeah,
he really
basically.
wants to go through more stuff, you know, I'll sit here, I'll do it.
Well, is there any big
Um,
things you'd like to get covered?
It doesn't even matter because, you know,
I have a question, just regarding like the escalation factor. So you suggested that like that the Halo jump should have been moved to later in the film. Where?
well, within the, you know, it's like you say, you have to change the whole movie. Within the current structure, putting it, you could potentially put it before the helicopter chase going from wherever they were, I think it was London to Kashmir.
Would
You
would
can,
would Walker still be the bad guy?
yeah, you know,
So
you make up some dumb reason that, well, why they have to do it.
why would okay, well, the thing is that in that
And then
scene,
he can't help Walker in that scenario, right?
yeah, and Ilsa isn't going to jump out into a thunderstorm. Benji won't do it. Luther won't do it.
Why
It
wouldn't
makes no
Elsa do it?
sense.
I think Elsa actually might.
No, she is smart. She is not going to jump out into a thunderstorm.
I honestly thought that having Henry Cavill get knocked out by lightning didn't even need to be there. Like, I thought just the jump on its own was good enough.
No,
It was
no. Like,
good.
yeah, it's cool and all, but the fact that Ethan has to prevent this guy from dying before the mission even begins, because otherwise Sloane is going to ream his ass. Yeah, that adds extra tension. Like,
Sure.
if oh my god, wait, so you don't even think that there should have been like a danger in the scene, that it should have just been a string scene from the plane to the ground?
No, there's a good point, actually. Yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
so
dear.
we need more than just a really impressively shot Halo jump. Like, it's great, it's well shot, it's very well shot, man, but like, we need a danger, we need like some stakes there, and you lose that if you move it from that to like to Kashmir, because Walker's no longer on their team. If they try to do it in London, well, there's still like no good reason for them to do it. But also, you've got Walker and you've got Lane and Benji and Luther together, traveling by van. Because like, why would they have Lane skydive into London? And again, Benji and Luther just wouldn't do it. Do you guys honestly think that Benji or Lane would want to Halo jump anywhere? I don't think that they could do it.
Yeah, but I don't see him in that role.
Yeah.
It
So-
would seem. Yeah.
So then if they do it in London, because they're not going to have Lane, you would have Lane traveling by car with Benji and Luther, and then you'd have Ethan and Walker up in a plane. You see what I'm saying here? It makes no sense. There's no justification in universe for it to happen later on in the movie, but there is one early in the movie. And additionally, it serves as a hook. It's a hook for the audience. Like Fringy mentioned, you know, like, it really sucked him into the movie because of how awesome it was.
Oh, yeah. Sure. I can see that.
Did that for me too. Rags, Wolf, MooLer, you want to chime in?
I mean, I love the whole thing, so.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, I really liked it all.
just that shot when his face comes into frame 3 feet away from the camera. It's great. The first time I saw that, I thought that was so good.
Mhm.
But, you know, I thought that action scene was so good that it overshadowed the other scenes in the movie.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't mean to beat a dead horse or feed a fed horse or whatever
Yeah.
phrasing we're using nowadays. It's just, I did have to point that out. There's an in-universe justification and context behind every action scene that takes place here.
Yeah, just I guess like the only thing is just because we all have to do this, just to be a bit more careful with the actual source. Because again, as Wolf said at the beginning, like or near the beginning, that there was something people were calling him out for about submarine related thing in Aquaman, like loads of the comments. So he made up a follow-up video acknowledging he made a small mistake that then led into several more flaws, and it's just like an amendment that we all do. My TFA part 1, I mentioned 3 criticisms that are legit just bad moves on my part. I made mistakes. It always happens. We're not looking to like burn you at the stake. We're just curious how you're gonna, react to it. That's all, and if you acknowledge it or not. Because what we usually get, or at least what we can get, is people saying like, "Well, that's just your opinion." It's like, it's not though.
Well, I mean, it sucks. Everybody gets things wrong, and I'll use all this as a lesson to improve, of course. But it's impossible to not mess up. But all you can do is try to improve.
I respect the hell out of you for coming on here in a 1v4 scenario and being willing to admit that you're wrong.
Well, thank you.
It's a lot more than
I would
what.
second that. 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not afraid to be wrong. It just, like I said, it sucks to be wrong on a scale like this.
Yeah,
that's
I would
the
agree.
hard part.
I mean, in my video, I mentioned that it's morally okay to be wrong because you have like incorrect information. I was one of the people that was fooled by the Covington Catholic crap.
What's that? What's that?
You don't want to know.
Basically, people found this video that seemed to show some kids wearing MAGA hats, mocking a Native American man.
Oh, that whole thing.
That thing. Yeah. So I was fooled by that initially, and then I saw the whole video, and I was like, God damn, I fucked up there. I was so wrong. But and it's okay. But the thing is that I made several Facebook posts about it before learning that, and then I had to make a Facebook post saying I got this wrong, and I owned up to it, and it's okay to do that. It's not it's just a lot of the guys that EFAP covers will not admit that or will refuse to come on here because they would feel outnumbered, and I think that it's great that you did, come on.
It's tough. And this is not, you could say, like, this is just because you have big egos, but, like, I'm not sure about Wolf, but I know me and Rags would happily jump into Rags and is wet. It would both, we jump into fucking...
Rags is wet?
Yeah, that's the fucking meme.
Yeah.
You might want to rephrase that.
Rags are wet?
Rags is a weird grape. The point is that we would probably... if you said there are 4 YouTubers who've... gone into your video that have many people thinking that it's now bad, and they're offering you to have a chat about it, I'd be like, sure, I'll jump in. It's annoying if the 4 of them weren't letting me speak and constantly coming over me, which I'm not going to say has never happened in this conversation. It can happen, but like I said, I wouldn't have a problem with it being 4 personally, but I can totally understand why someone would find it troubling, which is why I'd be like, yeah, I respect you for doing it.
It's a bit daunting, I'll admit.
I mean,
you're a completely different audience than what I guess content creator, because you go for the length of it, and you're like, you have faith that people are going to sit through your video and watch it. And I gotta keep it fast and snappy to keep them engaged.
I don't think MooLer goes for length specifically, though.
Thoroughness.
It just goes in. It just becomes long because he has to talk about so many things.
Yeah, length is an unavoidable consequence of doing a different thing.
I only covered 20 minutes of your video. Like I only showed and responded to it because if I had to show the whole thing, it would have been a good 4 hours long minimum. But I just tried to stick to the most important stuff and just have 20 minutes, and then there's 40 minutes of me talking. That's all. Like if I made a terrible video, if I made a video wrong at several points, then I would have to admit that was wrong. However, if I was making a video about why Fallout is good and I went into detail, if I did like a reverse MooLer and did like a 5-hour long video on like just praising Fallout on an objective level, and someone took issue with that and they had an EFAP like podcast and they wanted to have me on to debate me, I'd go on because I truly believe it's a good film, and you can very easily defend it. And you know, I do believe that your belief was sincere. But yeah,
Which
Okay.
would pretty much conclude the Mission Impossible saga, I think. If there's anything else anyone wants to say.
What a doozy, huh?
Beautiful. I
Quite.
mean, seriously, like, and this is not some kind of jipe, snipe at your video. Like, I actually am considering it being my pick for the best movie of 2018. I'm not sure, but having had to go into the script in depth and find all these things that connect everything up, I was like, shit, man. I'm trying to think of what else in 2018 would beat it. It's like there's a couple of the Oscar
Spider-Verse.
Yeah,
Black
that would be one suggestion. I thought The Favorite was good. I don't know who's seen that here.
I want to see it.
And there's
Get around to it
because
one
like
day.
as much as I like Infinity War, I don't think it can hold up the writing criticisms like all the other films are able to. But yeah, no, I think this has been productive and entertaining. I'm gonna be.
Oh, as long as people were entertained. I mean, that's the number one goal, right?
Yeah,
As much of
inform
a
and
shit show
entertain.
as it was for me, if they're
Yeah.
entertained, there's a plus.
So my plan is pretty much just read out the super chats we've gotten, and then let you guys talk about your channels for a bit if you'd like to. And
Okay.
I was going to check out a video, but I mean we've reached nearly 3 hours, and this was what you could call an emergency EFAP. We weren't planning on it. It was just so that it was a time we could get everyone together.
I was
So
looking forward
this
to
is an
returning. the
EFAP under
favor.
5 hours. Mauler, you're getting lazy.
I didn't expect us to take that long on Mission Impossible. I'm sorry.
I mean, I did ask you.
Ask me what?
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
You
I
cut out.
asked you if there was. I asked you if there was going to be a time limit on the Mission Impossible discussion, and
No,
yeah,
no.
sure enough, it's.
We never like time limits on things if they're
Time
running, but we do
limits.
get to choose whether or not to start
Limits.
another thing, you know?
Yeah,
Sometimes it
of
can
course.
be. But yeah, anyway, unless there's anything anyone else wants to say about Mission Impossible, I'll probably jump into this.
Great movie. Aces.
It's the
Excellent.
first right thing that he said. sorry, Red. I just no offense.
So, hey Mole, I loved your Aquaman video and didn't even get bored the third time. Almost as good as your Fallout 76 one. Thank you very much. Worked hard on both of them. Rags and Wolf
They
had
were
cameos in each one. Great new video, Rags. Really liked it. I guess that's a
Thanks.
genuine one.
Yeah, oh yeah, I did release a video today. Yeah.
I disappeared for an hour last stream, and that's when you cover H-Bomber Guy. I feel silly for my super chat. I think someone did have a super chat late into the previous stream where they're asking us to cover the thing, and we were like, oh yeah, check 6 hours ago, I think was the joke. Fuck me, I can't keep doing this. Akiba with $49.99. Thank you very much. If it's like causing you harm, you don't have to, sir. Where's the gay frogman? I'm afraid Fringy is not.
Oh god, people were calling him Froggled Croak in the chat earlier.
Froggled
Have you seen he's doing a redesign for his art? And there's no frog in there. I was so sad. I hope he has a frog badge on his character. That's all we need. Come on, Fringy. 5 of you.
Fringy.
That's
Do it.
so. There's gonna be a couple of super chats that are gonna be playing around with some of the stuff said today. Don't take it too seriously. But one of them says 5 of you. That's more than several names to remember.
That's half the characters in Fallout.
Ban him.
All right. MooLer, I just finished your Riley video. Yeah, worked really hard on that one. Enjoying it. Nice to see you here, Ren. Always got some respect
How
for
did
someone.
that one even get started?
I don't remember. I think it was an accident the first time around. Someone. Someone's gonna have to. We need an EFAP law expert. to be able to
We need a
explain
lore
that.
master. We need an archivist, a librarian, a keeper of the lore.
Someone was respecting me. Let's hear it.
Hey, nice to see you here, Ren. Always got some respect for someone who's willing to take on their critics. Rhino Milk for all.
Rhino Milk, my boy.
It's every time we have a new guest, we're like, how are they gonna react to Rhino Milk? Well, I want you to know that I would drag my balls through a kilometer of glass just to hear you do booty claps into a walkie-talkie.
Mm.
All right.
What the fuck?
Have you guys heard of / watched B Dobbins for the win? Is he one of the?
He's
Huh?
one of the guys that went kind of insane over the past couple of years.
What
Which
did he
sucks.
A lot of his
Well,
old stuff is great.
well,
What did
he
he-
started getting way more into politics and shoving it into his videos where it really didn't belong. Because he used to make really good content, and then, oh my god, I don't even think I would really disagree with him politically that much, but I don't like it when people force their politics into their shit. So I ended up unsubscribing
So
from him.
here's the thing: I fucking hate Trump.
Fucking hate Trump. Yeah, he definitely got
it was
got caught up in
on
the
that
Orange Man
level.
bad thing for a while.
It was on that level, but it was like every video for like a year. I think he's stopped doing it. But I don't know. I haven't watched him in quite a long time.
He hasn't done it anymore, I can attest. I've actually edited his most recent video, and I'm editing his next one as well.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh,
So-
he hasn't edited his own videos.
Well, I mean, he needs the master to step in and take care of it. That's all there is to it.
How do you become a master if you don't
Go on.
It makes
if you don't
sense.
do it yourself?
No. He needs
He's
a
saying
master.
he's hiring the man.
Yeah.
Let's do the work for him.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not learning from. That's paying someone to do it for you.
In an example of Star Wars Long Men Bad, I watched a 2-hour deconstruction of Kriya from KOTOR 2 and then a 15-minute video of KOTOR 2 versus TLJ that said nothing. It can happen. I mean, it's pretty... If you have a movie review, for example, and it's 5 minutes long, and we're like, ooh, they're going to have to talk fast, and they're going to have to condense a lot of shit quickly to be able to say a lot of significant things, unless they're doing the whole... I like the action. The actors did pretty well.
The way they did
I
it.
think the story was okay, the way that they did it. Then
Yep.
you get a lot of like, this movie is well received.
You freed it out for me.
You freak me out.
Either my point is just that yeah, like there's a straw man that goes around that MooLer is like, oh, MooLer won't watch a video unless it's X amount of time long. I'm just like, no, I'll give him a chance. It's just Jesus Christ, if you release a 4.5-minute take on Hill House as a series, I don't know why I should watch that. I'm just like, what could you possibly say? Other than I liked
it's
it.
So low
Are you
effort.
saying
It's
Short
so
Man bad?
lazy.
Short Man very bad.
Short Man, very bad. Absolutely.
Was that the Netflix miniseries, Hill House?
Yes.
Okay. I missed that one.
If a 10-hour series is a miniseries.
I was actually, yeah, does it count as a miniseries? It's one season, they're planning a
it?
second one.
Oh, Band of Brothers was, I believe, 10 episodes, and that's classified as a
Isn't
miniseries?
it? Band of Brothers is one season though, right?
That's fine.
Yeah. I didn't know they were doing a season 2, though, for Hill House.
Yeah, they're in production now as far as I know. It's gonna be cool.
Okay. Is it connected,
Can't
or is it going to
wait.
be like American Horror Story?
I think it's gonna be disconnected actually, from what I've heard.
Okay.
which
But
is
they'll
good.
have the same... Wait, will they have the same name then? They can't. Like, I'm not sure how that's gonna work actually.
The Haunting of
Oh,
The Hill House Chronicles.
Treehouse. I don't know.
it'll be the haunting of something something. That's probably what they'll do. Anyway, if you could hand someone a noose and tell them to do their best impression of Robin Williams, who would it be? Wow.
Oh,
Mm,
Probably me, huh, guys?
yeah.
No,
Yeah.
I actually like it when people keep making videos, but prefer that they're not, you know, down with Thrusty. You know Down with Thrust? You must do if you know B. Dobbins.
I don't
speaking of hanging, have you heard of Downward Thrust?
No. Is he doing okay? Like his channel?
His name is
Robin Williams is
Tonal
dead.
Bloke. Excuse you?
Have some respect.
Have some respect.
Respect Tonal.
Well, yeah, he's like the EFAP punching bag. His videos are hilarious.
Yeah, I think I've seen one of his videos, and I had to tap out.
I mean,
yeah.
as long as you don't listen to him, you'd be fine. So I don't see what the problem is. Like
I just wasn't interested.
There's plenty of reasons for that, I think. But yeah, fair enough. Because like he's just amazing. Is the word for it.
Does he
He's
know
the-
of your existence? Does he know you watch him?
I don't
And-
know.
I know he back when I still had a Twitter account, he replied to a tweet I made. I don't remember what the tweet was or what he replied with, but he might know at least about a couple of us. I don't know if he knows about our coverage though.
I'd like to think he does, but if he doesn't, it's like worlds apart. Like in his world, he's
Oh my
making
God.
these great breakdowns that people take very seriously. In our world, he is like a joker, or like a jester sort of thing. Like he's hilarious.
This is him.
That's tonal look right there.
This is a very freakishly accurate drawing to what he looks like.
And you might be like, wow, you're being really harsh to the guys, and you're just making videos. It's like, oh, he's sold so much misinformation.
Is his name Tonald? Is that his real name?
Well, his name is he says his name is Tone, but that's not a real name, so we called him Tonald. And that quote, the most relevant games that stand up today are the ones that gel with our current gameplay trends. That's a literal quote from him.
He has so many good ones.
And that founder of the intellectual gaming community, in one of his videos, he literally put in he literally put in downward thrust intellectual gaming community beneath that. Like, these are literal things that he's done.
I don't even think I would call myself
The guy just makes up incomprehensible word salad videos.
I was about to say, did it take us 3 hours to get through 5 minutes of one of his videos? Wasn't that?
Oh man, it's like every sentence, the hits just keep coming, man.
Like I'm looking forward
also,
to us covering him again. He's so much fun.
I do too.
To put this into perspective, he mispronounces words all the time, and he once mispronounced arguably and pronounced it arguably. And so we all started making a bunch of pirate voices, and that led to me and MooLer binge watching the entire Pirates of the Caribbean series.
Tonald is intrinsic.
These are arguably getting worse and worse.
These are arguably getting worse.
Arguably, one could say this series is a sinking ship.
But like,
arguably, we should have just stayed with the first movie.
His recent blunder is that he said DMC is repetitive, the new one, and
it's a button masher.
Yeah, and then they found out through his gameplay that he was playing it on automatic. On I believe it was on easier difficulties as well. So it's just like
human mode.
Hell.
Is that what it's called?
Sorry.
Yeah, I think it's called human mode, right? I
don't know.
Opened it up yesterday, and I played 30 minutes of it, and I really, really enjoyed it. That's not what we're talking about.
Good old Tonald. He's just a mainstay here. He's wonderful. And if ever do you understand him guesting on EFAP would be incredible.
The greatest thing ever.
Can you imagine watching a video with Tonald's commentary with us, like talking about its flaws?
Do you think he has those random pregnant pauses, even like when his general day-to-day talk? Like we just have to wait a really long time for him to finish a sentence?
I hope so. Where is Lord Doomcock? Please have him guest again. Also, have fun on the stream. Can't stay. We're probably gonna get him back at some point, and I still want to have like an episode maybe where we have geeks and gamers and world class Buddhist at the same time. Because me and Wolf went on his show, and we always said we'd try and have him on EFAP at some point. And it would be fun to have them both because they're both pretty.
There's some lore behind my interactions with geeks and gamers.
Yeah, there you go. And we can talk about Captain Marvel with them because they. Well, I don't think they've seen.
That's all that he talks about, though. Like literally 5 videos per day. I mean, honestly, man, like if you just made one.
In fairness, I didn't know it beforehand, but it's not just the same guy who makes videos on Geeks and Gamers. It's like 3 or 4 different people.
I know, but still, it's like
World Class Bullshit gave my Captain Marvel a 5, and I was like, ugh.
Out of 5.
That's generous. No, out of 10.
5 out of.
Which you might be like, isn't that fair? I'd be like, no.
It wishes
I haven't
it
seen
could
it.
be average.
Tomorrow at noon, I get the pleasure of seeing Miss Marvel.
Oh well.
Yeah.
I'm planning a video that's gonna rip into it down to the core. It's awful.
So anyway. It's no longer unbridled meh, right?
No, it still is.
Oh, okay.
But the film is still awful. It's weird to try and explain it, but like you can even tell in my delivery, I'm like, the way I try to explain it is it's really boring about really being bad. Like
you should.
The film is like trick people into thinking it's mediocre by being so placid.
You should title it an unbridled meh, but deliver it like a rage, and it'll subvert our expectations.
Yeah, there you go. It'll work.
Yeah. Subverting expectations is always good.
I just finished the last EFAP, and yay, another one. Beautiful. Fried chicken milk. Not sure how that works.
Yum. Greasy.
Will ER ever join EFAP more? I mean, I'll keep pestering every once in a while, see if he breaks eventually. It'd be cool. Hilarious video on Riley MooLer. Here's some Rhino milk. Thank you very much. Good job on Vermintide 2 review, Wolf. Love that game. Keep up the good book reviews.
I love it too. I love it so much. I literally know nothing about it.
genuinely confused why you all hate on Rogue One so much. It's got its flaws, but it's on an objective level. What are its problems? Not needing to me made it subjective. Not needing to me made it isn't objective. Not sure what that means. MooLer, you should do BVS too. I've always said Rogue One's my favorite out of the Disney movies, but it's still a mess.
It's like
to begin
the
with.
first 2/3 of the film are so boring, but the final third is just so great. It's like the opposite of Glass, you know?
Yeah.
Like Glass has this amazing first like 30 minutes, and then the middle is like okay, whatever, and then the final act I'm like, oh god.
I actually thought the beginning third was really great, and then really good, and then the middle was pretty excellent throughout. It's just the instant that they started killing David Dunn was when I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
You know what bothers me is that his son Joseph, he does that thing that they do in Fallen Kingdom where they go like, you're gonna try to take care of her, she's a clone, and what Joseph does is he like goes in between the Beast guy and then I think his dad, and then explains his father was on the train that Mr. Glass derailed, and I'm just thinking, wait a minute, how the fuck did Kevin not figure that out himself? The information's available on the internet. That's how Joseph found out. How have like 19 years passed and he hasn't like looked it up himself? Because
I guess that depends on what personality is controlled, because there's like 20 different personalities, right? And they all want to.
At no point in those 19 years, like
He ain't
That's a
hip with
beast.
the Google.
I mean, I don't really have a problem with him not figuring it out. I don't even have a problem with that twist. But I really love Unbreakable. You're never going to hear me the best movie ever by any stretch. But I really, really love that movie.
Me
and
too.
What they did at the end of Glass kind of felt insulting as a fan of Unbreakable.
You know what Glass did to me was it did to Split what The Last Jedi did to The Force Awakens. Like I don't want to see that film anymore because of what comes after it.
I don't
Like,
know if
I'm-
it was that bad.
Well, the thing is, Split has this cliffhanger ending. You want to see what happens next, but what happens next is fucking garbage unless you turn the film off like 30 minutes in.
Yeah, I mean, I'd still watch all three of them together, but that ending to Glass is what kills it for me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It sucks because I was loving it all the way through until the final fight where they just fucked everything up.
There was this secret Clover Society that knew about David Dunn, but did nothing about it for 19 years.
And I would have been
Ugh.
okay with the secret society shit if they alluded to it, but they didn't. They clearly just added that in at the very end because
That's
because
because
they're
they're
so
so
Yeah.
secret, Wolf.
There was no string scenes to establish it.
I thought it was really fucking funny when they have that scene where everyone's in a restaurant, they wait for the one person who's apparently not in their team to leave, and they're all like, now it's time for a secret meeting. I was like, guys, there are better ways to have meetings. Like,
Yeah.
This is weird.
that movie feels like it really should have ended as they escaped, and then we got another movie after that where they actually were trying to fight each other throughout the whole film.
Why not just an entire film of David just trying to find the beast? I would have been cool with that.
Why
I
not a
would've been cool
trilogy?
with
First
that.
movie is that, and it ends with them all getting caught. Second movie is all in hospital, with them breaking out at the end. Third one is the climax of the trilogy. I don't know.
Because I love the idea of Mr. Glass and the Beast teaming up. That's a really cool idea, but they just really didn't follow through with most of the shit they were trying to do.
Good old Shamamalam.
Oh, Shyamalan, you
Version
build
of
up my hopes.
expectations.
You like make me think, oh hey, Shyamalan can still make good movies, and then he makes another one. Oh no, there he goes again.
He goes again.
Can we get that
Um,
sweet 2 streak?
Yeah, I can't really do Shyamalan anymore. Like
I wouldn't call it like a fucking 1 like YMS did, because that's
there's
nowhere
good
near.
stuff in the film.
I'd say it's like a 5.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's just that,
I'd probably go
like-
with a 4 until rewatching it, and then giving like a solid thing.
It would have been like a solid 8 had it remained consistent in its quality throughout all 3 acts. But
I mean,
man, that final
if-
act.
If the final act was better, then I would have given it like a 7 and would have been like, okay, this is a good trilogy, but otherwise it's like a really good duology with a really, really mediocre,
It's
not very
duology,
good third.
sir.
No, it's biology.
No,
No,
it's
I've-
chemistry.
I've actually cast Split and Glass out of my head canon. I'm just gonna watch Unbreakable standalone.
Split's a
Wait,
good
why do
movie.
you want to get rid of Split?
It- Again, cliffhanger ending. It'll make you want to see what happens next. What happens next sucks.
Oh, do you mean in the same way that me and Wolf kind of knock off Pirates 2 because without
Oh,
Pirates
yeah, 'cause-
3, Pirates 2
Yeah.
is broken?
But it
Yeah.
doesn't exactly have like a ton of threads left with
Pirates 2 isn't even that good of a movie. It's just like it's okay, you know. But then Pirates 3 came along, and it's like, what the fuck did I just watch?
That was
And
that
then
was an
4
adventure
came and it
for
was
me and
even
Wolf.
worse, and then 5 was like, what on earth happened?
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of pirates, what's her fucking name?
Keira Knightley.
Amber Heard.
Amber
Fuck
Heard?
Amber Heard.
Oh,
Fuck her.
Oh yeah, she
Like,
totally.
genuinely,
fabricated-
she's a scumfuck human being.
I don't know
Just another
what's
reason to
going
hate
on.
Aquaman.
Okay, well, it's been proven, like, with video evidence from Johnny
Yeah.
Depp's surveillance cameras and with a ton of eyewitness accounts.
have you seen it?
The Amber Heard No, I haven't seen it, but I've read articles on it.
Mhm.
The Amber Heard completely and utterly lied about abusing Johnny Depp, or about Johnny Depp abusing her. She was the one abusing him. So she ruined his career, essentially, over a fucking lie. So, Amber Heard, go fuck yourself.
No,
I
we have to.
genuinely hope you have nothing happy happen in your entire life from this
No, we
point.
have to believe women.
Oh, hi, Geeks and Gamers.
I've
Oh, he's
I've
in
been
chat.
there.
Hey.
Hi, Jeremy.
Gamers, we have to believe
Hey,
women.
Jeremy, how's it going?
Well, honestly, I'll probably be reaching out to you for the next EFAP now. We'll see if we can get you and maybe World Class Bullshitters on, because we've got the perfect fucking video to cover. I'm not going to spoil it, but it'll be one that you guys will totally want to have a response to. But I was going to say, I'll try and kick on with the super.
Has ever? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm going to carry on with super chat. So, what do you want to say?
Has everyone here seen the new Endgame trailer yet?
No,
Nope.
Yes.
I did.
no.
Do we
I
want to do
avoid
it? On, like,
Well, we
watch
can
together,
finish the
or-
podcast
okay,
with that if
never
you
mind.
want.
Then I'd rather go into in-game cold.
Oh, okay.
Okay. You know
Yeah,
what?
never mind.
That's fair.
I'm on the
Um,
same page.
Yeah, okay. So this is from Staff Mitchell, and I'm guessing he would have had a super chat in the previous one. He said, Wolf misunderstood my question. I wasn't asking why he dislikes New Vegas. I was asking him to qualify how it's of objectively poor quality, provide evidence. Love the
You
rest of
think
you.
that?
He ends that with
Did you
saying,
miss
love the
my
rest of you
response?
guys, though.
Did you miss my response to that? Because I responded to that during that E EFAP. Like, I literally said, I don't even know if I said objectively it's a horrible game. I don't remember what quote you're going off of. I think he said it was in my E3 2017 video or something, but I genuinely don't remember. All I said was that I didn't really like it, but I haven't played it in forever, so I don't really remember a lot of it. Aside from that, I hated the gameplay. I don't know what else to tell you. I said that in the last episode.
I just want to highlight, he ends it with saying, love the rest of you guys, though. It's just like...
It's okay. Enough people hate me. It's fine. I
It's
hate
funny.
myself too.
And yeah, hopefully that's the answer he's looking for. Won't know unless he's in chat. Wolf, I got your book and read up to chapter 4. Besides having to look up the rivulets or riverlets, I like it so far. I'll continue it after work today. Rags, I enjoyed your video today during my lunch break. That was from James Moore.
Hooray!
Cool.
Cool. This,
Glad you
cool.
liked it.
this stream is disturbing my peace. It's got to be shut down. The film doesn't care to explain the motivation of its characters. Why should you care about the characters? I think that was a reference to the first half an hour.
Oh, Alita?
That might have been it. I'm not sure.
That sounds like it.
I was gonna make a super chat about Wolf not liking Alita, but it sounds like he's already sufficiently besieged. Lol. Yeah, he's.
I heard that he hates that
I heard.
that movie. He says there's
heard
no
he
redeeming
despises
qualities to
it.
it whatsoever.
I heard
my
he wrong
God.
thinks on it.
But I just okay. It doesn't matter what I say, does it?
I'm sorry. What did you say?
It doesn't matter what I say.
I'm sorry. What did you say?
I say, oh hey, I'm disappointed in this movie. I don't think it sucks, but I think I'm disappointed in it, and I don't think it's very good. And everyone takes it as, you hate this movie? You think it's a piece of shit? I hope you're hung.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Not loud enough.
The poor man. Here's my obligatory EFAP donation. This is definitely my favorite podcast. I'm always happy to donate. Thank you very much. Hi MooLer, when can we expect the next Unbridled Rage? Looking forward to hear you talk Terminator for an hour. The next one, I'm expecting it halfway through next week. I'll be done with Captain Marvel. I got delayed because I came up with like 2,000 words worth of mistakes that I found in extra in the movie. So now I'm like throwing all of it into one big video that's difficult to put together as well, because I'm trying to get as much footage from trailers and stuff that I can and matching it to scenes and stuff. But it should be next week is hopefully when it'll be out.
I'm curious, man, because like when I saw the movie, I was just kind of like meh on it as well. Like I thought I kind of liked it, perhaps. I wasn't sure, and so I want to hear your observations.
To give you an idea, like I came out thinking it was pretty bad, but meh. I think I put like a tweet about that. Fringy thought it was okay, and me and him have been talking a lot about the movie. We both concluded that it's possibly the worst in the MCU outside of Iron Man 3, and that's almost not even. I'm not even sure that's provable, like objective wise, because I fucking personally despise Iron Man 3 quite a bit. But in terms of structure, the writing for world building, characters, and just the plot, it's all a fucking hideous mess.
Last time you mentioned it, you said that Black Panther was worse.
Yeah, I'm
but
not sure
had you
about that
changed
anymore.
Your mind since? Yeah, I noticed you didn't name that. So
Yeah, Fringy thinks that it's a close one. And I'm like, yeah, it definitely is, but it's hard to pick because they both do all the same stupid shit.
I had an extended discussion with my brother, I think, yesterday, about Black Panther. That's like his second favorite MCU movie, and I like he wouldn't relent on the ritual combat aspect. He thinks that like his argument was basically that it's a tradition, I guess, and they adhere to the tradition. And I just didn't really have much of an argument for it. Like, I
oh
don't know.
god.
People pointed out that it's the same thing with Aquaman. I didn't even really realize it when I was watching Aquaman. Like
Oh shit! Yes.
And when people started pointing it out to me, and they were like, "I can't believe you didn't talk about how they have pretty much the same society as Black Panther," and I was like, "Oh shit, they kind of do."
Because Black Panther's super fucking forgettable.
Yeah.
By the way,
usually
I
think that
remember. Correct me if I'm wrong, but we had like it could have been Sin's video originally on mine, but bringing up that its tradition does not counter our point. It never has. Like his point has never been, you know what, this is dumb, because it's like the idea that we're talking about the fact that they're doing it is stupid. It's like, yeah, but it's tradition. It's like their tradition is stupid. Yeah, but it's tradition. Like, oh,
You're just racist against fish people.
I'm circumcised because of tradition.
Really? Get fucked.
Well.
Yeah, I couldn't really move past it. I mean, he in general thinks that your video on Black Panther was bad, MooLer. Like he likes a lot of your content, but he just thought that you were being not.
No, a lot of people are wrong about Black Panther. The Black Panther was probably my most criticized video, and the majority of the criticisms never, well, I say majority and never. Okay, the criticisms never talk about Killmonger, because it's indefensible how shit he is as a villain for his origin, and everyone's like, nah, it's fine, I like him. It's like, my biggest criticism of the movie is probably Killmonger. The society stuff, I think is pretty stupid. A lot of it's pretty stupid. There's a lot of stuff in there that's pretty hard to address without a little bit of headcanon. But yeah, and how T'Challa sucks. And his quote-unquote arc, if you could even call it that, is discovering his dad lied for no reason. It's just, the film's a mess, and then it fucks with the MCU quite a bit too. And they wasted Andy Serkis as well, which is why do this? Why he was like the most interesting thing about the film.
For someone whose last name is Circus, he'd better be in some fun roles.
Exactly.
The poor guy just can't ever get a break. Most of the time, whenever he's not in a fucking green screen suit, the movie he's in sucks.
Like, I've got a friend who really likes Black Panther, and even he was like, yeah, I think there's probably a deleted scene where they actually explain why they kept it a secret, because it does seem that they've just missed it. Because
maybe we gotta wait for that 80-hour version of Black Panther.
The best thing that I've heard is that they didn't want to bring him back because he's like half Wakandan, half outside Wakandan blood, and they want to keep it completely isolationist. And I was like, yeah, that'd be a cool reason. It's not in the film though. It's just like the floor is taken away. They're like, it's like there's no scene you can point to where that actually is said, and that's a shame because I think that one line would fix a lot about Killmonger, but they didn't. And then there's the whole, like he takes half the movie to play around with Andy Serkis for no reason, and then kills him. It's like, why aren't you just killing him and taking him straight there? What is the point of all this other shit? Remember, he has him on his team, then he lets him get involved with all this trade stuff, and he gets captured, and then he has to save him in order to kill him. I know it's tough because Black Panther sucks, but you do remember what I'm talking about, right? Like, I'm not alone.
I've been trying to erase it from my memory.
Whenever someone reminds me, it's like, well, I like your videos, but the Black Panther was bad. I'm just like, think more about Black Panther and come back to me, because like that video wasn't casually made.
You're just racist.
Yeah, absolutely. The original fall of Reach messes up the entire Halo Reach canon. It wasn't that good.
You realize the original Fall of Reach book was released before Halo 1, right? Like literally, it was released before the first game.
Maybe
how the fuck can you say that the original book messes with the Reach canon? Reach messed with the original book/game canon. You literally don't know what you're talking about.
Was there canon before that thing they're referencing of any kind?
No.
Well then,
Halo
yeah,
Reach, the Fall of Reach book was released, like, I think it was a month or two before the first game came out. Like, that's literally wrong. Unless he's talking about the Fall of Reach mini-movie, in which case 343 kind of did fuck that up, but that's, like, 343's mantra. They just can't do anything without fucking it up.
All right, the Fall of Reach came out October 30th, 2001.
Yeah. How could you say the book messes with the canon of the game when the game came out almost 10 years after the book?
Yeah, and then
you're literally wrong.
Came out in November of that year, so about half a month later. About
well,
2 weeks afterwards.
He said it messes up the entire Halo canon, so I'm not sure.
How can it mess up the whole canon? You either did not read the book, did not play the games, or you are only going off of Reach and don't know anything else. You're literally wrong.
Well,
when the book was being written, he was working alongside the boys at Bungie as he wrote it. Is that correct?
Yeah, he's the reason why the book exists, because the Bungie wanted like an origin story for the Chief, but you don't need to read the books to understand the first 3 games. We're not talking about the 343 games where you do.
Yes, yeah. That's a big problem with 343 games.
People actually defend that shit.
I know, I'm well aware.
Like, people tell me, the one who's like there is a literal library sitting behind me. I have almost 400 books on my shelf. I read every day, all the time. They tell me that I'm just too lazy to read, and it's like, that's not how this works.
You're just racist. We can just add to every one of these since you're just racist. Yeah, do you want me to, there's a super chat that's essentially plugging your book. Do you want me to go through with it, or would you, like, what do you prefer, Wolf?
Yeah, you can go through it. It doesn't matter.
So, Wolf's book is released on Amazon for $15. It's called Iridescent by Bailey Joseph Grable. So if you want to find that, I don't know if you want me to link it. I can.
Oh, fuck. You're actually the only person I know. Maybe not the only. You're one of, like, 3 people I've ever met who's actually pronounced my last name right.
Oh, do people say Grabble?
Yeah. Or in some cases it's Gabriel, in which case it's like you're adding a letter and rearranging 3 others. How the fuck?
My last name is Brahm, and it's spelled like Johannes Brahms, and people constantly say Bram. It drives me up the fucking wall.
Yeah, I'll make sure there's a link in the description for when this is up on MooLer. But yeah, you can find it's probably easy to find, right?
If you just look up Iridescent on Amazon and you go to the book tab, then it's the one with the white cover. And there you go.
Yeah, all right. Actually, yeah, I've got the link now. So, if you want to go and purchase his would you call it a masterpiece, Wolf?
No. Thinking about it now, I actually like have my own objective criticisms of it. I'm still proud of it, but I would. There's things I would change about it.
Okay then. Halo Reach was the best Halo game. Hashtag change my mind. From a storytelling
False.
perspective, Bungie did better than any of the other games they've made.
Wrong.
Oh no, I think the first Halo had the best story.
I would also disagree with that. I would say the best story is Halo 2. If we're talking about best characters, that's hands down ODST. There's literally nothing else you can use to refute that. But Reach, definitely no, because its characterization was shit, and its story really contradicted a lot of things from the original Halo canon. So,
You want to know the length of my addition to that I can give? I don't know how. ODST
No,
is it Colonel something Fury or something? His ability in Halo Wars that's really like annoying because it's like spam. That's what I have to contribute.
what are you talking about?
Oh, Colonel Sanders. He would transform into a
You know,
bucket.
it's like fire or flames. What's his name? He's like the old man has the ODST in Halo Wars.
Cutter?
That's the one. It's not fire or flames at all. Yeah.
Captain Cutter is who you were talking
That just
about.
highlights my Halo knowledge. A serious question for Ren and Southpaw. If the rest of the EFAP cast had Rhino milk powers, and you two had them to milk them to save America, how would you do it? Explain your process.
Say the question one more time so I know the rules.
Yeah.
Well, it's a serious question for Ren and Southpaw. If the rest of the EFAP cast had Rhino milking powers, and you two had to milk them to save America, how would you do it? Explain your process.
So
Is that a Last Jedi joke? Rhino milk?
No,
About-
actually. There's a
No.
lot of lore there.
Okay. Go on.
I think it's a
Southpaw.
confusingly worded question because they said if we had rhino milking powers, how would you milk?
Yeah,
I think he means like rhino milk powers, as in you guys have milk in you that's the same milk as rhinos. I don't know.
I mean that makes sense. Yeah.
Is
Same
the goal to
milk
milk
in
the
us.
most milk?
I didn't
Or
say
just-
Captain Cutter was in Reach. He was in Halo Wars. God. Anyway, carry on.
How I would do it is I would go up to you guys, and then I would take a bottle, an empty bottle, and then I would look
Where's the
at
consent?
one of the four tits in your pubic area,
Hashtag me too, please.
and then squeeze
Wait.
it, and then drink it straight from the bottle.
What?
Yeah.
Oh Jesus, we're talking
At
about
this
the thing
point,
from
my
the last chat.
Yes.
I was so confused for a second. I was like, the
I-
tits in our pubic area, and I was like, what?
Yeah, I called it the four pube tittied milk monster. That's
Okay.
So anyway, Reach had
God
better
damn it,
storytelling, as in there was less of a need to reference outside materials to understand what was going on.
That's wrong again. What are you like? Literally, prior to 343's involvement, you did not have to read the books to understand the games. In fact, Reach actually has the character Dr. Halsey, who is only in the books. You wouldn't know who she is beyond the books. Reach is the first one that included something from the books that you had to read the books to understand. It wasn't a big thing. Like, it wasn't like a huge issue with the game. It was like, okay, it's a doctor. She knows who Spartans are, whatever. But that's literally wrong. I've seen, like, zero punctuation. He apparently thinks the first 3 Halo games are hard to understand. I think he's an idiot, if that's the case. They're really, really, really fucking easy to understand. Like, you'd have to be a retard not to understand them.
That's a bad word. You're not allowed to say that one anymore.
Retard, 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 retard.
Yeah, it's fine if you do it that way, because it like combines it all into one big long word that doesn't make sense, so that's okay. Do that from now on, okay?
Okay.
Jesus. Hey guys, love your content. Would love to come on sometime. Keep up the objectively good work. Oh, say that. I had a hard time following the plot the first time watching Mission Impossible Fallout, but I was rather drunk on mead. Had no problem second time. Nord mead's hard shit. Fair enough. What would make your videos better would be to add timestamps. Maybe do that in all your future videos. I'm not sure who that's directed at.
It begins at 00000 and it ends.
Do
at
they mean
whatever.
like timestamp for the movie for what you're referencing at the time?
I'm not sure if that was directed at me. Probably not, but like in my video, I actually had timestamps for every clip that I used from Ren, just so people could like go back and see if I was taking him out of context.
That's fair.
Just just a way of like I'm showing my work. I'm not doing what TRO or Quinton Reviews do. Or
See, the thing is,
Jackson.
we're fine with it if you do it chronologically, or at least have some structure, but when you literally just chop it up into pieces and throw them all over the place, just like, what the fuck? Do you remember how long it took us to find the clip they were talking about with Rags?
That's the thing that I was doing with Ren was I didn't like address this video in chronological order. I had like a structure to it that required kind of like cutting it up all over the place, but that's why I wanted those timestamps there too.
Objectivity is proud of you guys. Glad to see a part 2 with Southpaw on it. Get in. Beautiful. Go crazy. Wah 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 wah. Go stupid. Go crazy. Yeah, go stupid. Wah 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 wah. Is that a reference to?
No.
I don't know.
Not that I know of.
I missed some crucial details the first time I saw Fallout and thus was a bit lost. However, there is a fine line between the film doing its job and my attention span. I don't blame the film if it does explain it, but I miss it. Which, by the way, there is something in Captain Marvel that I thought was a flaw, and then I got to rewatch it, and I realized it wasn't because there was a throwaway line. It's weird how much throwaway lines can rescue a script, because the interesting part is you're like, well, it may have been a throwaway line, but I missed it, so it's still like something they should have worked harder on. But then the next guy is like, what do you mean? I heard him. So
sometimes a throwaway line can fuck up your script even harder. For instance, there is no way out of this cave and crate.
Yeah,
no, there is no
or
way out of this
the
cave
one
and crate.
Fringy references all the time, which is before the Sahara was a desert.
Oh man,
fucks Aquaman quite a bit.
Yeah, good job on that, Wolf. I hadn't even like considered looking that up.
It's just
I was like, well, how long is the? Because I genuinely didn't even know that the Sahara was not a desert at some point. So I was like, huh, like I didn't even think it was a criticism when I looked it up. I was just like, I was genuinely just curious. And then I looked it up and it was like, the Sahara Desert has been around for 7 million years. And I was like, okay, this is maybe
they thought it was a cool line. They were like, that's a cool line. Before the Sahara was a desert. That is cool. It's like, yeah.
I genuinely didn't go into it thinking it was a problem. I just was curious because, how there's like fossils in the Antarctic where I'm guessing before like Pangea broke up or whatever, there's like fossils of leaves and shit. So it was once pretty lush. And I thought it was like the same thing. And it kind of is in a way, different circumstances. I was just genuinely interested in it. And then I looked it up and I was like, oh, so before the dawn of man. That hurts things a little bit.
Vito just said Captain Marvel made me a feminist.
when in my video, when I'm talking ring scenes, I bring up that not having such a scene, a transition scene, can really hurt a film like Dark Knight Rises, with Bruce, obviously, and then I also said Aquaman and the Kingdom of the Deserters as well. Like, how the fuck did they get out of that thing? They got in through like this slide that led into a bottomless pit. I'm
still trying to figure out how they got another plane and got all the way to Italy from the middle of nowhere in this
Shut
era.
up, Aquaman's amazing.
You know
was
no. I don't want another scene like that, because then they would just have another fucking Pitbull song playing.
Fringy was actually having trouble deciding if Aquaman or Captain Marvel are worse. I felt bad for him. I said I thought Captain Marvel was worse, but I'm actually not sure because
I even as much as I don't like Aquaman, the way you make Captain Marvel sound, I mean, at least Aquaman has Jason Momoa, and he's
Captain Marvel's got this problem where it'll tell you a thing is the way it is, and then you go, okay, well, that doesn't make sense because of this reason. And then you think about it again, you go, it also doesn't make sense because of this, and this, and the, oh, Jesus Christ, no. And then, like, several pieces here and there can erupt into, like, this whole web of new issues it creates by existing.
Aquaman has the Sicily chase, in spite of Black Manta's retarded character design. It has... it's got that beautiful shot where he and Mera like dive into the trench, and they've got this flare, and they're like surrounded by like.
Oh yeah, that was a really cool shot. Like every time I saw it, I was like, "That is really fun." Like
I saw that film in IMAX, dude, and that was one of the most incredible shots I think I've seen in any movie from last year. Just fucking crazy well done.
Yeah, there is a lot of. I mean, some of the CGI looked really, really video gamey. But there was some parts where I was like, okay, James Wan did really cool with some of the visual, really good rather. With some
did really cool.
it really it really is like there's some ugly moments, but for the most part, it's a very beautiful film that I admired like the visuals aspect of it, and I think that had I not been as attached to Star Wars as I was, I probably could have praised The Last Jedi more on that front, but I don't have an attachment to the DC movies. They suck. I don't have an attachment to Aquaman as a character. He sucks. And I saw the film and I loved the visuals, but it was just,
You looking forward to the new generation where Captain Marvel leads the Avengers and Aquaman leads the Justice League? Because I can't wait, man.
I can't wait. She's such a leader.
I wonder. I hope to God. Like, I probably not even gonna bother watching the next Aquaman movie, but they better get Amber Heard out of there. Just replace her with anyone.
How about replace her with Johnny Depp, but he's playing the same role?
That could work, actually.
He can disappear into any role after all.
That would be really funny, replacing Amber Heard's character with Johnny Depp.
Oh, a mod of mine just let me know as well. Sahara, the actual name, is derived from it comes from Arabic and it means desert. That's just kind of funny.
Before the desert
was a desert. They wanted to be so cool with it, didn't they? They wanted to be so cool.
Before the Sahara was desert.
Rags, congrats on the Aquaman review. It was great, except my shackles. Also, Action Man bad. Yeah, I always thought the Rags' take on Aquaman was better, except for the submarine criticism. It was good that he made a follow-up for that, though, because he did.
Well, I see something long and hard, and I just lose all rational thought. I can't help it. And it's full of semen, so that doesn't help things.
Can't wait for Broom Boy's fate in Return of Jar Jar. Oh, totally. Thank you for discussing Fallout. I originally had no interest in seeing it ever, but after the last EFAP, I gave it a try, and I absolutely love it. I have now discovered a new favorite series. I think it's actually, like, Ren, your take on this can be whatever you want, obviously. I think that it's actually reinvigorated Mission Impossible fans, and the irony is, like, what, this is number 6?
Yeah, that seems to be the consensus on it.
How many series get crappier and crappier?
Honestly, 5 kind of reinvigorated it for me because of his inclusion. I think she's just such a great character that adds a really fascinating dynamic to the story. So I felt like with her coming back to Fallout, it was, oh cool, she's coming back and she played a good role, and I felt like, overall Chris McQuarrie has done a great job with the movies he's done so far. I'm glad that he's making another 2. I have high hopes for the Mission series. I'm not expecting the next movies to be as good as Fallout, because McQuarrie himself has stated he doesn't think he can top it. And if they
smaller games can be just as smaller stories can be just as effective as a big one like Fallout.
I'm not necessarily talking about smaller. I mean like just
if he just goes with like a smaller story rather than trying to top the grandiose aspect of Fallout, then that could still work.
Yeah, I mean, as long as the story is good and the action is like well shot and well edited, then I'm not going to care. Like, there could be like several fight scenes in MI7 that aren't as good as the bathroom fight scene, but as long as they aren't shot like Taken 3, then I'm good. As long as they're shot,
I think we can all agree on that.
Yeah.
I don't think you're going to find too many movies shot worse than Taken 3.
Dude, Taken 2, I didn't mind as much, but Taken 3, I got a headache from watching it. My God, that's like, I think it's the one film I actually like physically hurt.
It's like one of the only films Liam Neeson has been in that he couldn't save. The other one being A Million Ways to Die in the West.
Oh God, I was so sad to see him in that movie. I was like, no, Liam Neeson, no.
Once I saw, was that fuck? What's her name? The blonde chick. God damn it! I know she was in Mad Max Fury Road.
Charlize Theron.
That's the one.
Yeah, once I saw her put a flower in Liam Neeson's
Oh yeah.
I was like, what has the world come to?
Although honestly, it's not the worst thing to ever happen for Liam Neeson. I would say that the character assassination recently was.
Yeah, that's a whole other topic.
Yeah,
but it sucks.
Yeah.
I was just gonna
It's
say,
like Liam Neeson thought a bad thing forever ago. Let's crucify
and felt
him.
bad about it.
Vijay
Yeah.
said they won't make Captain Marvel the leader. It doesn't work thematically. That's precisely why everyone's upset by the idea, because the point is going to be that Iron Man and Cap are getting ousted because their stories are ending, which is fine. I just hope they end well. And the new frontrunner for Marvel is going to be Captain Marvel, because she's super powerful, super awesome, and they're all excited about it. I'm pretty sure Kevin Feige has made statements in relation to this, but yeah, the idea is going to be that they're going to coalesce around her. And I don't know, like, controversial take, maybe Endgame opens with her dying. I don't know. Maybe that works. Maybe that's better. I don't know. Suggestion? No, nothing?
I haven't
Kill the
seen it.
MCU.
No, not all of it. We can keep some of it. I mean, fuck, I like the idea of Doctor Strange, like, getting into a leader position to try and get
That's
over
not
himself
bad.
a little bit.
Yeah,
But just having Captain Marvel jump in there, I'm just like, ugh. We'll see what they do. What about the elevator scene in Michael Bay's TMNT? I am not sure what that is a response to.
I haven't seen that movie, so
string scene possibly. Like I haven't seen that movie ever, but I saw the clip.
Oh,
Like,
that's when they
basically
start beatboxing, right?
they're beatboxing, they're banging their weapons together. It's actually kind of a fun scene. It's, you know, devoid of context. It's kind of cool. Like, if the idea is they're headed to some battle, which it looks like because they're all geared up, and this is just something they're doing to shoot the shit as they wait. Like that's pretty fun. It's a nice little moment.
Oh, and to clarify, Captain Marvel probably could lead a team of people. That's not the problem. It's the fact that she just doesn't know any of our characters, and it bothers me that she's gonna be like, shoved
Deus
in.
Ex Machina.
We need, because what you need is like a whole movie where she gets to know them. You know, like Avengers, the original. A lot of people say it's like kind of outdated now. I still think it's a good movie, but everyone is clashing and getting to know each other, and then by the later movies, they all have an understanding and respect. Let's put it that way. But the idea that Captain Marvel is literally copied and pasted into Endgame, and then she's just like, "All right, then let's do that." It's like, nah, go away. No, stop.
What you doing in my movie?
Did any of you guys see Cold Pursuit, by the way?
What's that?
It's
the Liam Neeson movie?
Yeah.
I haven't seen it yet, but I want to.
Dude, I saw it in theaters twice. It's good. It's a
Well,
lot.
It's the one where Liam Neeson's son gets taken from him by drugs.
By drugs?
If you break every Liam Neeson movie down, something always gets taken from him.
Like the ability for his airplane to fly in the gray. That gets taken from him.
They
No, it's
took
actually
away a completely good functional aircraft away from this man.
Well, his wife was taken from him in that movie, so you know.
That's
it's
true.
not even like a standard Liam Neeson movie. It's honestly like, sure, he becomes like a vigilante, a lot less of a badass, and it's more like a film like Fargo. You guys ever watch Fargo?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's basically a spiritual successor to Fargo.
I like the idea that every single Liam Neeson movie is part of the same timeline, because even when you go back and look at Batman Begins, he's like, my wife was taken from me, and it's like, I know what you mean.
Which wife now? Which wife?
He's had a few at this point.
Are you including the Chronicles of Narnia? He's reincarnated into a lion.
God, he was in that movie, wasn't he?
He was the Jesus lion.
Oh boy.
I don't get of these arguments. Everything done in a film is for the benefit of the audience. If something happens just because, it's needless fluff. Unfortunately, I'm not 100% sure who that's a response to specifically. It's called Mission Impossible, but Tom Cruise always completes his missions. 0 out of 10. I refuse to watch or support these films are lies. I mean, they are pretty much impossible missions. That's usually the running theme, is the mission is ridiculous. My implied spiders foretold me milking butterfly ghost rhinos with women in the clipazine clapping 3 times without getting objectively bored, in my opinion. But anyways, guys, you know, that shouldn't make a lot of sense to anybody who hasn't seen EFAP. That's just how it goes. But it makes complete sense to us. We know exactly what that man was trying to say. Well, thanks for telling me where you got your Blu-ray footage for videos. What programs do you use personally? It seems complicated, is it not? Sony Vegas, I believe I have 16 or 15. I can't remember.
I use 15.
I use 14.
And Sony Vegas, like, it may seem intimidating if you've never used it before, but just throw a video file in there, play on it, and realize you've got like the little preview thing, and you're like, oh, and then try cutting, try moving things around. You'll learn all the basic stuff, then look into YouTube videos to just give you tips and tricks on other things.
Yeah, whenever you need to be like, oh, how do you do thing? And then just go to YouTube. How do I do thing? And then you learn thing. And then
there's a ton of really good videos to tell you how to do Sony Vegas stuff.
Yeah. You learn a little bit at a time, and it just builds up, and then you learn how to do a lot. And all of a sudden you're like, oh wow, I know all these things.
Hello all my N-words. Also, hey Southpaw, loved your Warhammer Vermintide 2 review.
Oh, thank you. I worked extremely hard on that.
Yeah, it was great.
Very long time.
Seriously, you lads bring a smile to this Dragon's Day, and I'm glad me silly sketches can do the same for you. That's from Beowin, by the way.
Ah,
good
Wolf.
old
the
Beowin.
artiste.
Wolf, watch Alita OVA before reading the manga in your review. The movie isn't just based off that for your information.
Yep, I talked to the person in the chat. I got the OVA pulled up on another tab. I'll probably watch that once we're done here.
Sweet. I won't be able to stay long because of work, but I want to say thank you, MooLer, Rags, Wolf, for giving great content. May the Rhino Milk be with you. Very much.
May the Rhino Milk be with you, and also with you.
Wolf, I want to say, even though I disagree with you sometimes on a couple of movies, my respect for you is immense. Because of you, I got back into reading and feel my life has become all the better for it.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
Are we sure he's seen the Fallout 3 times? I can believe it. It's okay, Ren.
I bet that he was bored though.
The third time probably bored him.
Yeah.
It's tough when in general, I just don't like movies.
The movies suck.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I mean, your content seems to focus more on gaming than movies itself.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Like I think that was your third total video on movies at all.
Yeah.
You made a Ghostbusters video.
Oh, it's my fourth.
Fourth?
I forgot about the Ghostbusters one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fourth.
Well, wait. I was counting that and the Kingsman. What was the other one?
Kingsman. I did one on long takes and how they fake the cuts, and
Okay.
that's it. And Mission Impossible.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I'd love to hear about how the three of you met. I remember someone saying that MooLer insulted Wolf. I wish I could have seen that discussion. It's not hugely interesting. I mean, we got on quickly, so.
Yeah, so I made a Thor Ragnarok video because I didn't like the movie, and then people started tweeting at me saying, MooLer's talking shit, and I was like, who the fuck is MooLer? And then they sent me the link to the video, and it's the third TLJ critique at 1 hour and 8 minutes. He starts talking about Thor Ragnarok, and I was like, oh, this is where it's gonna be. And then he says, my video's terrible. And then I commented, not even thinking you would notice it. Them's are fighting words. And then we just had a conversation. And then I was like, all right, we're probably never going to talk that was fun. And then we kept talking, and now we watch like multiple movies a week and do this. So that's how it happened.
It was definitely like a much more good-natured jab than Misanthropony's jab at MooLer in his TLJ video.
That one's confusing, yeah.
I like how Misanthropony's like, you don't need to have a 5-hour series on this, and he makes like a 4-hour series. Like, shut up, Misanthropony, you worthless content creator.
Oof.
Congratulations. You said all the same critiques MooLer did like 6 months prior. And insulted MooLer for having a series almost as long as yours was. Get out of here, you absolute loser.
And I was gonna say, as for Rags, it's really easy. Like, he just sent me a message saying like, "Want to hang out sometime?" And I was like, "Okay." That was it. Like, we're friends.
We are friends now. You will accept this curse.
Yeah, Rags didn't even consent. Like, ask for consent. He just friends me. You know.
Say we are friends now.
Yep, he put his hand over my head and just went. The interesting part, though, I think, is that Wolf and Rags met separately to me and Rags meeting separately.
Yeah.
And then, so we were all friends with each other, but not as like a trio. And then we created these disgusting podcasts. I mean,
I
that's
was
the
just
short
so
version.
I was just so distraught after seeing The Last Jedi, or rather, I like to say being subjected to it. And I was like, just trying to assure myself that I wasn't going crazy in this movie that had insanely positive reviews. Was actually terrible. And then a few days later, MooLer makes this video called "An Unbridled Rage," and that was that. Fan
That
ever
was that.
since.
My whole YouTube career is because of that choice.
Yeah, I mean, you have like how many subscribers? Like 5,000 for that video?
No, it was just over 2,000.
2,000? Yeah. So and then you just skyrocketed to popularity after that.
The
and
Last
for good
Jedi
reason.
brings people together unintentionally.
That's honestly like one of the only good things to come from that movie is I wouldn't have seen MooLer, Wolf, Rags. I wouldn't have seen any of the people connected to EFAP in any capacity if it weren't for that fucking movie.
Yep.
I want to give thanks to Jesus.
And Ryan Johnson. What a legend.
Ryan Jesus.
What, you're saying that Ryan Johnson and Jesus aren't the same thing?
Well, we can prove Ryan Johnson existed.
And thus you can
Ooh,
prove Jesus.
There you go.
Yeah, and EFAP to watch at work tomorrow. Rags, I asked V yesterday, but when will you two kiss and make up in Sargon's D&D? Please stream soon.
V has a problem with me for some reason. I don't even
Wait, V
know.
does?
V,
Kick V.
yeah, he like
Kick V.
just in D&D. He is convinced that I'm like his enemy in D&D. I'm like, I just shrug my shoulders, like I don't even know. I don't understand.
Sargon.
Sargon, what are you doing?
They met at
are you
KGB office in the Stalin Hall. Yes, exactly how it went. The I felt argument is a nothing argument. It's not entirely a nothing. It's just nothing in the same context. So if Wolf came home and was like, "Man, I fucking hate Alita Battle Angel. It's good, but man, it's just like hitting me all in the wrong way." And I was like, "What do you mean?" You go, "Oh well, it references all these things that I really think they could have covered better because I have a big investment in it personally. I just felt that they did it badly." That would be completely valid because he's not saying that it's. You know, I hate to use the word because it's like a fucking buzzword at this point, but it's like he's not being objective deliberately. And that's the thing. We've only ever wanted the line drawn. We've never said that you can't have feels arguments because if your feels arguments will explain your feels. That's the point. The one I reference is stuff like. I've got a friend who really likes Doctor Strange because he associates with what he goes through with the disability thing, and I was like, yeah, that's something that I can't really, like, I wouldn't get personally, so, but I can see how someone would feel that way, and that's why he really enjoys the film, because he really connects with Doctor Strange on that level, while I think the Doctor Strange is pretty flawed in terms of structure, but it's just, like, you know, it makes for interesting conversation when you just separate the two out, that's all. Life goal now, be a guest on EFAP. But you never know with these things, you know? It's not like we intended for this Southpaw creature to get onto here, but he just, you know, slithered on.
I just bombarded Wolf with tagged messages in the chat last time.
Oh god,
and
don't
kept
say
making
that.
good points.
People are gonna start atting Wolf with that.
Oh, sorry.
Don't at me.
Hey Wolf, part 2 and 3 of your Alpha and Omega videos aren't available where I live. Could you please give me a 5-words rundown of what happens?
Why wouldn't they be? Oh, copyright. They're terrible movies. There you go. They're really, really, really awful movies.
That's the rundown. Wolf, I showed my friend Lord of the Rings since he had never seen or read them before. And after Return of the King ended, he said, "How could they do my boy Frodo like that?" By the way, MooLer, you watched that high top vid yet? Kisses. I don't think so. And what's wrong with what they did to Frodo?
But Frodo went to the Undying Lands.
Is that what he's
happy
referring
now.
to? Or is he talking
I
about
don't
the fact
know.
that Frodo
well,
wants the ring by the end?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what the criticism is exactly, so.
Alright then. So a seal walks into a club. Oh. Get it?
I thought that seals were like they're like Baptists and they didn't drink.
Yeah, that was always my understanding. So that's a inaccurate joke. Disgusting. Had to donate $5 more for that joke. Raggers, that's one hell of a wit you got there. Such a savage. What was that one? It was the I can't remember what the joke was, but it was really good.
Oh,
I
what
guess.
didn't he just like do? He just referenced the movie.
I believe so. MooLer, people are criticizing your robot. They say it's a broken hypothetical. You can't use something about the one who programs it as a bias. Well, I'm
Oh,
sorry
yeah,
that
the
people are
chat's been at war
so fucking
tonight.
retarded that they can't. I get this all the time. It was so simple. The idea is a robot has no personality at all. So what you put into the robot is all that it has. And so you say, look at logical consistency only. And so now the robot is going to conclude everything based on that. No feels arguments can possibly even come out of it, theoretically. And then people are like, but the person who programmed it would be a person, so therefore it's like, that's not, this the tip of the theoretical. I've just given you all of the standards. So the idea is just to prove what an objective take would be, because Just Right was like, you can't be objective if you're human. And I was like, okay, then take a theoretical robot and its only concern is logical consistency. It will be an objective take, yes? And they're like, well, the robot would be programmed by a human. It's like, you want to bang your head against the desk. It's like, oh, Jesus, okay, fine, I'm out. But yeah.
What if it's like Skynet and it was created by other robots, though?
Robot milk. People think Fallout is bad. I know. Thanks for the EFAP for my birthday. No problem. Someone sewer chatted he liked Rags' Fallout 76 video, so he got mad. He gave money to MooLer for his video, and then the meme was born from that point. Oh, I get it.
What? Why would I get mad that somebody?
Oh, you were probably joking.
Likes
I don't think you were actually
That
mad.
was during the Assassin's Creed Aliens Colonial Marine stream.
I remember somebody sent a super chat, and you got the super chat, and it was because they liked my video so much.
Yeah.
And so I was like, oh, it's a good thing I have videos making you all this bunny MooLer, and then everyone started thinking MooLer. Yeah, I think that's how that's.
Sorry, I just want to highlight. Just Right is a more mature critic than MooLer, who appreciates that art is more important than craft. I've never said this. it's like you know, remember Quentin said why is objective better than subjective? You remember that, Rags? When did we ever say these things that like
I don't know. People make shit up about us, and a lot of the times the things that people accuse us of saying that they hate are things that people they like say unironically all
and
the
then
time.
they fucking say
And
it too.
It baffles me. It baffles me.
Yeah, the craft is super important. What people get out of it for themselves is also super fucking important, depending on what the conversation is. But we'll just have to keep saying it until people stop saying that we're not saying it, because that's all we can really do. Last time I saw a 4-on-1 this brutal, I had to take sexual counseling. Oh. MooLer feels like a mediator in this EFAP. I mean, I think it was all relatively civil. You know, it was okay. Merry Christmas, Froggers. I forgot to write a message on my last one, lol. Respect the hell out of you for doing this. Ren instant sub. Oh, there you go. Yeah, that's good. The meme may have started on the first EFAP gaming when I donated 100, saying how I liked Rags' Fallout video, and then Rags got mad that MooLer got the money for his work. Yeah, again, I don't think Rags is actually bad.
I wasn't really mad. I'm happy that one of my buddies is getting richer and richer.
So
Off the
you don't
back
share
of you.
the money 3 ways for this? You just keep
No. It's I don't know that.
Money's not an issue for me. It's fine.
Well, it's I mean
I literally never think about it. I don't even.
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily mind. It's just the whole point I thought that was that we would be having streams all together. But for now,
right,
Rags and
here's
Wolf
what
sort
we'll
of
do.
dialed theirs down.
We'll do a 40-40-10 split. I'll get 40, MooLer gets 40, and the Wolf gets 10.
What the fuck? Why do I only get 10?
Yeah, shouldn't we
How
be getting
come-
5?
How
What the hell?
how come none of you guys said that only adds up to 90?
That's a good point. Where's the other 10
chat.
going, huh? The chat.
See, you guys were so focused. You see, here's the thing. I set this shit up.
Hey,
You
I
guys
made
were
a
so
joke
focused
though.
on your greed that you didn't even know that there was 10% left over for some mystery person.
I'm still getting significantly less.
I was gonna say both the Wolf's point would still be valid. What about the other 10%? There you go. Stabber said it.
I just think that Wolf needs to contribute more if he's gonna get the bling like we do.
What the fuck? I don't even monetize my videos.
Yeah, well,
Wolf.
it shows. Because who would pay for that shit?
Yeah, Wolf,
I
you don't
mean,
even monetize your
Jesus.
videos.
You
Wolf's
don't
right.
pay. You don't have to pay for that.
Yeah, who would?
That's your opinion, Wolf.
No one would.
No one,
they
because
don't-
it's a YouTube
they
video.
don't. They have no option to. They
Well,
wouldn't.
then
if
it
they
wouldn't
could.
be YouTube.
Wouldn't be YouTube. Apparently, but my video today, it got demonetized like before I could even publish
Yeah, but
it.
you have queer in the
So-
title. That was probably the reason.
Yeah, well, maybe they fucking shouldn't be so queer then.
Did you have it get? You didn't have it get reviewed manually?
Yeah, I think they actually did get ads up on it fairly quickly, which shocked me. The thing that sucks about YouTube, but about 9 out of 10 of my appeals get approved. So their bot is wrong at least 90% of the time, but they still just keep that bot going.
Wait, is your video down?
No, it's up. It
Okay.
got demonetized the second I
Oh.
even suggested it to YouTube. But apparently someone messaged me already and said, "Oh, I got an ad on your video." I'm like, "Oh, that's nifty. Hooray."
But you can still get ads on it if it's demonetized. Just less.
Yeah, it either doesn't get ads or there's severely
Limited,
limited
yeah.
ads.
Yeah.
So a
Um,
lot of the times it'll just be
But
nothing.
you can just set it for a scheduled upload and have YouTube look at it and manually review it before it goes live. They've done that
Yeah.
for me a couple times, and my channel is much smaller.
Like I said,
Yeah.
you probably wouldn't even have had the problem if the word queer wasn't in the title, because that's how stupid they are with this. Like they'll just
Yeah.
be like, "Ah, evil word." And you're like, "Is it though?" Okay.
I mean, I thought that they were trying to reclaim that word.
What, demonetized?
No, queer.
No. LGBT.
Claim
Yeah,
the
they
word.
are.
too
Why
much.
would anyone?
No joke. After
You
the
know what?
original Fallout 76 chat, I might have been the first one to make the meme of it. That's from Creamy Sheev, so he's
might have been.
claiming
It
ownership
might
of
have
the
been.
meme.
The meme master Creamy Sheep.
All right, let's see if this summoning works. And they've got a bunch of candles around ER. One day. As a huge fan of Fallout New Vegas, I can understand how Wolf wouldn't like it, and I can accept that. What I can't accept is when Snacks said the Evil Dead series was terrible. That's just wrong. Yeah, no, he's evil.
What? Oh, really?
He's Satan. I think I mentioned it on the previous EFAP. It was in my like summary notes and stuff. He said that Army of Darkness was bad, and as a part of the Evil Dead series, I was like, "Are the other ones bad?" And he was like, "Yes."
I've literally never seen an Evil Dead movie.
Oh
It's
no!
okay. They're movies
you
you're not
watched the
allowed to
show?
say are bad.
Have you seen Ash vs. Evil Dead?
There's laws against it. I haven't seen it. No.
No.
Oh my god, that I love Evil Dead. That's pretty much my Star Wars. That's the thing I grew up with. Yeah, the show is so good. It's rare to see. You know, we're in an age of reboots and sequels and stuff like that, and I think Ash vs. Evil Dead is one of the few things that actually lives up to the older material. Except season 2 is a little hitchy. It's got a couple missteps in season 2, but 1 and 3, they do it right.
Rags, Wolf, MooLer, Fifth Element, good or bad?
I haven't
Oh, I
seen it in a
love it.
really long time, so I don't even
love
realize
the Fifth Element.
of it.
Yeah, I
One
was
of my
gonna say.
favorite movies ever.
I saw it ages ago and I really liked it. I'd have to watch it again to be sure, but
Oh, it's so good. It understands itself.
are you fucking with me right now?
No, I mean it. Like it understands that it gets what it is and it plays itself off as like a silly movie
Mhm.
when it needs to. It doesn't try to be super serial or anything like that.
Thoughts on John Wick?
Love it.
Love it.
First one's pretty good.
I love the first one. Second one can kiss my ass. Oh yeah, whoa, I skipped ahead. Yeah, and for clarification, I actually do intend to make videos on John Wick because I think it's kind of a sad little story of how a creator can be convinced by like work being loved that they need to just remake it again. And it's something that you can easily avoid by doing the whole. I know this is a strange example. I was just thinking about it, like how Lord of the Rings was the 1, 2, 3 all in a row, done and done. There's no like, they make the first one and everyone's like, oh man, I fucking loved it with Balrog. I hope they do a Balrog again in the second one. And then Peter Jackson's like, okay, can we fit a Balrog in here? How about a Balrog is just in Mordor? He's just chilling out. See him in the background. Gandalf fights him again. Pretty cool, right?
Isn't that kind of what he did in the Hobbit movies with
Yeah, you could-
Shoehorning and Legolas?
You could say that the Hobbit movies are what I was talking about there, kind of. Which
Yeah, they really did just shoehorn a bunch of shit from the Lord of the Rings in when it really shouldn't have been.
Hobbit,
It's
breathes
sad
a
too because,
hobbit.
like, I mean, I do love Legolas. I had a corgi who passed away a few years ago, but I'd named him after Legolas.
You named your corgi Legolas?
Yes.
What a strange name for a corgi.
Well, okay, so I actually got him as a Christmas gift, technically, and he was named Legolas for me because I loved the character.
Oh.
And I was like, I think, 9 at the time when I got him.
I think that would be a Gimli.
That's excusable to name it that at 9. Jeremy Johns named his dogs Jaegers from Pacific Rim.
There's an argument
Oh,
in chat
actually,
right now. Sorry.
I had a friend that named his Chihuahua after Gimli.
Jeez.
Spindly little dwarf.
There's an argument in chat right now that's going on that's arguing that it makes sense that Rey could vanish a blade with the Force.
Fuck no.
Jesus Christ.
No.
I mean, well, if we accept that she can make objects disappear, let's think about how useful this could be in literally any scenario imaginable.
Well, they
Who
can lift
argued
stuff.
that? What's their
so-
name? What's this person's name?
I don't want to.
Lifting
I don't want to
rocks,
like
fuck that,
fucking
just make
dump
them
on him. I'm
disappear.
just saying.
No, I just want to do my best possible Ralph retort impression, reacting to mundane Matt. You know what you know the line.
I mean, the joke has been done technically now.
No, wait a minute, man, no!
Oh yeah, Wolf, you can't get rid of your Xbox just yet. What if they make Halo Infinite an Xbox exclusive on release?
I don't care at all. I mean, 1, 2, 3, and ODST are really the only one.
Yeah.
Halo 4's story I like, but nothing else about it is good. I mean, honestly, if it was just Halo 1, 2, 3, fine. Infinite, I'm not holding out hopes for it being good. It's 343. They don't make good games.
Halo 1 had the best story because the Flood was actually a surprise then. The Arbiter is legit though. Still waiting on a standalone game with him.
I think that the only refutation I would have to that is that the characters in Halo 1 were kind of nothing. I mean, it had a good plot and it had good world building, but it didn't have really any story to it. Cortana was the closest to having any kind of characterization. I still love that game to death, but Halo 2, that one's where it's at. Halo 3 is a real close second.
Wolf, what are your thoughts on the Didact?
Oh, he could have been such a good villain until they decided to kill him in a fucking kill him with a grenade in a QuickTime event, and then we're like, okay, let's bring him back and kill him again in a comic, and it was like, what are you doing? So stupid. Such a cool villain that was wasted. He was Snoke before Snoke was a thing.
Oof Oof said the robot could make up a defense for the disappearance. You can't deny that. What are you talking about?
Was the disappearing knife?
Yeah, wouldn't... The robot wouldn't be able to come up with anything. The robot doesn't come up with anything. Like, it doesn't
I
invent...
just noticed it, actually.
Yeah, it would just be like, knife disappeared, flaw, report, next thing. Be like, okay. Or
And
maybe
then
wouldn't
we
even
have
quantify
people
it as a
trying to
flaw.
justify the disappearing knife.
Yeah.
Like that's a major continuity error. Like that's it's a different level than the 4 rowdy French guys in the bathroom in Fallout.
Yeah, no. Well, this is the thing. It's very... We went over this with Major Lee. Like, we're trying to convince him it was serious.
If you're at the point where you're defending a knife literally disappearing, then you're too far gone.
Okay, someone said Outlast is better than Soma in chat.
You wolf.
I'm out. Chat said Outlast is better than Soma. We're done. Rags, can we just ignore Justin and can we stop using gender? It has no basis in science. Look at ER's video on Steven Universe. He brings up John Money.
Gender does have a basis in science.
All right.
There's a link to gender that does relate to biology.
There are men, there are women, and there are rocks.
And there are rocks. The 3 genders.
I actually just remembered. I mentioned Cold Pursuit earlier. Wolf. There's actually a scene where the main villain of that movie is sitting down with his hitman because this guy's like an organized crime boss, and he the hitman at one point says axe, but he's it's supposed to be ask. And
Oh, no.
the bad guy, the bad guy
Oh,
actually
no.
corrects him. Ask. I thought, oh, it's Wolf and the not so great debate guy.
Oh my god! Now I really want to watch this movie.
You need to see it. Oh my god.
Oh, that sounds funny.
This is a super chat. Reach the game explains who Halsey is. You don't need the book. I think your bias is showing. If you want to call me an idiot, then let's debate.
What's his name?
Mr. E?
Mr. E, you're an idiot. And I'm going to tell you why. Because first off, you didn't listen to what I actually said, clearly. I know it's a little bit of a difficulty with Reach fans because they don't really listen to anything. So here's the thing. I said very specifically in this stream, if you go back and watch it, I said she's the first thing brought from the books that the other games do not explain. It's the first case of the games using book knowledge that you would need to know. However, I also said that the game gives you enough information without telling you more of the interesting and shit with her. It's basically, she's a scientist, she knows the Spartans, it's like, it's fine. It wasn't even one of my big criticisms of the game, because it doesn't tell you the context or nuance behind the character, but she is explained fine, which I said in the stream. No, it's hard to listen. You could try it sometime. And I don't know what bias you think I have, since I'm biased toward the Bungie games. But, you know, Reach fans aren't exactly intelligent.
I like Reach. I thought it was fun.
I
had a
also
good
like
time.
Reach. I had fun on Forge. I made a map called Zombie Stairs that
I
all my
made a
friends like
penis.
playing.
Forge was the best part of Reach, objectively.
You're an objectively.
I am.
What did you guys think of Endgame trailer that dropped last night? We're not going to talk about it. Because it's people here who don't want to see it. So I'm going to skip over that. Would love to have a discussion with you guys about Halo. Halo 2 has the best story. Love Halo 4 and has the most fun with it. Halo 3 is the easiest of the franchise to beat on Legendary.
Wrong.
Halo,
maybe. Objectively, Halo 5 is the easiest because that game.
Wait. One clarification I just want to make, because this is something that I know. Halo 3 is really, you can manipulate the crap out of it in co-op on Legendary. Just have guy stay back and then some guy go forward and get killed over and over and over and over again.
That's literally every Halo game.
Oh, okay. That's
not
fair.
2 though. 2 has Iron on pretty much the whole time.
Oh, I've never played Halo 2 on co-op, but
yeah, it's a mistake.
I'm talking just single player. Halo 5 is piss easy.
A lot of people are like outraged the accounting Halo 5 at all. Like, how dare you? Halo Wars is the only good Halo.
Then,
hashtag fight me. Dory Vito.
Even then, I would say if we're talking about the Halos, that matter, then ODST is easier than 3.
Do you think
ODST doesn't have the flood?
Do you think that Halo ODST is? Do you think it can hold a candle to Spartan Assault?
Yeah. I mean, Halo Wars was easily the hardest on Legendary out of all of them.
I would actually say it's one of the hardest.
Yeah,
Halo 2 is the hardest because it's broken. Like Legendary on Halo 2 legit is not fair at all.
Listen, Wolf. When Halo 2 comes out to PC, we can do a 24-hour high charity on Legendary marathon, and we're gonna have a great time.
We are not okay. First off, you mean Gravemind? It is on high charity, so it's fine.
There's a map. Wait, there's a. Isn't that one of the levels is high charity?
Well, the location is high charity, but the level is called Gravemind. So I know what level you mean because it's infamous. Because Legendary literally made me hate that level. So,
Mission 12, high charity.
Pretty sure it's called Gravemind.
The mission is called Gravemind.
Hold on, which one are you talking about? Are you talking about the one that's all about the flood, or the one before that?
I'm talking about the one called High Charity.
Okay, hold on. I need to look this up now.
Wolf's whole world has just been shaken.
Because I am almost positive.
This one says Gravemind, but this one says High Charity.
It's called Gravemind.
Why do all of these say High Charity on them?
Because High Charity is the location in the game.
But why would everyone think? Because no one calls like all their missions, like the location, like
I don't know what you're looking at. It's called High Charity. Or God.
I see you did it. You did it.
Hold on. Halo 2 mission select.
See, I want to see. the
It's
beginning
called
of the mission.
Gravemind. I know it has got to be called Gravemind. God, not a forum.
Does a little thing pop up? that-
Levels, names.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's a mission called High Charity. 2 missions after.
Yeah, that's a different one. The one that's infamous is Gravemind. High Charity is the one that's significantly easier. It's still at the location High Charity, but the one that's infamous is
so High Charity
Gravemind.
is mission 14.
Yeah, we're talking about Mission 12. Mission 12 is the one that's like infamous for being horrible.
All right then. Also, Creamy Sheep said he's just made a video of
Why is the reticle
me and
so far
Rags
down?
meeting, so it'll be like I'll probably try that on the next one. So don't worry, memes aren't gone or anything. Wolf, thoughts on Berserk and favorite character?
I've only read the first volume. I'm waiting the big volumes that have like the big books that have like multiple volumes in them to read the rest. But of volume 1, I really, really liked it, and Puck is objectively the best.
Hey Wolf, I loved your new video on Riley J. Dennis.
I worked very hard on it, thanks.
It was because Frodo died. He was just sad about it. And the high top video was why Homecoming isn't a good Spider-Man story. Donated like 4 times asking you about it over 3 months. Oh well,
What?
I'll put it in a tab. Hang on.
Hold on. Frodo didn't die.
No, he didn't. Yeah.
What are you talking about? I mean, if you want to talk like theoretically, well, no, he didn't even really theoretically die, or theoretically. I don't know what word I'm trying to think of. He's got PTSD. He's not dead.
Spider-Man Homecoming is a bad Spider-Man movie. I mean, I'll check that out. We could possibly cover that on EFAP, actually. Depending on... If his arguments are entirely from the fucking
Metaphorical, that
comics,
was what I meant.
then I'm not going to have anything to say. But I've heard that people think Spider-Man Homecoming is bad because it's not close enough to what Spider-Man would do. Whatever Spider-Man is. But yeah, I'll try and have a look at that. What are your thoughts on the Godzilla movies, given how a lot of the films are not objectively good, but it's the longest running movie series to date?
Is it really?
Can you count that when they're all like disjointed and unconnected? That's not really fair, is it?
That's true.
It's probably one of the longest running IPs that are in movies, I guess.
True, that could be it. I didn't like the 2014 one.
I thought it was the first like third of it I liked, and then I got
Oh yeah,
bored.
the first third was great until they killed off
The only character in the film.
yeah, the only character.
Yeah. But, you know, I'll be interested to see the new one, I guess.
It looks better, but then again, the trailer for the first one looked pretty good too. So
Thoughts on Kong Skull Island?
I thought
I
it was
love it.
terrible.
I really liked it. I thought it was
liked
great.
it too.
I liked it. I liked it a whole lot.
It was awful.
yeah, I'm with MooLer on this one. I hated
I
it.
really liked it.
It sucks it didn't
Wow.
come out in 2018, right? Because then that could have been another 2018 movie. Oh wait, did it? Did it come out then?
No, I think that was 2017.
2017. Yep.
2017. The King Kong and TLJ of movies. What we got? I sent Wolf multiple super chats. It's okay, Wolf. I'll support you whenever you stream. I care. There you go. That's from James.
Oh, thank you. It's fine. I was literally just joking. I don't care about if I make money from YouTube. It doesn't matter to me.
Hey, Wolf, I have
All
a
right,
question.
everybody. With that in mind, if anybody out in the chat was ever going to give any money to Wolf, fuck that noise. Instead, go ahead and send it to me because I definitely care. I would love every down to the half penny, down to the farthing.
They haven't.
So, the South Farthing?
Of course.
Whichever one's smaller.
Wolf, I
Wait,
have a
who
question.
cares? Said so. Wolf and MooLer agree once again. Are they actually the same mind in different bodies? Don't always agree.
We don't always agree.
Maybe we should just
Well-
have a debate where we stand on two sides of a thing. We need to find a thing we disagree on. I'll
we need
admit.
to find something that's not like controversial. Something like abortion.
Yeah. There you go.
Something that's not controversial.
But yeah, like me and Wolf watched a lot of films recently, we do have similar reactions to most stuff at this point. Like, it is curious to see if we can find some stuff that we just definitely stand. The thing is that what's going to have to happen is we both see a movie separately, and then instead of being able to talk through a movie and like go over pros and cons and stuff, I don't know.
I mean, we watched Civil War together, and I still wasn't a big fan of it.
Well, that's the thing though. You wouldn't be arguing it's bad, would you?
No, not really.
I think that's what they're looking for. Like, you know, the fact that me and Rags are clearly opposed on King Kong.
My brother, who likes Black Panther so much that's his second favorite Marvel film, doesn't like Civil War because he thinks that they don't argue strongly enough in favor of like opposing the Sokovia Accords.
He's wrong and a bad man.
He's the one that I introduced.
Don't
YouTube,
let him watch this episode, okay?
No, he's going to. He knows I'm coming. Sorry, Tim.
Reclaimer, I am 343 guy explodes. Fuck you, 343 wolf with a shotgun.
Southpaw, you were gonna say something to me?
Yeah, the subtitle of your Justice video is that was.
Well, hold on, you're cracking up. You gotta start over.
I'm sorry, I fringed it out. Okay.
Yeah.
The subtitle to your Justice League video was the worst film of 2017, but that was made a month before The Last Jedi. Is that still your stance?
No, Last Jedi was worse.
Okay, I'm glad to clarify that. That's honestly been on my mind for a very long time.
Well, I couldn't think. At that point, I was like, there's nothing that could be worse than this. And then Ryan Johnson came along and he was like, I can make something so much worse.
Hold my green milk. Oh. No, honestly, wasn't Justice League the video that started where you were like, I didn't think that anything could possibly be worse than such and such. I didn't think anything could be possibly worse than The Dark Tower. And then this movie came along. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Man, that year was so bad because I was like, there's so many bad movies, but then Justice League came out and I was like, okay, nothing's ever topping this. and then Star Wars happened and it was like, I hate my life.
Halsey is not explained well at all. If you mean a single line from that George or Jorge?
The name is Jorge, but for some reason in the game they pronounce it George. I don't have a problem with it, but whatever.
Okay. If you mean a single line from George when he calls him mum or whatever else she says, then no, she's not.
That's his accent. I thought it was mom for a long time too, but I put on subtitles once, and it sounds like mom when he's saying ma'am. It's just he's got an unbelievably thick accent. So that got me at first too, but it's not a flaw because it's literally just.
Oh well, he's talking about how the character's just not really explained at all anyway. Halsey, I guess.
I mean, she's not, all the context behind her character is not explained, but it wasn't a huge problem with Reach.
I love Reach mostly because it was my first Halo. I cannot wait for it to come to PC.
That's what I see a lot. It's a lot of people like Reach was their first Halo game, and that's what it comes down to.
I mean, Halo 3 was mine, but I still like Reach. But
I mean, I still like parts of Reach, and I think you would probably like Reach more than me. You're not as invested in Halo as I am. So the things that it did to the gameplay and to the story, that's unforgivable for me.
Jay just said Reach was my first Halo game. It's like, Jay, it was your first video game. Be honest.
Yeah, come on, Jay. You don't.
The cutscenes were your first movie.
I ain't never seen a Halo.
But yeah, that's actually it. It took us a very long time. I think that was like an hour, I think. But that's it. Are you interested in making an MCU rankings video? Possibly, and it'll probably be an EFAP as well, just for the fun of it.
God, I knew we should have streamed that.
We'll do it again. And especially with Endgame and Captain Marvel being out, it'll be even more complete at that point.
Was Rax even a part of that? That you, me, and Fringy were there. Who else was there?
It was Glib, I think, was the fourth guy.
Oh,
that was interesting. We can always stream something like that at some point. It was fun.
Wolf just explained his bias against Reach. My bias being that I give a shit about gameplay and story. You're right, Mr. E.
And not only that, but Wolf just explained everyone else's bias towards Reach. fact that it was their first game. That was the point he was making.
So my bias is that I care. Got it. Thanks.
Yeah, I was gonna say that before we close out, thank you both guests for coming on, and do you want to give yourselves like a moment of trying to, I don't know, sell the audience on why they should subscribe to your channel? Ren, if you want to go first.
Oh, I'll go first. Okay. Sell the audience. An elevator pitch, huh?
Go for it.
Okay. Well, every video I make is a labor of love. That Mission Impossible one was clearly a bit of a misstep, but I primarily focus on video games, so I try to make every video as much fun as I can with infusing good points in there to the best of my ability, and I'm pretty proud of where my editing is at, and I'm planning on getting After Effects to up my game in that department as well. And I just try to have fun with it. So, yeah, that's it.
Mm-hmm. There you go. Check it out if you'd like to, guys. And the second guest
Hey, I like how you
was...
spelled my name very correctly.
Is it... What did I do?
It's Ren with 2 N's.
Oh, I see. I thought that might have been some kind of part with the screen name or something. But yeah, I'll make sure that's right in the description.
Okay.
But yeah, Southpaw, if you wanna say something about your channel, if you're planning on maybe making some more analysis videos.
Absolutely. I had actually done YouTube videos 7 years ago, and I stopped making them because I just kind of like lost passion for them. But watching MooLer and company's content over the last year has gotten me really like inspired to try to start making some similar content.
You
and
see,
I guess
Wolf,
that
notice how he says MooLer and Company. He doesn't say Wolf and Company.
Notice how he doesn't say Rags and Company either.
Oh yeah, he did. He definitely did.
well, it's just Ren's video on Fallout was it was like a jumping off point for me, I guess, because I just love that film so much, and I think it's just so good. And so I actually had started working on it, and then I think that it got mentioned on EFAP 26 at one point, like in passing. So but yeah, like I plan on making more content in the future. Probably just focusing on whatever. It could be a video game, it could be whatever movie I see in the theater, or a book or a TV show. Just sort of analyzing stuff like that. I'm new to editing. I used a terrible video editor for my video, so the audio was out of sync after the rendering process was finished. I'm rather pissed about that, but I'm currently working on improving the production quality. So
I'll say, even though we're mortal, you carry yourself really well for somebody that probably doesn't talk into a microphone very often.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I am. I mean, we don't have to be mortal enemies. It's just.
Oh, we're mortal enemies. There's no doubt.
Oh, okay.
By the way, Mortal Engines was shit.
Yeah, but
You're the only one that saw
even
it.
gave that a chance.
I am the only. I think I might be the only person who saw / remembers that existed.
I literally forget its existence until you bring it up.
Did you see that movie?
No.
You should. It's terrible.
I like literally
how about
only ever hear of it from you.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's probably out relatively soon, right? We could probably check it out at some point.
Let me see where it is on Amazon. We'll see, because if it's out on Amazon, it's out on Pirate Bay.
Yes, that would probably be true. But fuck, it comes out on Pirate Bay before that. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see about maybe watching. I was just gonna say, there's a comment from Tabula4 that says, "Remember, every EFAP is that much time MooLer isn't editing part 3." Just pointing that out. Like, that's not quite how it works.
Once a week, he hangs out with his friends.
what
a terrible.
We took a 3-week gap as well. Like, what the hell?
I guess that I've been nicknamed Chris Stuckman by the chat.
It's not so bad.
Blessed Stuckman.
Blessed
Stuckman.
It's not. Yeah, Blessed Stuckman.
Yeah, and by the way, there are some people who are actually more of a fan of EFAP than like me, Rags, and Wolf's main content. Because some people are like, I'd rather that than this. Like, so they could make the same comment in reverse. For every moment they spend editing and writing their videos, they're not doing EFAP.
Ooh, yeah.
Blessed Stuckman indeed. But yeah, that's about it. Everybody, I don't know if there's anything any of you want to say before we close out.
Working on Metro Exodus review, and my Alita video won't come out until I've read the manga, which is taking fucking forever to ship here, so I'm working on those.
Anybody else?
Let me see. I would say I have a new video out, by the way. I'll put it out today. Go check that out.
Dope.
You should. You really should. It's great.
It's the best
subscribe to
video.
PewDiePie, first off, if you haven't. I don't think anything else really come to mind. I don't know when the next EFAP's going to be. Oh, I think I'm going to do a stream response to the Jim Sterling video on Steam on Saturday.
Which
Okay.
Stim
So-
Sterling
Have you
video?
got guests for that already?
Yeah,
I'd jump
let's
into
see.
that.
Oh my god, I
I
just
have-
called him
I
Stim
got
Sterling.
But I would definitely. I need more guests because it's just me and Fringy are confirmed.
I'll totally.
I'm
come in for that if
confirmed.
you
I'm
want.
going to be there.
When
Oh,
are you
yeah,
Oh,
doing
you're
it?
gonna be there? Sweet.
Yeah, I'm going to be there. It's going to be great.
When are you doing it?
Saturday.
Oh, I can't do it. Oh,
Well,
I'll watch it
I,
later.
I didn't know you
Check, 'cause it
hated
might be-
rags so much,
What about
dude.
Sunday? What about Sunday?
I can do Sunday.
Saturday. Oh, Fringy said Saturday, Sunday for me should work. How long?
I can do it all Sunday, but I work on Saturday, so I can't do it then. It doesn't matter if I'm not there. It's fine.
Well, if ever anyone needs a spot filled in, I'd be happy to join. I just want to say I'm very grateful to have been to have been here. It's really cool. I've been following everyone here for like over a year now, and if I had been told last week that I was going to be on an episode of EFAP, I would never believe them.
I mean, yeah, you know, we don't, because we like to keep it, you know, like Theo was never planned. It was just like, why not? Theo could jump on. We like to keep it. I'm trying to figure the right word, just like loose, not like we don't want to make it so that it's like there's no way any of you could ever speak. So,
Yeah,
Bring on the
I'm-
blessed Stuckman.
yeah, you've
I
been good shit, man.
Thank you. I am now living proof that EFAP is willing to bring on someone from the chat if they're, you know.
We've already done that
Yeah, we
with
did it with
Theo.
Theo.
Oh, right. I'm sorry. Yeah,
Not sorry, you're
slipped from my memory.
Stuckman.
I am Stuckman. That's right. Tell that to Zod's snap neck.
That's just good writing, and you can't tell because it's better than you. I'm not even sure if
man,
they all
you
get that
can't-
reference. I know I do.
Hey man, you can't just go around killing people.
I want to release the Stuckman cut. But yeah, that again, that wraps it up unless there's anything else.
Yeah, just wanted to also say thank you for having me on, letting me, hash it out, and for giving me some sweet, sick watch time on the video. That's
No problemo.
yeah.
I hope it wasn't as bad as it may have felt as though it could possibly have maybe been.
I definitely built it up in my head. I thought it would be worse. It wasn't great, I'll say that, but it wasn't as bad as I initially envisioned.
Oh right, there's a couple more. Did you watch Creed 2? I remember you liked Creed. I still haven't seen Creed 2 yet, but I did like
I haven't
Creed.
seen either.
Yeah, that's sex. John Money's one experiment to prove gender exists failed, but everyone pretends that it did. I mean, that's still the other thing, gender, whatever. But yeah, I'm gonna cut it there, folks. It's been a lot of fun. Thank you all for the insight and the discussion. I hope everyone had fun. Thank you for the very kind donations and just hanging out and watching. We don't know when the next EFAP will be. You know, that's how it goes. But we will see you when it's around. Goodbye.
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 and good luck.
Bye.
Good
Good
luck.
night.